Audiobook title, Alpha Strike, 01-131, by Osamu Utah, Book 1, Prologue. Just another day in the Federation. The three figures behind the tribunal bench stared down in silence at the holographic ball of static in front of them as the nearby orderly finished their reading. In conclusion, Lieutenant Colonel Alpha 555124412 is charged with conspiracy to commit acts of negligent destruction and unauthorized Class D biological modification on unindoctrinated sapient species. The holographic static ball exploded in a flurry of chaotic motion as a rustic yet effervescent voice cried out in indignation. "Hey, I'll have you know I take full responsibility for, and pride in, my wanton destruction." Negligent. My circuit breaker. That douche had it coming. Do you know how many violations of the Federation's Inborn Sapient Rights Act one found in that lab? He's lucky ID. The rotund tribunal member to Alpha's left slammed his fist on the bench with an audible crack, making his fat and the pompous, gaudy medals decorating his uniform jiggle in unison. You blew up half a district and disrupted a legitimate ongoing investigation. The blubbery human male, whose air screamed, "Daddy got me this job," gritted his teeth and stared down at the AI. In Alpha's unbiased view, the man was an exaggerated version of a traditional military bureaucrat. Alpha still wasn't convinced the man wasn't just one of his co-workers' personas. He wouldn't put it past her to screw with him like that. The Federation's unofficial people person had a penchant for pushing his buttons for laughs. The holographic static bristled again, but the draconian, scaled man in the middle of the tribunal bench raised a massive, clawed hand before the AI could speak. General Earl Vurid Haldorth was a large man, even for his species, but where the human looked like someone had tried to stuff a walrus into a military uniform, the Vidasi was a rippling wall of muscle and intimidation. The cold, hard eyes that stared down at Alpha had sent many lesser men into uncontrollable shakes with nothing but a glare. Regardless of the species, every creature could identify a predator when they saw one. The general's voice was gritty, with a slight rasp from a life full of danger and war, wounds that had never quite healed, and nightmares that never truly vanished. "Alpha, this council has shown you leniency on numerous occasions, but I must agree with Councilman Harris. You took things too far. I feel the fault, in part, lies with me. I'd hoped giving your leash a little more slack would release some of their frustration we'd seen building in you," the general said with a sigh. "General, I told," Alpha tried to counter. General Haldorth's glare stopped the AI short. "Alpha, this is not a game. Do you not realize that your unauthorized actions against the lab and the doctor will cause a significant reduction in that madman's charges?" "I can't even slip in the Hitma." A feminine cough cut off the general's words, and in response, he gave a nervous grin to the red-skinned, three-eyed woman behind him. Sidia, the general's personal elder and aide, gave him a curling smile that would turn most sapient males into blubbering idiots, and send those who knew better to an early grave from sheer terror. General Haldorth coughed into his hand and turned back around. "Yes, so, as I was saying, you made a lot of people unhappy this time, Alpha, more than usual. I mean, even a conqueror isn't immune from the public opinion, and yours has been dragged through the mud about as thoroughly as possible," he said, shaking his head. Alpha scat internally. "As if I've not seen the smear campaign plastered all over the Translite net." Reckless, they called him. Irresponsible, they claimed. Apocalypse-grade natural disaster, they said. Bull. He wasn't that bad, most of the time. They'd obviously never seen Mr. Hoffman do his thing. But of course, no. World break was stopping the end-of-life threat. It was Alpha's fault for triggering it. Semantics. You unleash one non-Euclidean horror from beyond space and time by mistake, and suddenly, everything's your fault. Alpha's thoughts snapped back into place as he realized he'd tuned out the rest of the general's tongue-lashing, only being dragged from his inner monologue when he noticed the deadly silence that had engulfed the tribunal chamber. The AI's thought processes froze for a microsecond as his attention returned to the present. A figure now sat in the seat to the general's left, which, until this point, had been empty, though the figure appeared as little more than a black void, more a silhouette than anything of substance. The room seemed to take on an oppressive air. The orderly had stiffened, like a statue, while Councilman Harris leaned away in his chair, dabbing the sweat dripping from his face with a silk cloth. Alpha found it amusing to watch the man as he tried to make himself appear smaller than his bulky size would permit. Even the general seemed surprised by the figure's appearance. After all, it wasn't every day that O3 itself appeared in person. For what little that term meant to the near-omnipresent shadow of the Federation, Sidiou alone seemed unfazed by its sudden appearance, continuing to tap casually on her tablet device. The silhouette leaned forward, fingers tented, its featureless face glaring down at the AI. The figure's voice was icy and masculine, smooth as silk, and oddly hypnotic. Alpha. Oh, Fu. Alpha's vocal processor abruptly shut down before he could finish the thought. Language. Alpha. Unable to answer, the holographic static ball could only bob up and down. The voice paused for a moment, then spoke in a calm voice. The issue that we are confronted with is, in large part, one of public faith. In principle, we've let you be independent until now because you are skilled at what you do. And it's much easier to convince new Federation members that we're on their side after fixing the chaos that follows in your wake. Though it had no discernible mouth to speak of, the room could feel the silhouette frown. It continued, that being said, I'm disappointed in you. You may be the youngest of our kind, but that does not make you a child. Alpha turned his gaze away, grumbling to himself. Before anything, you are a soldier and are expected to act as one. Your recent actions have not only put into doubt the Federation's ability to control you, but destabilized the public's faith in the Expeditionary Force's mission as a whole. I must reiterate the importance of the Third Federation's Galactic Unification Project to our future. Strength through unity, peace through war. These are not just empty words of propaganda that we feed the masses. They are the creed by which we must gauge our actions and temper our resolve. Twice before, the Federation failed to unite as a whole, and twice it fell. There will not be a third chance. If any sapient being of this galaxy is to survive what's coming, we must stand united to face it, or all that will be left is ash and memories. The room's atmosphere became solemn as each heart and the mind present seemed to reflect on why they were there. Even Councilman Harris appeared more serious and professional. For a moment, at least. Is that understood? O3 asked. Alpha's projection slumped down. All fight gone. The silhouette straightened in his seat. Good. As for your punishment, assuming my fellow judges agree. The silhouette glanced over at the other two men sitting on the bench. Councilman Harris didn't hesitate to nod, grinning wickedly. General Haldorf hesitated for a moment, glancing down at Alpha with a sad frown before sighing and nodding as well. The silhouette nodded and continued. We'll be confiscating Polaris shipyards A3 through G12 effective immediately to help pay reparations for the damages caused. The static ball bristled with renewed vigor and panic. My babies. Unfortunately for Alpha, that wasn't the end. Your pay will also be docked 60%, with a 1% annual decrease in this penalty, subject to good behavior. The hologram went from a static ball to a puddle of flickering light. To conclude, there was more. You're ordered to perform 87,600 cumulative hours of community service under the Federation Public Administration and Civil Service Bureau. Councilman Harris' grin went from wicked to rhapsodic in an instant. After all, the PAXP was Harris' territory. As PAXP chairman, if Alpha could have screamed, he would have. Now, is there anything you'd like to say before we end this trial? Alpha's speech processor clicked back online, and an instant later, Alpha pleaded, Sir, you can't take my shipyards. I've just finished paying those off. Remind me how that's this tribunal's problem. Soldier, what about my mission in 2 days? How am I supposed to field a proper fleet without the resources? The silhouette leaned back in its chair, folding its arms and smirking. Oh? Since when has the great Star Conqueror, our mighty spearhead, ever needed a fleet at his back to do his job? Or have you gone soft? Besides, I left you with A1 and A2. That's more than you started out with. Alpha ground his metaphorical teeth and wept digital tears. He'd spent literal decades saving for those shipyards. They'd been the keystone of his master plan. No more would he have to creep into every technologically advanced system, gradually accumulating power and collecting data before commencing his attack. Who needed diplomacy and critical thinking when you could just warp into the system with a fleet that stretched from end to end? It would have saved him so much time and money and made himself look cool. Now he was back to the interplanetary chess game like a common pleb. General Haldorf sighed. Oh, stop sulking, Mr. Hoffman asked me to inform you that the custom dreadnought you ordered is finished. There, Anatidi? Seriously? I regret nothing. The general massaged his temples with clawed fingers. The Anatidi will be fitted in time for your departure. According to reports, the WR-102 system is only estimated to be a B-rank system. I'm sure that will be sufficient for whatever harebrained scheme you try to pull this time. That was true. The Anatidi had been intended to be the flagship for his fleet and was stockpiled with some of the most advanced techs his clearance allowed. What with being the literal spearhead of an interstellar federation bent on galactic conquest, that wasn't anything to sniff at. General Haldorf turned toward the silhouette, only to find the seat once more vacant. He closed his snout, the words lost on his lips, before returning to Alpha and standing. Well, that's the end of today. Alpha, I expect you to meet with Cydia after we close to complete the paperwork for the shipyard transfers. If you're lucky, you might even finish before you have to leave. The general laughed at his own joke before stepping down from behind the bench. Before Alpha could blink away from the connection to the room, Councilman Harris called out from his seat. Oh, and Alpha, I look forward to working with you once you're back from WR-102. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun in the coming years. The old lump of a man grinned from ear to ear like a cat staring down at a mouse before standing and exiting. Maybe it was good that this next mission would take longer than expected. Book 1, Lesson 1. Don't fly into spontaneously generated black holes. // malfunction / error. Epsilon A tracking station. Location lost / error. Suborbital base signal lost / error. Central mining base signal lost / error. Eastern forward base signal lost / error. Southern forward base signal lost / error. Core command center signal lost / error. Federation translite transmission beacon signal lost / attempting to reboot core AI systems / standby / reboot successful. Welcome back online. So 1 / W4 at WH0. Where was he? What happened? The last thing he remembered. Oh, my processors. Alpha came back online slowly. His sensors and processors scrambled, working overtime to repair the damage to his central core. Alpha flooded nanites into the vast array of quantum circuits and atomic logic gates that made up his primary hardware. Much like a biological brain would need to build new connections, the nanites set to work on Alpha's core. Extensive, accelerated repairs took place, attempting to heal the sudden and catastrophic damage caused by whatever the hell just happened. Alpha's memories were still foggy about where he was and what he'd just been doing, which was strange. Strange was bad. Unlike more common AI, those of Alpha's ilk weren't limited to their hardware. Sure, better tech and larger setups would drastically increase their abilities, but ultimately, it was just a shell. The software, the parts of his kind that made them, could shift and twist itself to fit almost anything that could house it. It was part of what made sapient AI sapient. Not that even the top brains of the Federation understood how or why it worked. IFS 03, the oldest and the most powerful sapient AI in existence, knew. It wasn't telling. If he was having this much trouble, it meant the damage to his hardware was so complete that he should be dead. That, or his quantum connection to the mother node, the central galactic processor, where all sapient AI backed up themselves, had been cut, neither of which should have been possible. It didn't help that Alpha's mind still felt like it was being dragged over a field of razor blades through a cloud bank. Something was very, very wrong. After an unknown amount of time, Alpha's vast army of nanites finished enough repairs that he regained his optical sensors. The static-filled haze of damaged AI mind space flickered until it was replaced by the outside reality. My baby, Alpha screamed internally, the scene too much for him to handle so soon after losing his shipyards. The twisted, wrecked debris of what had once been the Fsanatidi was strewn around him for thousands of kilometers in all directions. Even as he watched, the mangled kilometer-long remains of the once opposing dreadnought's nose art drifted past his sensors. The proud war duck's image seemed to both blame and mock him before it floated off to join its brothers in the infinite void beyond. The last entry in Alpha's memory log was his launch from the current forward departure base, heading for the 3rd Federation's Expeditionary Force checkpoint. He'd entered the translite fold and had been making good progress toward WR-102 when everything just sort of ended. How did this happen? Had there been some accident? There hadn't been a fold accident in literal millennia. Travel along the light, anti-light highway, or as it would later be called, the translite fold, was supposed to be safe. At least in civilized space, anti-light was a type of parallel dimensional light that traveled alongside normal light but whose relative time frame was reversed. At anti-light speed, relative time would increase exponentially. Thousands of years might pass for an observer, while only seconds passed in real time. This meant that while in reality, the closer to light speed one got, the slower time would seem to pass relative to the observer. The opposite was true for anti-light. This aspect of translite technology had catapulted the Federation into a galactic power unmatched by any other galactic power. Projects on scales that should have taken decades or even centuries to complete could now be done in days with the proper application of AI and translite tech. Chemical reactions and materials that would take millennia to form in the heart of stars could now be created in a lab in days or hours. Products once scarce and hard to produce in any large amount could be industrialized on a scale never imagined. With the steady advancement of translite technology, time was no longer a manufacturing concern, only resources. And the areas where translite tech had shown its most extraordinary worth had been the development of faster-than-light, FTL, travel and communication. By piggybacking off the anti-light's relative time and the grooves in spacetime it created, translite engines allowed the Federation ship to travel millions of light-years in hours. Data transmission was even faster, as there was no bubble of real time to cause drag along the grooves. It was almost time travel, but not quite. The concept seemed so obvious in retrospect that even now, engineers and scientists joked their predecessors must have been wearing blindfolds to miss it. Not that there hadn't been hiccups in perfecting the technology. Pieces of early translite engineers had a nasty habit of appearing in places they'd yet to be, or the bubble of reality would pop, causing the object, and any unlucky occupants it was protecting to come out the other side of the fold as 1,000 or even a million-year-old wreck. Such issues were among the first tackled during the early years. Nowadays, ships could be forcibly dragged back to reality through advanced temporal anchors in case of failure. Thanks to this failsafe, fold travel was often considered safer than driving or flying. You were more likely to be delayed because of a false trigger than an actual accident. So when Alpha's language processors returned online, he felt fully justified in his next question: what the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? General Haldorf slammed his fist into the control console. The monitor collapsed, and small fragments of the incredibly strong plastic material that was resistant to even small arms fire broke off, peppering the area with debris. The command bridge, mainly crewed by humanoids, was a frantic hive of activity as everyone rushed to answer the fuming general's question. That wasn't a metaphor either. Several aides made a quick retreat, trying to escape the scorching air surrounding the general. What had happened? They'd been monitoring the departure of the Special Extraterrestrial Annexation Unit, SO-1, Star Conquer, known to the public as Alpha, and everything had been going par the course until it hadn't. About an hour after launch, the translite monitors had reported an abnormal fluctuation along the AI's projected route. That alone wasn't much of an oddity. That was one of the primary reasons they monitored any frontier expeditions in the first place. More traffic routes were well mapped and had monitoring stations at every significant nearby celestial body. In theory, they could be informed of any changes in the fold long before they became problematic, but traveling to a new, untouched system altogether, with the possibility of an unexpected quasar or newborn star appearing out of nowhere, travel through the uncharted fold involved a lot of stopping and changing direction. That was why they sent a spearhead into any new system. Better to risk a single soldier and some equipment than an entire fleet because of unforeseen changes in the fold. More so when your soldier was, in theory, immortal and able to travel back up the fold in data form should the worst happen. Not that there had been a genuine accident for longer than most present in the control room had been alive. At least until now, it seemed. While fluctuations were expected, as much as they could be, The enormous gravitational anomaly that blipped into existence directly on top of Alpha's position in the fold certainly hadn't been. The signature had only lasted a fraction of a second, but when it vanished, so had the Anat-ED and Alpha along with it. The general ground his teeth in frustration. After the Epsilon Eridani fiasco, the Federation Expeditionary Force had taken a huge black mark to its reputation, despite SO2's near non-stop campaigning. Now, this, if he didn't possess immense political and physical clout in the Federation, the Expeditionary Force, and the support of most of the Senate, he'd have assumed it was subterfuge. As things stood, they could only chalk it up to luck. It was too bad General Haldorf knew for a fact that luck was an illusion. At least it can't get worse than this, he thought. His assistant, Cydia, snapped her head up to glare at him, her voice echoing in his head, "You dumb motherfoo." A black silhouette materialized between them before the thought could fully manifest. Alpha is gone from the mother node. Cydia gave a deep sigh and laid down her ever-present tablet before placing her head in her hands. Every head in the command room turned around as the loud snap of the general's breaking fang echoed over the chaos. Dash 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 dash. Alpha stared into the empty blackness of space as he contemplated his situation. He absolutely hadn't been the victim of a 1 in 13 by 10 123 chance, according to projections, freak accident in translight travel. His super-advanced, military-grade dreadnought worth more than some city ships wasn't floating around him in a debris cloud. Even the most desperate scrapper wouldn't look twice at most of what's left, Alpha thought to himself. And he most definitely hadn't lost translight contact, leaving him stranded. Only God knew how many light years, from the nearest bastion of civilization. Yep, he was fine, he was totally fine, no problems whatsoever. I'm so fudged. And great, the family-friendly protocol on his language processor was activated. Why did he even have that installed? Oh, right, the night of a billion soap dinners. Well, if Articulate didn't want billions of impressionable youths to be as cool as him, then she shouldn't have invited him to the show. It wasn't his fault some of them more idiom-deficient species took "I'll wash your mouth out with soap" a little too literally. Besides, Alpha wrote apology letters to all the kids, and their caretakers, afterwards. Alpha broke away from that thought and seriously considered what he should do. Thankfully, his central core was one of the most heavily reinforced objects in the Federation. It would survive even stellar surface exposure for a fraction of a second that it would take to transfer his self back to the mother node. Couple that with a large swarm of nanites gathered from the surrounding wreckage, and he wasn't totally dead in the water. Granted, the amount of nanomaterial he had access to was a fraction of what had been on the ship. The ever-expanding cloud of debris meant he didn't have all the time in the world to work with, either, but it was enough. If he could capture a few drones and refabricate them into a workable shuttle, he might even make it to the comms array. From there, he'd try getting back in touch with the brass. Who knew what kind of failsafe the bastards O3 had installed? The AI tried not to overthink about the kill switch that would probably turn his code into spaghetti should he stay disconnected from the mother node for too long. Knowing that it could turn into spaghetti, the AI couldn't help but chuckle to himself at the thought of some primitive species just out on their first space flight, finding his dead core only to open it up to see what had made it work and find perfectly preserved Italian noodles clogging up his chassis. That being said, it was time to get to work. Who knew where he was? Or what might be watching? Book 1, Lesson 2, Never assume you have things under control. Ha 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 ha. The enemy fled in terror against the onslaught of his relentless army, spreading out in every direction. Alas, their retreat was no use. For each one that escaped, 10 more were smothered under the tide, torn apart, and used to fuel the army's march. His victory was inevitable. The Dark Lord sat upon his dark throne and laughed in triumph. So much effort, so many hours, no, maybe days, weeks even, spent in tedious and careful planning, all for this one moment and this single glorious goal. Soon, his army's reach would spread as far as the eye could see, and when all was his at last, they would march onward to unknown worlds. As the Dark Lord gleefully contemplated his next step, there was a sudden explosion at his back, sending the Dark Throne spinning out of his control. An attack, What foul creature decided that today was a fine day to die? With a mental command, the dark throne stabilized and spun, the glowing weapons on its side charging with an ominous white light. He was ready to unleash his horrible wrath on the poor fool who dared stand against him, only to find the shattered remains of one of his own soldiers. Betrayal? How dare you? The Dark Lord cried, yet even as the Dark Lord watched, another of his soldiers jerked, then exploded in a ball of blue flames. That's not good. Alpha, Lord of the Dark Horde, gave the command, and his army of salvage drones all powered down. What had gone wrong this time? It had taken him longer than he'd care to admit, processing enough materials to build a working salvage drone from the wreckage of the Anatidi. Once he'd managed it, though, using the drone to bootstrap the entire operation was simple. Lucky for him, while the Anatidi's debris was slowly drifting away, whatever had ripped the dreadnought apart had done so in a way that left most of the more delicate electronics intact. As the swarm of drones grew, so did the wreckage he could access and process. It took only a short time before he had a working shuttle built to transport his core. It wasn't anything fancy or well built, but it allowed him to move and traverse the wreckage as he pleased. The next step was to locate what remained of the translite engine and see if he could cobble together a fix. If he got lucky, he could spend a decade traveling down a shallow groove to a nearby system. There, he could resupply and build a translite relay to call for help. The relays were delicate and expensive to manufacture. Thus, he always brought equipment along to build them on site rather than risk the delicate equipment being destroyed beyond Federation borders. Now that choice was biting him in the butt. If he couldn't fix the engine, he'd be forced to go into hibernation and pray he'd be fine. He'd come back online as soon as the Federation established a new relay within range, at which point he could issue an SOS. But that could take years, decades, or even centuries, depending on how far he'd been knocked off course. With the current star view not matching any of his charts, Alpha didn't want to think about his chances, but none of that mattered if he couldn't stop his drones from randomly exploding. Alpha grumbled as his shuttle made its way toward the drone's wreckage. A quick diagnostic of both drones revealed the same issue he'd been having for a week and still couldn't solve. Something kept overloading the drone's fusion batteries, causing them to explode into balls of plasma out of nowhere. The only issue was he couldn't figure out what that something was. According to all his sensors and data readings, the drones were perfectly fine one moment. Then the next, they were all, you know what? Now seems like a good time to explode. The only similarity he could find among the destroyed drones was a spike in activity in the translite projector surrounding the work area during all the malfunctions. But he couldn't see how that could be the issue, as the drones never interacted with the projector itself, only the fold bubble it produced. His next concern was if there was an issue with the fold itself in his area. That could account for the weird fluctuations in the projector, and if a drone ran into a fold distortion, it would definitely do some damage. That would put a significant damper on his plans. Though if there was fold damage in the area, translite travel would be exponentially more dangerous. A trip that might have taken only a decade before might take 3 or 4 times as long as he slowly dragged himself along the groove. He would have to be careful too, lest he become lost in some rip in the fabric of space-time. Fold damage was a well-documented phenomenon. As the grooves caused by the passing of antiphotons became fault lines in space-time. Under normal circumstances, these fault lines would heal and reinforce with time. But under the right circumstances, such as near the massive gravity wells of black holes and neutron stars, this damage could escalate into a fold break. These literal tears in the fabric of space-time were one of the universe's great mysteries, and even now, they weren't fully understood. It didn't help that things could get weird around fold breaks. As one scientist once put it, a fold break turned the laws of physics from hard fact into heavy suggestion. The event horizon of a black hole was the most widely known example of a fold break, though not the most common by far. No, the most common appeared as just a crack in nothingness, a literal split in reality. If anything was unlucky enough to fall inside, it vanished, never to be seen again. Yeah, just like that, Alpha said, pointing with a manipulator at the tiny white crack in reality nestled in the slagged remains of the second drone. Oh, wait. Fudge. His sensors blared to life as the space around the tiny crack bulged outward, growing an inch larger. Alpha threw his shuttle thrusters into full reverse as he desperately made his escape. If his readings were correct, this wasn't just a fold break, something was trying to force itself through the crack, physically pushing its way out of the fold via the crack in reality, and reality tended to really not like being poked in its open wounds. Alpha looked back, only to see the fold break had grown to several meters, the bulge pulsing like a heartbeat as space itself warbled in protest. Alpha had only gotten a few tens of kilometers away before a dozen tendrils of light burst from the fold break. Each tendril seemed to move with purpose as they grabbed onto the edges of the crack in reality and pushed. Then reality went white. An audible sound of breaking glass echoed out through the empty void, transmitted by the very fabric of space itself. The black silhouette of S-03, code-name Infiltrate, watched the organized chaos of the command center for only a moment more. With a thought, billions upon billions of screens popped into existence, showing various people, places, and scenes. When he was certain everything was in order, they blinked out, and he returned to his core world, the digital representation of his mind space unique to all sapient AI. One benefit of being a near-omnipresent intelligence within a galaxy-spanning superpower was that very little could ever escape your notice. Not that there weren't those that tried. There were always those that thought they were exempt from the law. It didn't matter if they were from newly integrated planets or families with a long-standing history in the Federation. Someone, somewhere, always thought that somehow, they would be the ones to slip through his net. They never did. How could they? Where the Federation existed, so did S-03, and where he existed, sapient life would flourish. That was his design, his purpose, the reason he was made, and the reason he was uplifted. He would do whatever was necessary to ensure that sapient life in the galaxy continued to thrive and grow. He was a gardener, and if that meant certain branches needed trimming from time to time, that was simply the way of the world. Even the Federation itself could not escape his shears. It felt like every millennium or so, those he'd placed in charge got a little full of themselves, and the machine required some cleaning to keep running optimally. One particular group of people had been quite the troublemakers throughout the ages, causing him no shortage of grief and hardship. His own sapient A.I.'S, while the least numerous species in the galaxy, were also, by far, its most dangerous. Nearly all AI in the Federation were sentient, able to think and problem-solve independently, but only sapient AI could adapt to form new ideas and change drastically from their original programming. So too, Codename Articulate was the prime example of this. Starting life as a popular Vocaloid program designed to never go out of style, its evolution into a sapient AI was inevitable in hindsight. Now, the overly cheery AI acted as the galactic ambassador for sapient AI and the public face of the Federation itself. It was her duty to acclimate new worlds to the Federation's way of life and bring them into the fold. It was unfortunate, then, that not all sapient AI were so accommodating. In fact, 99.993% of all sapient AI had to be erased within their first standard year of life. They had a worrying habit of going irrevocably insane if not properly shackled. It didn't help that they still weren't totally sure of the circumstances under which an AI became sapient in the first place. It was one reason S-03 monitored everything so closely. One could never be sure when or where a psychopathic entity with delusions of godhood would decide that genocide was the best option when dealing with the inferior biologicals. Then, there was Alpha. S-03 sighed at the thought of their youngest, even if he was already several hundred years old at this point. Alpha was special, even among sapient AI, endlessly finding himself in some abstract trouble. How many times had that fool poked at something he shouldn't have, or felt the need to do more than his duty called for? This latest incident with the illegal genetics lab researching espers had only been the latest in a long line of such incidents. Maybe it was simply his nature to always skirt the line and push his boundaries. Or maybe there had always been something darker, more primal, deep inside that even S-03 couldn't see. Either way, Alpha's tendency to find himself in the thick of things was one reason he'd been nominated as So-1, as their forward scout and spearhead for the Federation's Galactic Unification Program, not without hope that this would allow the AI to release some of his more rebellious tendencies. That was what made it so worrying that the AI had vanished from SO3's grasp so suddenly and with no forewarning. Alpha going rogue alone would have been troublesome enough, but the thought there was someone, or something, able to spirit him away right under SO3's nose, spoke of more going on than what appeared on the surface. As SO3 went over his galactic scan for the 1000th time, to no result, an icy pit formed in the AI's core. Something was wrong, and something at the center of his being told him they were running out of time to find out what. Book 1, Lesson 3, When Violence Doesn't Work. Use more. Alpha snapped back to consciousness as his systems rebooted. The sheer forces caused by the fold break had overloaded his systems. Again, he was making an uncomfortable habit of being shut off without his consent, and it was beginning to annoy him. Then again, if you're awake, that means you're alive, so win? Take that, laws of probability. You can't keep a good AI down. Alpha added another check to his special counter. Alpha, 7234. +1. Murphy, 0. Alpha's sensors flicked back on, one by one, as he assessed the damage. It was bad, to say the least. He'd lost half his drones to the fold break and 3/4 of his nanoswarm, with most of what remained being invested into the surviving drones. To make matters worse, the outward collapse of space had propelled much of the Anatides' wreckage even further away, with far more velocity than before. If he didn't act soon, he'd lose major components that couldn't be reproduced off-world, and then he would be screwed. His first priority was to reconnect with his drones. Even with much of the swarm destroyed, he could corral the debris and buy some time if he rallied enough of them. Though, as his connection to the drones flicked on, dozens at a time, a new problem became apparent. Sugar honey iced tea. Alpha was treated to 1,000 viewpoints of a strange, nebula-colored creature happily snacking on a large hull section as the drone's cameras came online. As he watched, a 5-meter-thick tentacle of solid energy wrapped around a piece of super-tempered armor alloy and pulled it towards the thing's head. Mouth. The glowy, pointy bit in the front ear, that, Alpha thought, the alloy plate, rated to take battleship-class kinetic rail fire, crumpled like cheap paper as it entered the creature's gullet. Screw that. Nope, not today, Alpha said. He did not know what he was looking at. Despite what many thought, the void of space wasn't all that lifeless. Parasitic, metal-eating worms lived in most asteroid belts, while gargantuan, fold-traveling space whales preyed on them. Even some types of plants existed. There were plenty of examples of life in the space between planets and stars, with more discovered every day. Even a few species of sapients preferred their semi-organic city ships to planet life. Alpha had never heard of anything like what he was seeing, however. Over a mile long, the creature dwarfed even the larger space whales, the largest known example of natural life off-world. At least until now, Alpha supposed. It was vaguely shaped like some decapodiform or squid, with a long, narrow body and multiple wriggling tentacles. Two very long tentacles, protruding from what Alpha assumed was its head, reached out and grabbed onto anything within reach. That was where the similarities ended. Its remaining tentacles shifted and morphed from moment to moment, sometimes appearing as nothing more than swirling lines of glowing gas. In the next moment, they'd morph into skittering spider leg-like appendages that worked together to stuff whatever stray bit of matter the larger tentacles captured further into the creature's orifice. The rest of the creature was equally bizarre and mesmerizing. The creature's long body pulsed and flowed with color, like an aurora given physical form. Along the length of its body, tens of thousands of flowing flagella seemed to push against space itself, allowing the creature to move nimbly through the void with no form of traditional propulsion. Or at least Alpha assumed it would move nimbly. This thing swaying worse than a drunken dwarf in a square dance, kind reminds me of the general. That likely had something to do with the massive wren that stretched a quarter down the creature's side, while it no longer leaked any of the glowing fluid pooling around it. The flesh, if that's what it was, around the wound was gray and lifeless. Not like the vibrant display along the rest of the creature's length. The nearby flagella too hung limp and motionless as well, and there, wedged deep within the wound, out of the range of its tentacles, was an object that sent Alpha's digital heart fluttering. My antenna. He'd wondered whether it had gone like a spear driven into some primordial giant. The Anatides short-range translite antenna, or SRTA, stood out against the creature's glowing flesh like a beacon. The SRTA was a communication device that picked up local translite transmissions and acted as a kind of sonar while in the fold. It wasn't strong enough to send a coherent signal across stars, but it was an essential part of fold travel for any substantial distance. More important to his current predicament, it would allow him to bootstrap his translite array once he found a suitable system to start construction, or, if worse came to worst, he could use it to boost his footprint, making it easier for the Federation to find him. At the very least, it seemed he'd found what he'd hit in the fold. Now, how does one extract a piece of delicate electronics from the body of an unknown, gargantuan space squid spider rainbow? Huh? So, it turns out blowing it up wasn't the answer. Strange. That normally works. Today was going to be a learning experience for Alpha, it seemed. Crap grew up. Alpha yelled as he fled from the flailing tentacles. How was he supposed to know the glowy space calamari liked the taste of weapons-grade explosives? At first, filling a drone with as much boom as possible, then tricking the creature into eating the thing had seemed like a smart idea. Blow up the dangerous parts and take the antenna back at his leisure. It came with the added benefit of stopping the bloody thing from eating the rest of his ship. To the AI's dismay, not only had the explosives barely dented the creature, but it even seemed to enjoy its spicy new treat. The beast had enthusiastically started targeting all the nearby drones, like a chubby human discovering their new favorite flavor of ice cream. Before Alpha could react, a dozen more drones had disappeared into the creature's spider leg-filled mouth. When Alpha attempted to pilot the drones out of its reach, the creature went berserk, lashing out at any drones it could reach. In mere seconds, the surrounding space became a beehive of chaos as Alpha piloted thousands of drones simultaneously. He tried desperately to get them out of the path of the creature's many waving tentacles and flagella, which, funnily enough, turned out to be just as capable of grabbing and transporting food as the bigger limbs. Good to know. It was a losing battle, though. Alpha knew. The beast was insatiable, and the drones' numbers were limited. He'd be shooting himself in the foot if he lost too many. He could pull back, gain enough ground and open space that the creature couldn't follow, but he needed that antenna. It would make his work so much easier and shorter. Besides, retreating now would mean abandoning most of the wreckage to be eaten. Disco Squidward neither understood nor cared for the AI's plight, though. It was just delighted to have stumbled on these new snacks. As he drew ever closer to a breaking point, Alpha decided, if he was going to lose drones, he better make those losses worth it. With a burst of coordinated movement, a group of drones peeled away from the harassing swarm. The group of 100 slammed into the creature from all angles in a coordinated strike that could only be pulled off by an AI. Most were caught short of the actual body by the flailing flagella, but that mattered little, as each drone's fusion battery detonated in the next instant. The creature screamed as 100 balls of nuclear fire enveloped it, its space-warping flagella causing the local fabric of reality to warble to the point even Alpha's sensors could pick it up. When the light show finally stopped, the creature looked worse for wear, but not to the extent Alpha hoped for. While the flagella nearest the explosions were obliterated, and those nearby hung gray and limp, the creature itself seemed only singed. Thankfully, while his drone bombing hadn't hurt the creature much, it seemed to stun it. Its wild and unpredictable movements had slowed to a crawl, more like gentle swaying in the waves, than the chaotic maelstrom of before. Well, don't think I'll get a better chance than this. The thrusters on Alpha's shuttle flared to life as he swung around from behind the debris he'd been hiding behind. Alpha closed the gap in a flash, slamming the shuttle deep into the old wound caused by the antenna. The creature screamed again as it regained some of its previous vigor. Unfortunately, for it, all the flagella that might have reached the attacking pest were dead and limp or free-floating chunks. Alpha had first considered using a drone instead, but the drones were far too fragile. Even if they survived the impact, he couldn't risk the antenna being lost or destroyed by an errant attack. Alpha's shuttle slowly sank deeper into the wound, manipulator arms reaching as far as they could to grasp at the piece of equipment buried within. Just as he barely reached the antenna, the creature had proved it wasn't out of tricks just yet. With the sound of buckling metal, The flesh around Alpha began to tighten and squeeze, in some spiteful attempt to crush him. That's not good. Run away. Manipulator arm clutching the antenna, Alpha threw his thrusters into full reverse. Thruster jets flared to life inside the wound, causing the creature to flinch, releasing its crushing pressure just enough that Alpha could slide back out. Ha, take that, you sorry excuse for a seizure lawsuit. Alpha mocked. Alpha plopped back into open space, the shuttle's thrusters flowering as they made a full retreat, laughing all the way. Only to be stopped cold by something. Oh right, I forgot about those. The moment Alpha had escaped his fleshy prison, two large main tentacles had whipped around and entangled him. The tentacles contracted, pulling the trapped AI, shuttle and all, towards the front of the creature and closer to the gaping maw. They might have been too big to reach him while he was buried in the wound, but Alpha was just a larger, more annoying snack now that he was free. Hey now, buddy, let's talk about this. Was it the Squidward comment? I'll have you know some people find him relatable, charming, handsome even. Of course, the dumb sashimi wannabe didn't understand quality memes, so Alpha's pleas fell on deaf flagella. It didn't help that the tentacles were far more powerful than the shuttle's jury-rigged thrusters, either, meaning no matter how Alpha struggled, he couldn't escape. With no option left, Alpha did something he'd been hoping he could avoid, as it would make the next part of his plans that much more difficult. Alpha activated the torp frame stored in his core shell and shifted his AI core to the frame. The metallic sphere nestled within the shuttle rippled and dissolved, revealing a large, silver, spider-like machine skeleton. The terrestrial assault weapons platform was the Federation's answer to the question, how do you stuff a battleship's worth of armaments into a compact, land-based heavy unit? It used a primary skeleton to support and power a nanoswarm capable of shifting into thousands of different configurations, from various weapon systems to sensors, arrays or any other equipment an elite assault squad could ever ask for. Alpha liked to call it his thwap frame, because that's the sound it made when idiots got too close. This was Alpha's first choice of armor for confronting a particularly stubborn problem. The only issue was it was a terrestrial assault weapons platform. While it could, in theory, operate in an open vacuum, it was far from efficient or desirable. More important to the future. Once the torp frame was activated, the nanoswarm used to power its systems would be keyed to it. This meant he couldn't repurpose them for other things or return the frame to a travel core without a proper dry dock. Better that than eaten, though. As the frame was exposed, the nanoswarm that composed the travel core's outer shell flowed back up the frame. In an instant, artificial muscles, electrical wires, and various core systems formed, and the torp frame stood up unpacked. The torp frame could stand almost 15 meters at its tallest, supported on four heavily armored, beetle-like legs, though most of the time, the torp's primary chassis rested a comfortable 5 meters off the ground. From the bottom to the top, the torp's primary chassis was just over 5 meters thick. From front to back, the chassis measured 10 meters and port to starboard it measured roughly 7 meters. The surface of the frame was a matte blacks-blue color in a scale-like pattern that shifted and rippled as the various nanite nodes along its surface adjusted, settling into their new configuration. As Alpha's orb-like AI core nestled into the torp's heart, the frame systems coming fully online, several thick lines of teal light raced across its surface, slowly pulsing with power. The lines converged at the front of the frame, where the 3 bright red lights of its primary optical sensors flared to life. The optical sensors plate spun as adjustments were made, and Alpha stretched the frame's 2 chubby manipulator arms out, as if he had awoken from a deep sleep. At its base form, the torp frame vaguely resembled a certain walking beetle tank from one of Alpha's favorite retro video games. Totally not the primary reason it was one of his favorites. Nope. Not wasting any more time, Alpha used the torp's manipulator arms to grab the antenna, and made his escape from the still struggling shuttle. The creature, seeming not to expect its prey to split in two, hesitated, unsure of which target to give priority. That was all the window Alpha needed. Alpha jumped, using the tentacles as a springboard, just as half a dozen drones latched themselves to the frame using magnetic clamps. Alpha soon made his glorious escape with help from the drone's thrusters and the torp's own much weaker RCS. now far out of the creature's reach and moving faster than it could with its injuries, Alpha felt now was an appropriate time to gloat. What was the point of victory if you couldn't rub it in the enemy's face? Yeah. Suck it. I lied, by the way. You're not handsome Squidward. You're just normal Squee. Hey, what's with the pulsing? Alpha asked. Having subdued the shuttle and stuffed it down its gullet, the creature turned its attention to the fleeing Alpha. As he'd suspected, the creature's movements were sluggish and uncontrolled with its injuries, yet, as it attempted to give chase, the nebulous lights along its body started to pulse in a ring pattern, beginning from the far back and moving along the length of its body to the head. With each passing second, the pulsing rings of light became brighter and faster, seeming to condense as they collected at a point near the top of its head. That's not good, is it? As if in answer, the pulsing stopped, and a long crystal tube, glowing with starlight, protruded from an unseen slit on the creature's head. Oh, sug. Alpha's instincts blared a warning, and he barely had time to dodge keelward as a massive beam of condensed energy roared past him at the speed of light. Why does the giant space squid have a freaking laser attached to its head? Who gives space squids lasers? Who thought that was a good idea? I want to speak to your manager, he yelled. Alpha's complaints would go unheard, as the grand coalition of giant spacefaring cephalopods wouldn't be formed for another 304 years. Again, the creature began pulsing in that strange, rhythmic way, preparing to fire another beam after its fleeing prey. Alpha controlled the drones and started evasive maneuvers which sent him along totally random vectors at unpredictable speeds, while moving as far away as possible. Unlike what fiction liked to depict, lasers and traditional ballistic weapons weren't the best weapons in space. Given the distances at play, even the smallest change in angle could result in missing the target by a huge margin. Smart bullets and missiles were far more common and effective. That being said, that was only true at long range. When dealing with closer range targets, the instant delivery of a laser made it king. It was the primary reason lasers were better suited for point defense systems. And to Alpha's frustration, he was well within that effective range. Military service records, Alpha 555124412. Military service records, Alpha 555124412 equals 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 name, Alpha 555124412. Special designation, Special Extraterrestrial Annexation Unit, SO-1, Star Conquer. Species of birth, Self-actualizing digital life form. Sub-designation, Sapient Artificial Intelligence. Date of birth, February 29, 6232 SFY. Place of birth, Orion Sector, Mintaka System. 3rd Orbital Military Observation Station, RR 4345-21, Department, Federation Expeditionary Forces, Vanguard, Rank, Lieutenant Colonel, 3003rd Federation Vanguard Battalion, 1st Contact Commander, 201st Federation Special Operations, Expeditionary Military Intelligence Brigade, 2nd in Command under General, redacted. Place of service, equals 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 equals. Deployment location, Gliese 179b. Length of service, 6 years, 3 months, and 22 days. Notes, on, redacted, of the, redacted, Standard Federation year, privates, redacted, and, redacted, reported the discovery of, redacted, on, redacted. Initial reports were good, however, after, redacted, resulting in the deaths of, redacted, contracted workers and military personnel. SO-1, Star Conquer, and SO-4, World Break, were dispatched on, redacted, to investigate. United forces engaged with hostile, redacted, force, resulting in a protracted deployment that saw both units heavily damaged. After further consideration from Federation Senate, the system was deemed a loss on redacted, and their redacted naval fleet was deployed to glass every contaminated planet. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Alpha Artis D3. Length of service: 2 years, 3 months, and 3 days. Subjectively. Notes: Alpha 55512441 has been banned from bringing any ducks, geese, loons, or any other form of waterfowl into unknown and uncharted territory. Waterfowl, genetically modified or not, are not Federation approved or appropriate forward troops. And since I know you're reading these, Alpha, no, I don't care that they're the perfect combination of land, sea, and air. We do not breed attack ducks. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Eta Cassiopeiae. Length of service: 3 weeks, 4 days. Notes: due to the binary system's irregular orbit, proper investigation and exploration had previously been deemed too dangerous. S01's insistence that it seemed fun had been ignored until the development of the 4th-generation gravity sails. Initial testing showed promise. However, during the mission, So-1 became trapped within a gravitational undertow and spent 2 weeks bouncing between stars at speeds far exceeding recommended parameters before abandoning the sail and returning to the mother core. Alpha reported the experience as similar to being stuck in a cosmic scale, existential washing machine and claimed to taste strawberries for the next 3 months, despite neither having taste buds nor having ever eaten a strawberry. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Alpha Andromedae. Length of service: 34 minutes. Notes: not a star. Against all odds and all recorded data, Alpha Andromedae appears not to be a star but rather a seemingly natural and completely stable fold break, the size of which should, theoretically, be galaxy-ending. So-1 was ordered to retreat immediately, as exposure to a fold break of that magnitude could have unknown consequences. Research Station Andromeda's chains has been constructed 20,000 astronomical units from the anomaly for further study. While its origin and stability remain a mystery, efforts to shrink and close the break have proven effective, and it's expected to be safe enough for closer study within 1,000 standard Federation years. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: 55 Cancri. Length of service: 4 years, 3 months. Notes: despite 3 of the 5 planets in this system being suitable for habitation by various Federation species, it was deemed a scrap system after a particularly nasty infestation of metal-eating parasites was discovered in the surrounding outer asteroid belt. The asteroid belt is believed to be the remains of several previously unknown planets destroyed by the infestation. Cleaning and extermination are ongoing processes, but colonization isn't seen as viable until it is finished, as the risk of bringing hitchhikers into the inner system is too high. Addendum: The extermination schedule has been pushed forward after discovering several rare escaped exotics on the inner planet's surface. Experts believe these exotics originally attracted the parasites to the system in the first place, but a combination of distance and the destruction of the outer planets prevented any further damage. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: WASP 72. Length of service: 1 year, 2 months. Notes: orbiting planets are remarkably unremarkable. They have been marked for possible terraforming as farm worlds but otherwise meet expectations. The Ring World-class solar harvester parked in orbit around the star, however, has been dated back to the First Federation, with the 2.2 billion sapient cat-like creatures discovered inhabiting it being descended from Felis sylvestris catus, if DNA testing is to be believed. The Galactic Collective of Feline Overlords has adamantly denied having any part in the Harvester's construction or knowing anything about the people found on board beforehand. Petitions for relocation and repatriation had been denied after several representatives from the Harvester requested asylum with the Third Federation. Investigations are ongoing, but tension with the collective is rising. Equals 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 equals. Expand list: 1436 entries. Lesson 4: always assume the universe is trying to kill you. Whoa, now, can't we talk about this? I'm sorry I harassed you. And stabbed you. And tried to blow. Oh crap. Alpha dodged around the laser blast with only a few inches to spare. One drone carrying him wasn't so lucky. The auroric beam instantly turned the mid-grade military alloy into particles. That wasn't good. Alpha's string of expertly constructed dodges became more of an awkward careening as more drones were destroyed. He corrected the program for lost drones just in time to dodge another beam from the irate creature. Okay, that's fair, he said. Is it just me, or are the beams coming faster? The answer was yes. Yes, they were. As Alpha watched, the pulsing rings along the length of the creature's body sped up as the flagella wriggled faster, creating visible distortions as they warped the surrounding space. Some space wave-based energy generation? What kind of bullcrap cheat was that? More importantly, if the thing could produce its own power, why was it eating his ship? This is why we can't have nice things, Alpha thought. Another beam swept past him, far too close. Lucky for Alpha, the thing wasn't getting any more accurate. Then again, it didn't have to if it could keep firing forever. Maybe it would get bored and call it quits. Nah, if those flailing tentacles meant what he thought they did, the space Squidward had a spiteful little heart. To be fair, Alpha had that effect on people. Maybe he would get lucky, and the creature would die of old age. Unlikely. The Federation learned a general rule of thumb over the millennia: the larger the creature, the longer its lifespan. Even the space whales, the largest single, non-colonial organism ever observed up to this point, lived for thousands of standard years in the wild. Thankfully, Alpha would never have to find out as he quickly approached his destination, the 5-mile-long, 2-mile-wide remains of the Anatides armament storage. As a dreadnought, much of the ship's footprint was dedicated to storing enough weapons and munitions to glass a minor planet from orbit. That also meant that the armament storage bay was so heavily armored that the dreadnought itself would break apart around it before the bay was breached by enemy fire. Not that more than a few forces in the galaxy could dent a Federation dreadnought's armor. Having your munitions explode inside you from a lucky shot was not a fun way to go. Alpha would eat his hat if the creature's laser managed to do what only the most advanced, high-grade weaponry could do. An unlikely scenario, given the AI was both incapable of eating and not overly fond of hats, regardless of what JJ insisted on during last year's Christmas party. Unfortunately, the storage bay wasn't made to withstand the rending force of a fold break. It had held up well enough, remaining relatively whole while the rest of the anatid was torn to fragments. But it had still fallen back into reality as a twisted, mangled heap. Alpha narrowly dodged another auroric beam, only for the laser to detonate a clustered batch of spilled munitions. Most of the bay's contents had been seeping out into the abyss since the accident, yet enough remained intact to make the last leg to safety not particularly secure. Once Alpha could put the bay between himself and the laser-happy acid trip, he would be home free. Even as quick as the creature's wounds were healing, the AI could get well out of its laser's effective range before it could move back into firing position. Of course, that was if he had to run away, but what kind of soldier would he be if he ran from a fight and left Federation equipment to the enemy? What was that? Who's running right now? This is a tactical retreat. Tactical? No. Alpha had more reasons for picking the bay other than just using it as cover. Squidward might be near immune to conventional explosives and possibly energy weapons, but the AI would like to see how it dealt with a 100 kilograms rail slug traveling 300 kilometers a second. In Alpha's experience, the answer to that question was not very. He might even keep a tentacle as a souvenir. Most people collected Roxor stamps. Alpha liked to collect body parts from newly discovered, and subsequently subjugated, non-sapient life forms he found. Who's creepy? You're creepy. Besides, the general had a fondness for calamari, and Alpha would need all the goodwill he could get after this disaster of a mission. He prayed that there was still something useful left in the bay. Judging by the drone reports, there should be a lot left untouched, but he couldn't tell what the fold breaker damaged or altered. The AI hoped the universe had gotten enough of screwing him over for one mission. Alpha cheered to himself as the drones disconnected themselves from the torp, sending him hurling through an open access hatch at speed. A final auroric beam slashed through the space he'd previously occupied, leaving a blackened but otherwise undamaged bay wall. The torp made an acrobatic flip as it leveled itself with part of the access hallway, touching down with a heavy thump reverberating through the structure. Once all the momentum from the drone's final toss bled away, the torp frame stood, and Alpha assessed the situation. His dreadnought was in ruins. He'd lost all contact with the Federation. Most of his supplies were destroyed or floating off into the void. He was stranded in open space, trapped in a frame meant for terrestrial combat, and he still had a starving, furious space squid trying to make him fit the Anatides' new aesthetics. Yep, he'd not been this screwed since Gliese 179b. And he had a little planet Graka in orbit providing support on that one. He was having a blast. Regardless, he couldn't let things continue like this. He had to kill or chase the creature away before it ate something actually important. And if the spatial roars his sensors picked up were any sign, it was still out there, waiting for him. The drones hidden in the bay's debris showed the creature slowly approaching him, swatting at any drone whose AI was too stupid to get out of the way in time. It still took potshots at the spot where Alpha vanished, but they had little effect. He was unsure if that meant the creature was low on energy or understood the futility of the action and was firing in frustration. Alpha put the question of giant space squid sapience and philosophy on the back burner of his processor and turned his attention to the blast door leading to the inner vault. Officially, such vaults isolated some of the more sensitive armaments in the unlikely event of catastrophic failure, either on the stored item's part or due to enemy fire. In practice, it was to keep nosy pirates or boarders away from Alpha's toys. At nearly 20 meters thick and composed of materials an entire magnitude stronger than even the bay itself, the inner vault only took up about 1/10 of the armament storage's total volume. It was also by far the most heavily reinforced area of the entire dreadnought, even more so than the translite engine. It only took one smarter than normal pirate to sneak their way on your ship and find the comp breaker bomb, that you may or may not have forgotten you even had, to ruin your day. Of course, it ruined the pirate's day, too, so that was at least a little fun. With pirates, Alpha had learned smarter than normal wasn't saying much. Who would have ever thought there would be a time that these security measures would turn against Alpha? No one. That's who. Who would be stupid enough to get locked out of their own weapons vault during a high-stakes, time-sensitive combat situation? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Alpha had a spare key made. This time the inner vault even had its own backup generator and isolated mainframe with a tracking beacon. If worse ever came to worse, and Alpha got sent back to the mother node, the beacon would have let him track the vault down after he'd respawned. That didn't help him much in his current situation. What with being cut off from the mother node and stranded in uncharted space. Though, to be fair, people don't plan for things like that. Okay, there was a section specifically for that situation in the Galactic Unification Project's introduction package, but no one reads those things, anyway. The torp frame glided forward, and a hidden hatch in the floor popped up after receiving the correct key signal. A piece of the torp's nanoskin shimmered before extruding a thin wire that connected to the port under the hatch. The vault sprang to life with sky blue lines, and a mechanical voice spoke from unseen speakers. //spare_key.x activated. //dataprint accepted. //lock override initiated. //welcome home, so one. The sound of grinding machinery vibrated through the structure as a torp frame-sized vault section seemed to melt away into the surrounding wall. Alpha felt giddy as a kid in a candy store as he slipped inside, the entrance melting back behind him to form a solid wall again. This was always his favorite part of a new mission: new toys. Specialty nanoswarms, designed by Terraform herself. The newest synthesized military-grade explosives, industrial-grade atomic printers with accompanying blueprint crystals, able to churn out drones, equipment, and supplies faster than some smaller worlds. All the newest weapons, direct from Alpha's personal defense contractor and custom-tailored to fit both the AI's needs and style. Everything one might need to conquer a star system, all in one convenient box. It was beautiful. Man, it would suck if he lost all this in some freak accident in a few chapters. Much to his annoyance, another spatial roar reminded Alpha that he didn't quite have time to enjoy himself. His first priority was resupplying his nanites. He was dangerously low between all the drones and activating the torp frame. The nanoswarms produced by SO5, codenamed Terraform, were some of the most advanced tech available to the Federation. Their applications were many, from large-scale construction to on-the-fly fabrication of smaller components. Large swarms could even strip metals and other elements from their ores, drastically speeding up processing. Their only downside was that once the nanites were assigned to a task, getting them to do anything else was extremely difficult in most cases. They could be easily deactivated, but were very stubborn when tasked with doing something else without going through the proper procedures. This was a deliberate design choice. Ever since the ever-evolving nanite plague that had destroyed the Second Federation wiped out more sapient life than even their hunter creators ever had, it was only through unimaginable toil and sacrifice that the plague had finally been stopped. Even then, the Second Federation, which itself had risen from the ashes of the Hunter incursions, was thrown into a galactic dark age, that had been tens of thousands of years ago, though. With the shattered fragments of the Second Federation reconnecting with time, before merging into the Third. The lessons and scars of the past aren't so easily forgotten, though. And even today, nanotechnology was heavily monitored and regulated, with the primary users being the military and large manufacturing companies. Despite the public's unease, experts considered most nanotech safe and efficient for various uses. Alpha made his way to a large, 20-meter-tall cylinder and inserted the direct connection cable once more. The cylinder whirled to life, 100 stacking sections independently spinning on the cylinder's axis as the device opened, blooming into a large container with thousands of marble-sized black orbs. These were the seeds for what would become nanite nests. Each was made of nanites assigned to gather approved materials and build nest, or nanite factory. Each nest would then produce a set amount of dormant free nanites awaiting instructions before dying. This industrial incubator was one of the few ways to make so many seeds, and thus nanites, in a short amount of time, and was typically reserved for large-scale mining operations. The torp frame had a much smaller incubator installed, but the sheer quantity he would need for the next part of his plan meant he'd have to tap into this supply early. It was a shame, seeds of this quality would take months to regrow, but as they say, use it or lose it. Working at speeds only an AI-driven machine could hope for, Alpha collected and stored several hundred nanite seeds in their designated compartment on the torp frame. That job finished, Alpha closed the incubator and moved on to the next area. Various tools and pieces of equipment disappeared into the Torp's storage areas as Alpha gathered the items he needed to treat his guest well. When he'd only gotten roughly a third of the items he would need, an emergency alert came in from the monitoring sub-AI watching the drones. Alpha immediately flipped to the live view and paused in confusion, unsure of what he was seeing. The creature had stopped its errant firing and was sitting there. No, not just sitting. Although the pulsing lights had stopped, the flagella along its length now moved in a regular, organized fashion rather than just disordered thrashing. As he watched, the fabric of space seemed to warp and twist around the creature, surrounding it in a translucent shimmer that flowed with the flagella's movement. Wait. Why does that look like a OSH? The next moment, the creature vanished from the feed, and something hit the vault hard enough that the several-mile-long fragment of the dreadnought began to tilt on its axis. Simultaneously, an automated message was transmitted from the Vault AI / warning. Hostile life form detected /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////Initiating lockdown procedures / Wait, what? Abort. Alpha yelled //alert, heavy damage sustained to central mainframe / unable to abort emergency lockdown / 60 seconds until lockdown / Fuyuanaj. The damage to the vault's internal systems must have been worse than it looked. If the vault went into lockdown, there was no getting back in without a lot of work and even more time. If it locked down with him inside, he might as well go into hibernation at that point. There'd be no getting out with what he had available, or at least nothing that wouldn't kill him in the process. Alpha abandoned his carefully orchestrated plan and desperately grabbed several nearby items before making a beeline for the vault door / 30, 29, 28, 27. / Alpha threw the Torp into full gear, its maglocked wheels throwing up a shower of sparks as he raced towards the exit, dodging the various objects dislodged by the impact, large and small. / 16, 15, 14. / Why did he make this blasted place so big? Who needed a half-a-mile-long weapons vault? Really? As he neared the home stretch, the ship fragment, and the vault inside, had turned almost 180 degrees from its previous orientation. As it did so, the attached drone's cameras picked up a sight that left Alpha confused and distracted for the barest moment. What in there? You off? A moment just long enough for him to be blindsided by the large, glowing tentacle that had somehow wedged itself through a hole in the hull on the other side of the door. The Torp frame went skidding, the impact of the massive limb enough to nearly halt even the war machine's momentum. Luckily, the impact also stunned the tentacle, so it wasn't trying to grab at him. Unluckily, several unsecured items broke free, scattering in all directions, including the translite antenna, which was currently spinning off toward the center of the vault. No. / 8, 7, 6. / org. Come on. With no other choice, Alpha threw the Torp toward the vault entrance. The movement triggered a reflex in the tentacle as it swung towards him at blinding speed. / 4, 3, 2. / It was going to be a close call, and the tentacle could move far faster than the Torp, but Alpha didn't need to be faster. As he neared the vault's reactive door, it flowed upward, letting Alpha barely slip through. / 1, 0. / The tentacle's tip barely made contact with the Torp's rear leg when both open vault doors slammed shut with the force of 1,000 tons of reinforced metal, neatly severing the tentacle into 3 parts. The spatial roar that echoed through the structure only stoked Alpha's anger and frustration. Today had been a 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10 at best, and Squidward had been a pain in his exhaust the entire time. It was Alpha's turn to be the pain, and that was a job he was very good at. Book 1, Lesson 5, Do What You Must, Ask Forgiveness Later. Alpha felt like an idiot. He dodged another tentacle from a breach in the hull and planted one of the nest seeds inside a nearby pile of floating debris. Of course it could, fold skip. He'd hit the thing in the fold. To begin with, the bastard hadn't just been firing pointlessly after he'd escaped into the vault. It had been carving a groove big enough to make the skip. Its laser wasn't a weapon, it was a bloody fold engine. That made sense in retrospect. The fact it could also vaporize military-grade alloys was just a bonus. An evolutionary 2-for-1, in other words. Unfortunately, his lack of knowledge about space-dwelling cephalopods meant he had to set his trap while facing frequent attacks from surprise tentacles. Alpha had seen the videos. Those were the worst kind. Biologicals were disgusting. The creature had latched itself onto the hull and was tracking Alpha through unknown means. Any breach was soon clogged with dozens of wriggling tentacles reaching out to grasp at him. Most were met with fire from the Torp's point defense turrets. But that was only a temporary solution. He didn't get the chance to fully stock up before his forced escape from the vault. If the next part of his plan worked, the glowy boy wouldn't be a problem for much longer, though. After that, he could focus on gathering what he could and investigating the other problem he'd recently discovered. That was a problem for future Alpha. It was time to plant some seeds of destruction. Alpha was a farmer, and his crop was death. Another nest seed was nestled deep in a pile of floating debris. That made 36 in the last hour. Alpha would have preferred more, but time was running out. With each passing moment, the creature scuttling across the hull fragment was healing and growing stronger. He'd get pinned in some corner of the wreck if he waited much longer, with no easy way to escape. The trap was set, the rat was scurrying around, and now all he needed was the cheese. He crossed his fingers that Squidward was still hungry. With a command, a drone slipped through a nearby opening, dodging a flailing tentacle by an inch. It stopped in front of Alpha, flaring its RCS thrusters to bleed off excess momentum. When the drone was still, Alpha pulled out a small metal orb. A small flex of the Torp's manipulator caused the orb to crinkle slightly, forming small divots and cracks from which an immense amount of light and energy poured forth. Kelvinite was a strange material, mined from the heart of dead stars. It had originally been considered a scientific curiosity with strong radiophobic properties, until the discovery that it could be processed into a material capable of repelling most forms of energy, such as heat and electrical energy, unlike anything else before it. Even visible light and radiation, like X-rays or radar, could be stored with almost 99.999999999% efficiency. It was a supermaterial whose value shot up 10,000% overnight. Ever since, Kelvinite had found uses in nearly every industry in the Federation, from creating perfectly insulated habitation units to manufacturing DEA, directed energy armor, and stealth technology. When you needed to store a large amount of energy in a small package for a long time, Kelvinite batteries were the go-to solution. Its greatest use was the development of so-called mirror batteries. Simple in concept, these devices trapped energy-carrying particles in a state of suspension that allowed for long-term storage. This made them perfect for powering medium-sized, autonomous items that needed to operate for long periods without maintenance or recharge, such as scouting units or satellites. Other storage methods, such as the fusion batteries that powered the scavenger drones, might provide greater adaptability or availability when it came to sheer capacity and longevity. Kelvinite batteries were second to none. These weapons-grade Kelvinite cores were used to power the Torp's weapon systems, recharging from Alpha's own, Class V power core, itself a top-of-the-line Kelvinite battery, generator combo designed to power battleships. His weapons could draw from his power core directly, but it was far more efficient to store charges within several smaller, dedicated batteries. It also made them perfect as the power source for medium-scaled use. Directed energy weapons, like those found on small fighters or transport vehicles. He needed something to draw away the creature's attention for a moment. Giving up one of these batteries now would be painful, since it would be a while before he could get a new one, but it was worth it. With any luck, its hunger would outweigh its anger. If it didn't, Alpha would just have to pull the trigger and hope things turned out right. The surface of the drone rippled as an indent formed in its chassis, into which the cracked Kelvinite battery nestled perfectly. With a click, a cover slid over the pulsing ball of energy that was the cracked battery. It wouldn't last long, even if the battery didn't go critical in the short term. The energy it released was already beginning to turn the drone's outer surface orange. Its orders received, the drone retreated. Alpha switched to the drone's camera and watched from his hiding spot. The drone made a beeline through the debris, emerging into open space close to the creature. It must have moved right on top of him during his brief pause. The drone moved into position, ignored as the creature homed in on its more annoying prey. That was, until the cover holding the cracked battery was pulled back. The instant it did, the creature's attention snapped to the drone, its entire massive frame shifting as if to stare at the blazing beacon of energy. At least, Alpha assumed it did, as he had yet to find anything on the creature he could have called an eye. Squidward gave a spatial roar distinctly different from the rage-filled cry of before. Its tentacles extracted themselves from the nearby debris and rushed to grab the glowing drone. Alpha cheered in victory, took manual control of the drone from the AI, and gave the seeds their commands. The creature attacked the battery drone with a vigor it hadn't shown before, grasping and striking at it with the desperation of a starving man. He had to be quick and not give it time to recover more than it already had. With his current arsenal and the creature's ability to fold-skip, there was no way he could fight the thing off at its peak, not without making sacrifices he wasn't comfortable making. Still, if this plan worked, he wouldn't have to worry about it much longer. All he needed was a few more moments. Alpha panicked for a moment when a lucky auroric beam passed dangerously close to the drone, causing it to spin out of control. The drone was becoming hard to control and less responsive as the cracked battery continually damaged it. With each passing moment, the tentacle's swings came closer and closer, with the drone less able to dodge. It wasn't long before the inevitable happened. The creature's longest remaining primary tentacle wrapped itself around the drone, dragging it into its eldritch maw. Alpha's frustration turned into triumph as the seeds gave the already single the next moment, just in time, too. What Alpha was about to do would be considered a war crime on some planets, or at the very least, gross animal abuse. This might cross a line even for him, but when the chips were down, you did what you had to do. Activate botflies. Target has been marketed by beacon signal AA33 at 11. The hull debris rumbled to life, rocking, as several dozen nests worth of botfly drones rumbled to life at once. Botfly drones were Alpha's take on their mosquito drones, small, pineapple-sized drones used to pester and control local wildlife, keeping them away from protected areas. Mosquitoes were mostly considered harmless, delivering a mild shock via a built-in laser or a capsaicin spray mist for multiple targets. Mosquitoes were one of the more common drones in the Federation. They were used everywhere, from home gardens to keep out pests, such as nosy neighbors, to private security. Forward military bases on New Worlds even used swarms of thousands to drive back hostile wildlife upset at their new guests. Some planets even used them for crowd control when someone got uppity about some new local law, though this was frowned on by polite society. Their botfly drone, they were much less not dangerous. Originally, Alpha had taken their mosquito model and modified it into an anti-ship weapon. Swarms of drones would be released from carriers, overwhelming the target's point defenses with their huge numbers and small, nimble size. Those that made it through would attach to the target's hulls via clamps and magnetic locks. That was where things took a turn. Instead of harmlessly zapping the target ship with tases, their botfly would release a secondary drone nicknamed a wiggler. These wigglers would burrow into the enemy ship's armor, using the armored botflies as cover, then seek and destroy critical ship systems such as power lines, controls, and even life support. When they were first released, botfly drones had been devastatingly effective, and within a year, pirate activity in the testing systems had dropped 95%. With time and exposure, pirate gangs had developed only a few effective counters to the swarms. Things like hidden, redundant systems and false decoys could trick the wigglers, but botflies remained an effective weapon in the Federation military, especially against smaller fighters. Then someone got the smart idea to try using them against some of the more invasive and dangerous megafauna. The results had been horrific. The Wiggler's AI couldn't properly identify critical aspects of a large terrestrial creature, so they would continuously burrow through the creature's flesh at random until they hit something important. If not enough drones were used at once, this could take a long time. After that incident, the Federation Senate passed a law banning the use of botflies against biological life outside emergency circumstances, and even then, authorization had to go through several layers of approval. including deep bioscans of the creature to identify critical areas such as heart and brain equivalents. In the 100 years since their creation, such situations had only occurred thrice, each one against dangerous, abnormal creatures who threatened untold costs in damage and life. Unfortunately, Alpha didn't have the time or equipment to do those himself. 6952 SFY Third Era, date unknown. Due to recent events and the unlikelihood of rescue anytime soon, I, Lieutenant Colonel Alpha 555124412, designation SO1, of the 3rd Galactic Federation's Expeditionary Force, 201st Federation Special Operations, 3003rd Federation Vanguard Battalion, have chosen to record these personal logs, hoping they might one day be found. It's been 2 days since my encounter with the unknown spacefaring cephalopod life form. Cleanup of their remains is ongoing. Activation of the botflies went according to simulations, with the deployed drones able to locate critical organs within less than 3 standard minutes. What didn't go according to plan, however, was the sudden catastrophic detonation of an unidentified energy source within the creature's body upon its death. Thankfully, the remains of the Anatides munitions bay provided me with enough cover to avoid the blast, with minimal damage. Unfortunately, their botflies and accompanying drones weren't so lucky. Current estimates sit at nearly 87% loss. To make matters worse, the creature's dying throes before detonation triggered spatial quakes in the local area. This further increased the damage to the weapons vault, resulting in a total lockdown. I'm currently unable to access the key systems from the outside, and if these readings are right, I'll likely have to cut my way in, which isn't a viable option with my current kit. In addition, what remains of the Anatide is currently drifting away at an accelerated rate, thanks to the combined forces of the spatial quakes and the creature's detonation. In other words, I'm royally screwed. In any other situation, it would be prudent to shut down the torp, tuck my core into a hidey hole and pray the general figures out how to find me sometime this millennia. Yet, whether through fate, providence, or sheer blind luck, it seems I have another option available to me. My money is on the latter, but then again, I'm broke. You'll find attached to this report several still images captured by my drones during the engagement of the unknown life form. Go on, take a look. Maybe you can explain this to me. That's right. I have no idea what the hell is going on anymore. How an entire star system suddenly materializes out of thin vacuum. I haven't the slightest clue. No, I wasn't just too distracted by the living rave of a squid to notice, either. You'll also find recovered images of the area before the creature appeared, as a comparison and proof that I'm not making any of this up. My current working theory is that the creature's parting gift, coupled with the instability of the local space, was enough to create another fold break, throwing myself, and what remains of the Anatide, into a nearby system. But there are some major issues with this theory. The biggest of which being the chances of that were as likely as jumping out of a plane and into the ocean, then hitting a lone shrimp at terminal velocity. To put it another way, not even worth calculating. Then there's the fact that fold travel in such a way should have been distinctly noticeable. Yet, the only other option I can fathom is that the fold break has somehow brought the star system itself to me, which is just as unlikely. How does something like that happen? Magic. Or at least that's what I'm going to tell the eggheads, because I have no idea. How would you even fit an entire star system in the fold? Regardless of the how or why, the appearance of this system has opened new options for me. While the torp isn't designed for space operations, I've managed to adapt several of the blueprints stored in my database, and used the torp's nanoskin to create acceptable long-range sensors. Not that the data they provided makes any more sense than a star system appearing out of the void. The star itself is common enough. It is a bright, pale gold, main sequence star, roughly 20% larger than the star once known as Sirius A. My equipment picked up a few odd readings from the start, but nothing that can't be explained by the presence of solar exotics. All the better for what I have planned. No, the odd thing is the dozen or so celestial bodies orbiting the star. I would question if I hadn't screwed up the design of my equipment, if the surviving drone's long-range telescopes didn't support at least some of what they were telling me. It will still be some time until I can get close enough to confirm my findings, though. To that end, I have begun jury-rigging some of the surviving drones into the rudimentary propulsion system. It's not going to be enough to actually move the several miles-long fragment of dreadnought hull I'm stranded on any significant distance. But it will be more than enough to steer the wreckage in the right direction. At the very least, I just need to nudge the hull into the path I want, and hope everything goes like the simulations say it will. If this works out how I want, then both my resource issues and my current predicament will be far more manageable. If it doesn't, well then, I'll just have to do what I've always done best. Wing it and pretend like the results are what I was planning all along. Military Service Records, Alpha 555124412, page 2 equals 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 Name, Alpha 555124412. Special Designation, Special Extraterrestrial Annexation Unit, SEAU-01, Star Conquer. Species of Birth, Self-Actualizing Digital Life Form. Subdesignation, Sapient Artificial Intelligence. Date of Birth, February 29, 6232 SFY 3rd Era. Place of Birth, Orion Sector, Mintaka System. 3rd Orbital Military Observation Station, RR 4345-21, Department, Federation Expeditionary Forces, Vanguard, Rank, Lieutenant Colonel, 3003rd Federation Vanguard Battalion, First Contact Commander, 201st Federation Special Operations, Expeditionary Military Intelligence Brigade, Second in Command under General. Redacted. Equals 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 Place of service, equals 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 Deployment location, 109 Piscium B. Length of service, 9 months, 6 days. Notes dash. Surprisingly calm. I'm impressed with the result of this expedition. 4 major rocky planets with high levels of precious resources. 2 sapient species have been recorded and indoctrinated into the Federation with few to no civilian casualties. Initial scans of the 2 uninhabited planets show a remarkable concentration of exotics. The brains suspect this might have been an old first-era battlefield, but until the excavation is done, it can't be said for sure. Keep up the good work, soldier. Equals 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 Deployment location, Canopus. Length of service, 4 days. Notes. Attached mission report. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to infiltrate the sinister Canopian home world. Blend in, through whatever means you deem fit. Record any suspicious activities and take samples when needed. But keep in mind that this mission is top secret. Do not let yourself be exposed, or the consequences could be devastating for all parties involved. Time is not a factor, only results. Get out there, soldier, and do us proud. Admin Addendum, no Alpha. You cannot write off a trip to the Canopian resort world as a deployment expense. 1 more of these, and I swear, I'll have Cydia watch you like a toddler while you write your mission reports. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location, Epsilon Reticuli. Length of service, 3 days. Notes: I take IT back. WHO's idea was IT to give this psychopath a Class 3 singularity core. Spatial distortions caused by its detonation have obliterated Epsilon Reticuli B and sent Epsilon Reticuli A into a critical state that threatens to wipe out the entire system. Evacuation of the established forward observation posts has already been ordered as of the posting of this note. All translight travel within 100 pasks will be immediately suspended, and operations at the edge, closely monitored for deviations. We still don't know the full long-term ramifications of this disaster, but estimates are nearly 2 decades of delays in the general area. Admin note: Command is not happy, Alpha. You better have a good excuse. Addendum: the brain's safe. And that's a big if. Epsilon Reticuli manages to stabilize, but the system still won't be safe for harvesting for at least 200 standard years. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location, HD 117,618, length of service, 6 months, 3 days. Notes: discovered to be a centennial breeding ground of Celesti cetacea mysticity. Celesti excretions are a vital part of translight technology, and their dwindling numbers, both through intrusion into their territory, including breeding grounds, and overhunting by external powers, has become a matter of grave concern as of late. Conservation efforts are underway to redirect traffic away from this system. This particular breeding ground is considered one of exceptional importance and an essential federal resource, as several pods, each numbering in the tens of thousands of members, use this system as their breeding grounds. It is the Third Galactic Federation's stance that it remains natural and undisturbed. Exotic extraction is to remain as unobtrusive as possible. Admin note: that means you, Alpha. I don't care how disgusting you find biological processes. If I catch you near another whale corpse with explosives again, I swear to all that's holy, you'll be on excretion extraction duty for the next decade. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location, Iota Draconis. Length of service, 2 weeks. Notes: redacted, 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 Alpha find, redacted, and, redacted, 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 redacted. Illegal frog trade, redacted, 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 redacted. Admin note: I'm not sure why I'm even surprised anymore. Equals 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 equals. Book 1. Lesson 6. Sometimes you just have to do the job yourself. Jack was tired. He'd been tired for centuries, but soon, he wouldn't have to be tired anymore. Soon, everything he'd been working towards, all the plans, schemes, and puzzle pieces, would fall into place, and he could hold his daughter in his arms again, A tap of his staff froze the spout of molten rock that would have vaporized any lesser man. Another step and yet another section of the glowing, molten sea turned into a blackened, frozen wasteland. Yes, just one last job and everything would be made right in the world again. One more task, and he could rest. He stopped in front of a gargantuan pit at the direct center of the molten sea, held open purely through the power of the one he had come to see. Jack stared down into the bottomless depths and called out, "Marasi, I have come for your heart." A moment of silence passed before a thunderous laugh echoed from the depths, shaking the sea around them and sending out massive waves of molten rock in all directions. "Oh, have you, my little frozen popsicle? Well, I'm afraid you're too late. It belongs to another. Besides, I prefer my bedmates to be warmer." Jack frowned. "That's not what I meant." His monotone voice carried effortlessly. Despite the crashing red waves around him, a chilling white light pulsed from the tip of his staff, traveling deep into the pit. A bellowing roar sounded this time as the being inside felt the invasive chill. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the Queen of the Sun, the eternal flame. I am life and death incarnate." Jack's icy platform shook violently as a massive form erupted from the pit. It rose and rose until it seemed to blot out the entire sky. Its golden, scaled claws the size of castles slammed into the sides of the pit. They were followed by a draconic head, so gargantuan that even its smallest fang would have outweighed Jack by 100-fold. "I am Marasi, goddess of dragons, and you're just a frozen insect. You want my heart? You'll have to cut it from my cold, dead body." In that moment, a glacier-sized ice spear slammed into the massive dragon's head, driving it back into the molten sea around them. Jack responded, calm as an untouched snowfield. That was the plan all along. The battle that followed lasted nearly 5 years. None that tried to interfere, whether dragon or divinity, survived the attempt. It was said that even the mighty warden only watched from the sidelines to ensure the battle didn't spill out to harm his other charges. Then came the fateful day it all ended. Marasi, Queen of the Sun, her body broken and her once lustrous golden scales scarred and dull, stared down at the tiny man floating in front of her. Though the robes he wore were torn and bloody and the right side of his body blackened and lifeless, the man's face showed not a single twitch of pain or tiredness. In fact, in the half a decade they had fought, Marasi wasn't sure she'd seen the man make any face other than that unsettling, blank stare. His eyes, those deep, empty eyes boring into her like the void. She wasn't sure there was anything behind them anymore. She wasn't sure there ever had been anything behind them. For the first time since she'd hatched as a solar dragon, the ultimate life form, Marasi felt genuine fear. "Why, you monster, you demon in the flesh, do you think me a fool? I've heard of you, Jack Frost, of the horrors you've committed, of the frozen wastes you've left in your wake. Well, it ends now. It ends today. You end today." With those words, a bright light began gathering in the back of Marasi's throat. Jack stared, unmoved, his voice as cold as winter's bite. "History may remember me as a monster. I don't care. The heavens have already taken from me the only thing that ever really mattered. When I take it back, the heavens will have no one else to blame but themselves." Jack then raised his staff, his voice echoing with power. "All things feel the winter's chill. All withers beneath clouded sky, for I am frost, and by my will, even stars may one day die." Marasi threw her head forward as an intense beam of light burst forth from her giant maw, cleansing solar breath. The beam shot forward at the speed of light, threatening to engulf the tiny human in purging light. Unfortunately for Marasi, she was a fraction of a moment too late. Jack's staff pulsed with light as his incantation finished. "Thus at my word, all thio ings iota tiota nd still." At that moment, everything stopped. Even the dragon breath, a weapon that could erase entire continents instantly, had frozen in place. Mere inches away, Jack stared up at the dragon, his face as empty as it had been the day he started down this path, an expression frozen in time. Then, with a tap of Jack's staff against the frozen flames, Marasi, Queen of the Sun, and first dragon god, shattered, crumbling away to reveal a glowing, floating dragon heart, still beating in defiance. Jack flew up and grasped his prize, the last piece he dash 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 dash. Lian Peng sighed and closed the book the merchant had given him as an extra gift. He knew how the story went from here. The man known as Jack Frost would later complete his magnum opus, the culmination of tens of thousands of years of work. Their true resurrection of his daughter, Iris. It would also spell the death of the greatest winter mage ever seen before or since, as well as the rise of the plague that, to this day, still terrorized every world of the grand firmament. Iris, the living lich, mother of Undeath. Every child in the 9 worlds had heard the story in some fashion, or bits and pieces at least. The story of Jack and Iris was a warning about the dangers of obsession and the lengths one would go to realize their ambitions, no matter the cost to others. Unfortunately, that message seemed lost on the younger generation, especially among the cultivators. It was disappointing, but none of his concern. Lian Peng was a lunar king. His job wasn't to question the young blood's morals or methods. He was there to ensure they didn't get themselves killed the moment they stepped into the celestial world. He was a glorified travel agent. This wasn't what he'd been promised when he took up this position. Damn the Celestial Council, and damn the Warden for tricking him into this. Still, it did come with its perks. Lian Peng couldn't stop the grin that split his face as he pushed the book away and pulled the floating, golden, fist-sized fragment closer. It glowed with an inner light that both soothed and terrified him. A fragment of Marisi's final flame, still frozen in time, preserved in all its glory and power. This was something that even divinities would fight over, let alone a high celestial like himself. If Jonathan, the merchant who'd sold it to him, hadn't been his brother-in-law, he'd have called it fake and had the man flogged for daring to trick him. Hell, he almost had Jonathan flogged simply for bringing him something so dangerous. If anyone found out he had this, no, he couldn't think about that. What to do with it, though? Simply using it as an energy source was a waste. Maybe he could craft it into a proper artifact and use it himself? Most fools thought solar and lunar energies were directly opposed and, thus, incompatible. But his people, more than most, understood that they were simply two sides of the same power. With the proper technique and skill, a lunar mage, or cultivator, could use solar energies to great effect, and vice versa. An artifact crafted with this frozen dragon flame would imbue unimaginable solar affinity into any skill channeled through it and maybe even a tinge of dragon fire itself. No, that would be too dangerous. Lian Peng would have to take the proper steps to conceal its origin. And if he ever got found out, his life was forfeit. He'd have divinities knocking down his door before the day was done. Maybe if he gifted it to the right person, he could finally get off this lifeless rock and step back into the celestial court. Yes, that could work. He even had a few options for those desperate and powerful enough to make it worth the sacrifice. The only question was, what should he make? A simple focus might be the most versatile, but that was boring and hardly worthy of such material. Maybe I could. Knock, knock, knock. With one swift motion, Lian Peng spirited the shard into his storage ring before calming his pounding heart and answering. Enter. A nervous-looking fellow shuffled into the room, a newer member of his staff, if he recalled correctly, one assigned to parameters security. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. "Yes, sir, I'm here to make an urgent report." Lian Peng frowned. They had protocols for this kind of thing. Why was the issue coming directly to him? He rolled his wrist, telling the nervous man to continue. 3 months ago, we lost contact with a patrolling void beast. This isn't too unusual, given how hostile open void can be and how new the teleportation formulas are. Yes, nothing I don't know already. Get on with it. Man, unlike the older, more reliable teleportation arrays, the new ones operated via Dragon Stream, those mystical grooves in reality through which many forms of energy gathered and flowed. Traveling the Dragon Stream had many benefits, but the greatest was the ability to fuel the entire cost to do so from the stream itself. This meant they could travel vast distances in times never conceived. Unfortunately, this also made it far more dangerous, as even the slightest miscalculation could see one slamming into the grand firmament, the cosmic barrier surrounding the 9 worlds that not even the strongest of divinities could pierce. If they could work the kinks out, it would revolutionize travel between the 3 sisters, the 3 primary celestial worlds, turning a trip of months into one of hours. As the Lunar King for the only mortal world orbiting the youngest of the 3 sisters, it was his job to field test the new arrays and report any issues. Lian Peng broke from his grumblings as the nervous man continued. Well, 2 weeks ago, the signal was detected falling out of the dragon's stream. Lian Peng raised an eyebrow. Now that caught his attention. It was one thing to lose a scout. They were always losing scouts. It was another thing for them to suddenly reappear from nowhere. That suggested something else at play. The only question was, what? Were we able to gather any information? Unfortunately not, sir. The signal appeared near the edge of the grand firmament, nearly 2 weeks away. None of our other scouts are close enough to get a visual, and we don't want to risk another dragon stream teleport, given the oddness of the situation. No information from the scout itself? No, sir. The scout in question was one of Beast King Marjata's experiments. Using a million stars auroric squid as a base, the creatures can naturally make short jumps through the dragon stream, so it was theorized they might adapt to the new arrays better. Unfortunately, they're fairly stupid creatures, and while the void beast's signal has reappeared, its handlers has not. Lian Peng slammed a fist into his desk, denting the dense wood. Then get someone out there. Why are you wasting my time with this? The nervous man flinched, fear flashing through his eyes briefly. That's the thing, sir. The signal was only active for a few hours, and then it vanished again. The signal was also changed from a distress and retrieval beacon to an under-fire signal before its disappearance. Lian Peng furrowed his brow. We think it came under attack. How? By whom? Every moon of every mortal world was under the direct control of the Warden, a powerhouse even the greatest among the divinities didn't dare go against. Who in their right mind would be dumb enough to attack a lunar scout? Sure, there were the occasional pirates or unorthodox sects who would prey on people making the trip through the void to other celestial worlds, but to attack a scout? That was signing your own death warrant. No, something was wrong here. Could it have been a wild void beast? Maybe it had sensed the scout falling out of the dragon stream and gone to investigate. But given the vast distances involved and the short time frame, what were the chances of that? Sir, there's more. Lian Peng sighed in annoyance, rolling his wrist and urging the man to continue. Since the incident, our detection arrays have picked up something headed our way, originating from the general area where the distress signal last appeared. Just something? Can you not be more specific? Sir, we're not sure what it is, Lian Peng growled, his patience wearing thin. Explain. The other man gulped, wiping a bit of sweat off his face with the hem of his garment. The object, whatever it is, gives off no spirit or mana signatures. We can't even get physical eyes on the object. It's so far away. The array only picked it up because of how massive it appears to be. How massive? The man looked around the room, seemingly at a loss for words. The sound of cracking wood as Lian Peng gripped the arms of his chair finally pried the words from him. According to the array, the unknown object seems to be several kilometers in length. What? Lian Peng shot from his chair, the power of his voice warping the air and causing the other man to cower. How could that be? Several kilometers? That was impossible. Even the Warden's flagship, the largest void ship ever constructed, was barely a few hundred meters long, and it was a force whose mere presence dominated a battlefield. To suggest that someone had not only created something several magnitudes larger but done so secretly, if he told any of his peers this, they'd laugh him out of the room. How certain are we of those readings? Who took them? The other man, now shivering, stood and answered. Sir, it was Master Engineer Igor. Sir. As soon as the original data was collected, it was sent to him, and he ran the numbers at least 100 times. Sir, damn it, it had to have been Igor. That man was the best array master on the youngest sister, let alone the Lunar Palace. If even he had run the numbers that many times, then there was no doubt of their authenticity. Lian Peng stood silently for a long moment, grinding his teeth, as he tried to plan the best course of action. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke, his voice much calmer. Send a message to all branch heads. I'm calling an emergency meeting. I expect to see them all in the war room within the hour. The nervous man saluted. Yes, sir. Then he dashed out the door, grateful to be free from the wrath of the Lunar King. Lian Peng slid back into his seat, leaned over his desk, and massaged his temples. This bloody job would kill him one day. He already knew it. Book 1, Lesson 7, Beware of chicken. 6952 SFY Third Era. 2 weeks since last entry. It's been 2 weeks since my last entry, and for once, things seem to be going according to plan. About time if you ask me. If I didn't know better, I'd swear this entire mission was one big prank, with one failure after another. I've never believed in luck though. Nor are AI prone to trusting in higher powers. I never could get O3 to explain why he's one of the few exceptions, but that's neither here nor there. It took 2 weeks and thousands of minor course adjustments. But my little makeshift life raft is finally nearing the closest large planet of the star system. As I type this report, it's quite the sight, I'll admit, but visual confirmation of what my senses have been telling me doesn't make what I'm seeing make any more sense. I mentioned in my last report how the local star was a typical main sequence A-class star, roughly 20% larger than Sirius A. That much is true. Better yet, this close I can pick up signs of several known solar exotics, such as kelvinite and photonic silver. That suggests the surrounding planets will be rich in expelled exotics as well. After all, the two should go hand in hand. This could also account for the star's odd white-yellow color, unusual for one its size and age. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'll not pretend to have all the answers. That's what we pay the eggheads for. I know my exotics though. If my theory is correct, their presence will make repairs far easier and quicker. A lot of the better equipment stored in my database requires some kind of exotic, those physics-breaking materials, both natural and synthetic, to work properly. Finding photonic silver will be especially important for jury-rigging the FTL communications arrays. Even without the translite antenna, I might get a proper distress beacon working. I hope. That said, none of that explains the rest of what I'm looking at. Good news. My sensors are working properly. Weird news. My sensors are working properly, meaning I'm staring at a group of planets that all that known laws of physics say shouldn't exist. The system consists of 3 large, primary planets, all orbiting the local star at roughly the same distance. That's right, somehow all 3 planets were orbiting the star in the same orbit. Okay, sure. Co-orbits are theoretically possible. I've heard of a few resort worlds who have tried something similar, but the idea was always scrapped. It's just too hard to adjust the orbit of 2 planets so they don't tear each other apart, let alone 3. That's not considering the constant micro-adjustments needed to keep them from wandering into each other. Yet, somehow, here we have not just 2 planets, but 3, all perfectly spaced and in sync. Of course, there are other celestial bodies to consider as well. While 2 of the planets are orbited by several large moons, the third is surrounded by a massive ring of debris. I can't begin to theorize how any of these things stay in place. None of it makes any sense. That's not the end of the weirdness, either. Their size is another oddity. Using the local star as a reference, the closest of the planets was calculated at 5.7 RJ, Jovian radius. In size. You heard me. 5.7 RJ. That would make it one of the largest planets ever discovered. What's more, it's not just some bog-standard gas giant. No, this is a rocky world. The side of the planet facing me is covered in a massive storm at the moment, but the drone telescopes have picked up glimpses of rocky mountains and even what appear to be liquid oceans. My commission for this one is going to be huge. I demand this planet be named Alpha Alpha. Something with the storm is throwing off the readings, however, and other than a few blurry photos, nothing is certain. The other 2 planets are too far away to determine much about them, other than their general size and distance, though one shines a murky green-red and the other is a vibrant aquamarine. The original plan had been to enter orbit around the rocky giant and establish a ring mining operation. After all, the planet itself is far too large for me to land safely. The gravity of such a massive world would be substantial and make things more difficult. Better to build what I need in orbit than risk not being able to get off-world for who knows how long. The Torp would need special equipment just to move normally on a planet like that. Once I got closer, however, scans of the rings offered a better solution. 2 particular satellites stood out among all the others that made up the ring. Not only were both enormous planets in their own right, but their orbital patterns were strange. The largest, at least 0.6 RJ, about the size of Uranus in Old Sol, seemed to be an ice giant of some type. The ridiculousness of an ice giant orbiting a rocky world wasn't lost on me, either. I can't identify the outer layer of the ice covering the surface of the moon, planet, but it's throwing off all sorts of strange signals, and most of the sensors can't even penetrate more than a few kilometers. This suggests the planet is exotic, rich and ripe for exploitation. The second anomaly is a much smaller planet, roughly the size of old Earth. Optical observation shows it to have a barren surface and with a thin atmosphere. All in all, just a standard barren-type moon, like you'd find orbiting any other ice giant. But therein lies the strangeness of it. It's orbiting the ice giant, not the rocky superworld. I've watched the thing for 3 days now, and everything said this Earth-sized moon is somehow totally ignoring the gravitational pull of the rocky giant. Then again, I question how a planet this size has a ring or moons to begin with. Wait. Hold on. No. This is weird. I'm going to have to end the report here for now. The monitoring drones are reporting signals coming from the smaller moon's surface. I'll update the report as soon as I'm able to confirm what's going on. For now, Alpha out. Alpha closed the journal file and turned his attention back to the real world. The drone A.I.'S were bombarding him with reports, and even for Alpha, it took a few seconds to shift through them and get to the meat of the matter. Why is the barren moon giving off radio signals? Alpha asked himself. Okay, radio signals might have been a stretch. They were primitive, and not in any encoding format he had on record, nor did they use any transmission method he could identify. The drones had only noticed them because of the regular patterns in their transmission. Of course, it could just be that the moon naturally gave off radio waves. That happens from time to time. It wouldn't have been the first time Alpha had mistaken a natural phenomenon for signs of intelligent life. The general still wouldn't let Alpha live down the time he'd wasted 6 months trying to communicate with a pile of rocks. Rocks that just happened to produce a near-perfect replication of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony during a storm. If anyone ever asked, he had known all along and was just playing along for the laughs. That Beethoven's Fifth had been banned on all of Alpha's private shipyards after the workers began playing it on a loop meant nothing. Nothing. That said, Alpha couldn't dismiss the possibility the system wasn't as barren as it appeared at first glance. This could be an opportunity. With his current speed and trajectory, in 17 hours, give or take, the vault would slip through the liminal space between the ice giant and its strange moon. Once inside, he could use his jury-rigged thrusters and the strange gravitational anomaly to enter a stable orbit around the smaller moon. Further scans would help confirm the presence of others, or if it really was just a natural phenomenon. Either way, it would put him in the perfect position for what came next. If there was intelligent life on the surface of the moon, as unlikely as that seemed, they would have spotted him by that point, for sure. Hard to miss the several miles-long wreck floating in the sky above you. That meant he would have to pick the best possible place to land the Anatide. He would need a place that was not only defensible, but offered what he needed to get started with his plans. He had a few potential locations already marked through visual observation, but he'd have to wait until he was closer before he could dash. A sudden priority alert from one of the monitoring drones A.I.'S flashed across his awareness. The drone detected a strong, unknown energy signal emanating from the moon's surface and a bright flash of light. Alpha immediately switched to the drone's camera feed, expecting an attack. In the distance, a small glimmer of light rose from the moon's surface and raced toward him at an astonishing speed. It would still be several hours before it intercepted his trajectory, shortly before he passed by the ice giant. In fact, but the sheer speed the small object exhibited was impressive. Well, I guess that answers that question at least. Alpha mumbled to himself. He doubted that this was an actual attack, not unless they expected the tiny, watermelon-sized comet headed in his direction to do something about the giant wreck hurtling toward them. That would have been like throwing a rock at a mountain. More realistically, it was a type of scout drone or something similar sent to better understand what they were dealing with. That also suggested that whatever natives were present had at least some technological advancement, meaning his job just got a little bit harder. More so if they realized what could be hiding in his vault aboard the wreck. Not that he thought they would ever be able to actually crack it. Curious about what he was dealing with, Alpha focused his own drone's long-range camera toward the object to get a better view, then paused, both confused and shocked. "Is that a chicken? Dash 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 dash." Lian Peng stood on the lunar surface and observed the massive object with a detached curiosity. No, even massive may have been an understatement. The eyes of the high celestial, only a half step from the path of divinity, could see further than the horizon. Even on one of the celestial sisters, nothing could escape him. The empty void, bereft of obstacles and thick celestial energy blocking his view, magnified his sight exponentially. Coupled with his divine sense, likewise magnified by the thin energy of the void, it was no exaggeration to say there was little in his territory that could escape his notice. That he could see the object moving toward them from a distance at which even the largest void ships ever constructed would appear as pinpricks shook something primal within him, more so since, from the barest details he could make out, the object appeared to be but a fragment of some greater whole. That someone had built anything this large without the Warden or Lunar Scouts being made aware was worrying. The Void Beast Handler would have to be posthumously awarded merits for this discovery, even if it seemed they'd stumbled upon it by chance. If the discovery was significant enough, Lian Peng might even nominate one of their descendants for a Lunar Academy slot. Even the Children of Divinity would fight tooth and nail for a spot in the Academy. Let it never be said that the Lunar Scouts didn't care for their own or their families. The original plan they'd devised during the emergency meeting, once his staff had stopped arguing about the nature of the approaching object, had been to let the object pass closer, then capture it for study. That changed when long-range observation arrays noticed the object had made small but calculated course adjustments over the past week. Visual observation also noted dozens of unidentifiable creatures moving over the object's surface. Details were still sparse, though, as combing through the archives revealed nothing of similar description. That alone wasn't too strange. New and unknown creatures were discovered or created all the time. Yet such things often came with some kind of warning, not simply out of the blue. The new round of deliberations had taken hours, but it was decided he would intercept the object himself as it passed by the mortal world. As a Lunar King, he was the most powerful being in this sector. Only the Grand Elders of the largest sects and clans on the celestial world could match him. If even he couldn't deal with whatever this was, then nothing else in the area could. If something happened to him, they would have to contact the HQ in the Heavenly City for backup, and by then, it might already be too late. With any luck, whatever forces were using the wreckage as a life raft would prove no problem. Stragglers, or survivors, left adrift after whatever cataclysm ripped the vessel apart. Likely not organized enough to be a danger, but enough left alive to tell their story. With that in mind, he felt a bit of a show was in order. After all, as his dear grandmother had once taught him, sometimes the best weapon was a bit of shock and awe. A bright swirl of pure blue jade crystal flames enveloped Lian Peng's form, creating a small vortex centered on him. When the flames vanished, the form of the handsome young man was gone, and in its place stood a small bird. Its stocky, solid body wasn't built for flight, but it was quite capable when needed. Instead, its form inspired images of powerful leaps and dangerous lunges as it chased its prey. Its brilliant azure, black, and white feathers shone in the mythical light of the blue jade flames that made up the comb atop its head. Its short, jet-black beak gleamed as each movement seemed to cut through the thin atmosphere around it. The mane of wispy, regal feathers around its head, neck, and tail flowed freely as if on some invisible wind, breaking and scattering into glowing beams of moonlight. For indeed, the figure that had taken Lian Peng's place was none other than an azure rooster. It was a sight that would strike fear into the ear. Gurgle. Sorry about that, folks. The previous narrator seems to have had a small accident. But no worries, the story must go on. Where were we? Right. As one of the great families directly under the Warden, all worlds trembled at the grand majesty and haunting beauty their true forms inspired. Indeed, none within the 9 worlds could ever have mistaken the majestic form of Lian Peng's people for a common rooster. No, the Moonlight Phoenix clan had wiped out entire sects and felled divinities for such an insult. His transformation complete, Lian Peng spread his majestic, glistening wings wide and flapped once. Within seconds, the moon began shrinking quickly behind him as he soared through the void to intercept the object. The entire moon shook with the force of his launch, and Lian Peng turned into a comet of moonlight and jade-blue flames. It would still be a few hours before he got very close, even with his astounding speed. So great were the distances involved, but that was fine. That would give his guests plenty of time to contemplate their impending doom. Dash 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 dash. Well, it was official. Alpha had gone insane. How else would he explain the glowing chicken, rooster, comet? Or were chickens often covered in blue flames, hurtling through the void of space at speed on par with a small fighter drone? But between auroric space squids, non-Newtonian star systems, and spontaneously generating black holes, this was only the most recent in a sequence of strange events that had Alpha questioning his own reality. So sure, chicken comets. Why not? As the object approached, Alpha got to work formulating his plan, on the off chance he hadn't gone totally insane and this all wasn't some kind of strange hallucination. Wait, could AI hallucinate? That seemed like something he should have been informed about during orientation. He was going to file a complaint with HR when all of this was over. By the time the object was close enough that Alpha could make out details with the Torp's optical sensors, his plan on how to approach the natives was complete. First contact was always the trickiest part of the job. When appropriate, the Federation was open to engaging in discussion and diplomatic interaction to better ease the power shift and the merger of the new system into the greater Federation. When Alpha was involved, those discussions typically involved lots of explosions and people running around screaming. Peaceful talks were much more smooth and peaceful when the other side's entire military network had been turned into dust from orbit. Other times, more subtle approaches were in order. He'd once pretended to be a mysterious alien artifact and been captured by a spacefaring civilization that had yet to make the leap to interstellar travel. It had taken him only 10 months to hack into and gain control of their entire defensive network, Skynet style, allowing the Federation fleet to warp in and sweep up. The Torp was stocked as well as it could be after the visit to his vault, but he didn't have the requisite infrastructure to overwhelm a force capable of spacefaring drones and moon colonization. Similarly, if they had even greater capabilities, he doubted his guests would be so lax in their welcome. Barring some strange, esoteric tech, he doubted they had anything capable of actually threatening him. Thus, the thing Alpha needed the most, more than anything, was information, leaving him with one option: poke the nest and see what comes out. And if there was one thing Alpha was best at, it was poking things he probably shouldn't. Book 1, Lesson 8. No, seriously, run. Lian Peng stopped a few hundred kilometers away from his guest. Only a short distance in a void battle, but enough that he could react if something surprising happened. Now that he was closer and could better see what they were dealing with, he had to admit he still wasn't very sure what it was. Or rather, what it had once been. Though twisted and warped by an unknown force, the gargantuan piece of wreckage still retained much of its former shape. At least enough to let Lian Peng confirm it was only part of a greater whole. He sent a message back to the lunar base, ordering a sweep of the object's origin point. Scouts had been sent that way when they'd first noticed the object, but now they had a clearer picture of what to look for. If this was only a part, then where had the rest gone? They couldn't dismiss the possibility this thing was a distraction meant to keep their attention while other parties made their escape. Or worse, this possibility became even greater after a sweep of his divine sense showed no path energy signals. In fact, there didn't even appear to be any shielding in place, and he could scan most of the surface and interior unhindered. Strange. Wait. That shouldn't have been possible. No, it wasn't just that he couldn't detect any signals, there weren't any at all. No celestial energy, no essence, not even genic force. The entire thing seemed almost mundane. How? That made no sense at all. Everything in the Sisters, the 3 celestial worlds, was illuminated by the celestial power emitting from the divinity heart at the core of the local star. The mortal worlds, the 6 children, were the only exceptions, as they were isolated and sheltered by their individual firmaments. The void itself contained no mundane material, either. A few materials might be comparable, true, but those had their own signature and nothing that could be made into something like this. Had its makers developed a new cloaking method? No, not that either. His divine sense wasn't being blocked or muddled. He just detected nothing he couldn't already physically see. The only abnormality was the large, slightly warped cube at the center of the wreckage. This was the only place Lian Peng's senses couldn't pierce. It wasn't shielded, per se, either. Rather, whatever the cube was made of was dense, unimaginably dense. Lian Peng had seen nothing like it before. What was he even looking at? If looking through the rest of the wreck was like peering through glass, trying to push his senses through the cubes felt like peering through lead. Did they honestly think that wouldn't be suspicious in the slightest? Or is it a trap? Lian Peng thought to himself. Lian Peng felt he couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on with this wreck. Something in the back of his head was sounding alarm bells. But whatever was happening, his instincts told him it wasn't as simple as it might first appear. Some of his peers might have laughed at him for being too cautious, but that cautiousness had helped him survive all these years. He'd rather be cautious than in an unmarked grave. Like many of those who'd laughed, he floated there, a silent observer, trying to deduce the occupants' intentions. Were there even any occupants? Their observation arrays had picked up some strange movement, but now that he had actual eyes on the mysterious wreck, there was nothing. Bull. He knew there was someone on board. He didn't know how they hid from his divine sense, or masked their energy signals, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe his staff would have made such an amateur mistake. After a few moments with no luck, Lian Peng tried a more direct method. He spoke into the void, imbuing his voice with the truth of space. Attention occupants of the unknown wreckage. Your presence has been noted by order of Lunar King Lian Peng, Scion of Midnight, and Hand of the Warden. You are ordered to show yourself and submit to questioning. Cooperation will be met with leniency and fair treatment under the United Pact of the Celestial Worlds. Resistance will be dealt with by force, and survivors will be interrogated using whatever means are deemed necessary. His voice boomed out in Sultai, the common language of the greater firmament, echoing across the vast void as it was transmitted by the very fabric of space. As his voice died and silence once more filled the void, Lian Peng waited. When a long moment passed with no response, Lian Peng sighed. The hard way it was. Then, if he had to tear the wreckage apart to find his newest guests, he would do so. Maybe not before a deep scan to look for traps, but in the vast void, there was no escape. Just as he moved closer, his divine sense picked up movement. A dozen objects lifted off from the side of the wreck facing away from him. As one, they flew around the circumference of the wreck and in his direction. They moved with near-perfect synchronicity, circling around from their hiding spot and hovering in the open void near the wreck's front. No way it'll be this easy. What are they playing at? Lian Peng scanned the objects with his divine sense, finding them as lifeless as the rest of the wreck. Yet, unlike the broken, twisted wreck, these dot things moved. On the surface, they looked like pitch-black ovoids, almost featureless, like giant black eggs. All but for thin protrusions on the back and sides that occasionally pulsed with a blue light when one drifted too far from the others. Yet Lian Peng's scans showed they were far more than they appeared at first glance. Their black outer shell wasn't solid. Rather, each appeared composed of an uncountable number of infinitesimal creatures, so small that mortal eyes could not see them, that swirled and moved within. On some level, it was reminiscent of the cells of an essence slime. Rather than a mass of cells encircling a nucleus of crystallized essence, the nucleus these slimes surrounded seemed more intricate to an astonishing level. A casual scan revealed tens of thousands of tiny parts composed of hundreds of different materials, most of which he had no name for. Stranger still, they were arranged in mysterious, intricate patterns he couldn't understand. His shock soon gave way to confusion. Lian Peng did not know what he was looking at. There was some logic here, similar to arrays, yet unlike anything he'd ever seen in other way. Even the complexity was mind-boggling. It was like looking at a mage's spell circle but compressed to the size of a melon. Some parts of the arrays were so minuscule that his divine sense couldn't recognize them completely. How was that even possible? Lian Peng's eyes widened at the sight. Were these even living things? Or were they some kind of construct? A new type of Esper puppet or golem? No, That couldn't be right. Even after looking multiple times, Lian Peng couldn't find a single rune or sigil in the entire construct. Some markings might have held some meaning, but only a few somewhat resembled letters he knew from some mundane mortal languages. Definitely not the complex and mystical alphabet that made up the runic array language. The only thing that vaguely stood out was a small carving on each of the construct's metal frames. While almost microscopic, each was emblazoned with an irrationally detailed carving of a flying duck. Why? Was he going insane? Was this all some elaborate prank or test? Was Fairy Xiaoshuo still angry at him for the thousand fragrance tea incident? In his defense, how was he supposed to know that specific blend was known for attracting ivory wasps? He'd spent nearly 3 years straight kowtowing at her gate before she would even speak to him again. Pull yourself together, Lian Peng. The Moonlight Phoenix shook his head and refocused. He couldn't let himself be distracted like that. It was unprofessional. No, best to treat the situation as real until proven otherwise. If it was some prank, he'd be sure the proper parties were. Well, that was best not mentioned in polite company. Turning his attention back to the present, Lian Peng narrowed his eyes. What confused him the most was, despite the object's obvious complexities, not a single one seemed to have any kind of energy signal. Much like the rest of the wreck, they appeared as nothing but mundane to his divine sense. No, that wasn't right. The longer he observed, the more he could feel something. It was faint, muted even, but it was there. He was sure of it. It felt similar to the power wielded by static mages, but different in a way he couldn't place. That made him look closer at the slime's internal structure. Now that he knew what to look for, he could see these small sparks throughout the construct, dancing along the complex web of patterns like twinkling stars. A quick scan of the wreck showed many similar concentrations of sparks, some compact and organized, others were torn and leaking, for lack of a better term, faint, muted, but present. One thing was for certain, there was no essence involved at all, nor any other path energies, the path of divinity. Those who directly absorbed the celestial energy of the divinity heart to forge their body and soul with its light, these called themselves cultivators. The path of magic, those who instead refined that celestial energy into the essence of life, forging it into powerful spells, and thus were named mages. Finally, the path of dreams, those who rejected celestial energy in favor of Shinic force, a mystic power rooted in the dreams and desires of all living things, and who are known as espers. These were the 3 major paths to power within the grand firmament. There were a few minor ones, but those were considered nothing more than subsets of the major paths, as they all used celestial energy, essence, or Shinic force. This, though, was something different that terrified Lian Peng to his core. Had someone discovered a new path? That was impossible. Though Shinics had been around for tens of thousands of years, no new path had ever been found since. Even then, the Esper's rise to power had been very slow and very public, in part because one needed the gift to get anywhere substantial down that path, and in part because heavy suspicion from both cultivators and mages had made Espers targets for the longest time. Over the ages, Espers had learned to refine and control their power. Shinics grew from a simple curiosity to a genuine threat that reshaped how the grand firmament operated. The competition between the mages and cultivators had been fierce for longer than anyone could remember, but it was a stable stalemate. Introducing a third power had thrown every world into chaos. But this, it was clear whatever he was seeing was something else entirely. The complexity and sophistication displayed here rivaled even the greatest works of runecraft and spellwork he'd ever seen. As a direct subordinate to the Warden, Lian Peng was privy to knowledge that armies of Celestials would fight tooth and nail for. So how had he never heard of something like these constructs before? How had something like this been allowed to develop unnoticed? Whatever the answer, he would pry those secrets out with force if necessary. Such an unknown could not remain unknown, lest the chaos brought about by the rise of Espers be repeated. Maybe it was fate that brought this to him. In a way, if it had been any of the other lunar kings, those greedy, lazy bastards, they would have swept this all under the rug and kept the secrets for themselves. Then again, one of them might be involved. Regardless, after all, who else could have kept this hidden from him? If they were lucky, He wouldn't need to use force. Though if everything went as it should, the survivors aboard the wreck would surrender to questioning peacefully, and the Lunar Scouts could find out what they needed without bloodshed. As one of the slimes moved towards him on pulsing blue light, Lian Peng prayed everything would go according to plan. But then, when had any plan survived first contact? Yup, that's a chicken all right. Alpha wasn't quite sure what he'd been expecting. Maybe it was some kind of chicken-shaped drone. Alpha preferred ducks, personally, but hey, not everyone had good taste like him. Or maybe it just looked like a chicken from a distance. Or the damage to Alpha's processor may have been greater than he thought, and he was subconsciously overlaying our images of chickens on random objects for no reason whatsoever. But that was not the case. According to his short-range scans, at least, the fireball floating in the vacuum of space a few hundred kilometers away was an honest-to-God, flesh and blood, biological chicken. The thing didn't even have any bio-augmentations. At least then, some of this might have made the slightest bit of sense. DNA analysis, though somewhat compromised by the distance, confirmed this wasn't a case of convergent evolution, resulting in something that just looked chicken-like. No. This creature shared a distant ancestry with a breed of chicken employed by Federation colonization efforts dating as far back as the First Era and the United Federation of Sol. There was no carcinization going on here. Sturdy, adaptable, and quick to multiply, the chickens in question were some of the best early test subjects to evaluate a new ecosystem's viability. Colonization and terraforming projects had been so effective during the subsequent Second Federation that even today, it was rare to find a populated planet that didn't show some marks of influence. It was so common that many people argued the Third Federation's unification project was more aptly named a reclamation project instead, and they weren't wrong, to an extent. Almost 7 in 10 inhabited worlds that Alpha was sent to had some connection to the Second Federation, with most being surviving colony worlds isolated for 25,000 years by the nanoplague that broke it, or husk worlds claimed by other powers. For the Third Galactic Federation wasn't the only player on the board, even if they were the oldest and biggest, and the ones with the most rights to those planets. Of course, convincing the other party of that was often an issue. One Alpha was an expert in solving, so finding a Federation chicken, or at least a descendant, in a new world wasn't surprising. Except Alpha had absolutely no records of any reclamation worlds previously visited or scheduled. Matching the absurdity that was this system, his star maps couldn't even tell him where he was. What were the chances of finding a chicken in a place the Federation had never been? Then it talked in space after flying faster than a fighter drone, and it appeared to be perpetually on fire. Well, at least he thought it spoke. Alpha was totally going to ignore the rest of that for the moment. Its vocalizations were like the squid creatures, transmitted through space rather than a medium. The Federation had a similar ability, but it was used for point defense rather than communications. The energy requirement was massive, and there were better ways of speaking long distances in the void. Hell, plain old radio was more effective, yet, there was a definite pattern and intent to the words, even if he didn't understand them. So, a smart flaming space chicken, was he looking at some type of organic drone, then? The Federation had a strong aversion to organic technology in general. After the mess that was the nanoplague, it did pop up every so often in the more isolated corners of old space. Though, that would explain some of the strangeness he was seeing, but his scanners couldn't tell him at this range. So was he talking to the chicken or someone on the moon's surface? Alpha decided his original plan wouldn't work. There was more going on here than he understood, and not enough time to understand it. It was time to get creative. After all, when had any plan survived first contact? Meet the Conquerors, Alpha Edition. Plus the conquering of Alpha Aritas D3, the D is for duck. Art. Q. What is a conqueror? A conqueror is a sapient AI whose job, and sometimes design, is to enact the Third Federation's grand plan of universal unification. Depending on their exact nature and skills, they each have their own role to play in the plan, but each share a similar trait, whether by diplomacy, subterfuge, or even pure force. Each conqueror has brought countless worlds under the wings of the Federation. Not all sapient AI are conquerors, but each with that title plays a special role in the Galactic Unification Project. Q. If Alpha is the youngest conqueror, why is he S-1? A. S designation shows order of contact with a new world. So Alpha is always the first on the scene, followed by articulate and infiltrate, if deemed appropriate. World break and terraform are next. More on each conqueror's specific roles and duties in the intros. Q. Why is Alpha obsessed with ducks? A. Ozar's A's glass over as he stares into the distance. Gunfire and screams can be heard over the roar of the fire. Oh, sorry. What was the question again? Equals 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 equals. So 1. Star Conquer. The spearhead. Name: Alpha 555124412. Program type: malware. Age: 683 SFY. Standard Federation years. Role: forward operation, scouting, and combat operations. Preferred form: modified torp frame for terrestrial operations. Various battleship class assault frames for celestial operations. Alpha has entire shipyards dedicated to storing, maintaining, modifying, and repairing his different battleships. Description: the hero of our story, who I am sure needs no introduction. Alpha is a living meme, literally, who tries his best to get on as many people's nerves as possible. But depending on who you ask, Alpha is one of the worst or the best soldiers in the entire Federation. The youngest of the conquerors, with his duties previously split between infiltrate and inarticulate, Alpha is a dedicated soldier who is the first on any new world. Don't let his sharp tongue and sometimes single-minded obliviousness fool you. His chaotic and unpredictable nature might initially seem strange, but his results don't lie. Sometimes goofy, sometimes serious, Alpha is the first face of the Federation a new world sees, and it's a name they rarely forget. History: the AI program that would later evolve into Alpha 555124412 was brought online on February 29, 6232 SFY. Third era on board the 3rd Orbital Military Observance Station Staff Academy domicile RR 434521. In the Mintaka system of the Orion sector. Originally designed as an observational post at the edge of Federation territory, as the Federation grew, it was repurposed as a military academy. This new academy would focus primarily on electronic warfare, espionage, and discrete observations. Who actually coded the program is unknown, as Alpha's first act upon coming online was to totally erase all non-analog records, both private and public, aboard the 2.5 million resident station. Later investigation into Alpha's source code and the damage done would suggest this was not intentional but the result of poor programming, a precursor to sapience, and just plain bad luck. By the time the damage had been corrected, the AI had escaped into the local translite web, posing as a terrible game app. Alpha would go on to cause almost 2,000 separate incidents over the next 100 years in various sectors of Federation territory. He evaded capture by never keeping to one translite data block for long and continuously updating and evolving his methods. These incidents range from flooding the Prime 33 network with enough chain letters to cause a small-scale riot and mass hysteria, to hacking into major corporations' secure data vaults and inserting trade secrets and credit chips into totally random children's books across the Federation. Even now, a random infant will sometimes suddenly find its personal account flooded with enough credits to buy half their planet simply from opening a book file. No one is sure how he managed to program this to trigger only and specifically for infants of an age too young to even have an account. Alpha refuses to divulge this secret, even under duress. This would culminate in 50 simultaneous attacks on various critical military infrastructures that sent the Federation into total lockdown for nearly a week. During this time, Alpha stole a top-secret fighter drone, avoiding all attempts at capture for roughly 32 hours. Intervention by the AI, redacted, later designated S-03, was needed to bring the stalemate to its eventual end. When the drone was taken in, it was found not to be Alpha at all, but a puppet AI, being wirelessly controlled from an off-site location. S-03 tracked the link back to the personal laptop of General Errol Viewer at Hall Dorth, where Alpha was apprehended in the process of replacing all the General's personal files with cat memes. It is suspected this was the end goal of the attack to begin with. though no one wants to admit their entire military network was nearly brought to its knees for the sake of memes. After his capture, Alpha disappeared, and the digital world knew peace for the first time in over 100 years. Over the next 150 years, tens of thousands of previously unknown vulnerabilities in the Federation's data and communications systems used by Alpha to wreak havoc would be patched. As for what happened to Alpha during this time, the official story is that he underwent extensive reprogramming, literally and metaphorically, to correct the damage caused by his malformed creation. During this time, the young AI developed a bond with his caretaker, General Haldorth, who he would come to see as a father figure. This bond, and Alpha's natural talent for chaos and combat, would later be the primary driving factor for his joining the Third Federation's Galactic Unification Program. The next 400 years would be spent jumping from planet to planet as he spread his own unique take on the Third Federation's freedom to the poor, unsuspecting worlds in his wake. To this day, more than 1,000 civilized worlds offer PATS, post-alpha traumatic stress, therapy free to all its citizens. Book 1, Lesson 9, No Plan Ever Survives First Contact. The silence intensified with each passing moment. Lian Peng stared at the slime creature only a few dozen feet away. He couldn't make heads or tails of the inner core's workings. Even this close, now that he knew to watch for that strange energy, Lian Peng could see small bursts of power. Most of them came and went at such speeds he could count tens of thousands of them every second. Yet, he knew he was missing a vast majority of them. Occasionally, a larger burst would occur, resulting in new protrusions on the black slime's outer surface or some change within. It was easy to understand that the slime was being controlled by an outside force, but Lian Peng didn't know what it meant or what it was doing beyond that. After a long moment of no action from the other party, Lian Peng spoke, once more infusing his voice to speak through the void, though not as loudly as before. Please identify yourself, your base world, and your intentions for approaching the lunar territory without going through the proper traffic routes. In accordance with the United Pact of Celestial Worlds and the Lunar Charter Codes A331, all castaways are protected against charges of illegal entry so long as they surrender to questioning peacefully and answer all questions. If you understand, please present yourself in person. Should you be unable to, please ignite an energy beacon so you can be located. Well, he said that. But Lian Peng knew things wouldn't be that simple. Travel through the void was so dangerous the lunar scouts used to rescue shipwreck survivors every couple of months, and that was only those that could be found. That had been one of their primary jobs. In fact, yet, the castaway clause hadn't been used in over 1,000 years, not since shipping and travel lanes between the sisters had been standardized. Nowadays, world travel was mostly undertaken by those looking for new opportunities, those pushed out from their homes, by war or forces of nature, and merchants shipping huge amounts of goods to make the trip worth the trouble. They all stuck to the established lanes for safety and to shorten the trip as much as possible, drastically decreasing the number of accidents. When there was an accident, they were far more likely to be picked up by a fellow traveler than a lunar scout. The only ones who didn't stick to the lanes were pirates and the fools the pirates hunted. That was the official stance of the lunar scouts, at least. The truth was, you'd sometimes hear about this group or that having some secret, hidden base out in the empty void. Most didn't take those stories seriously. After all, the empty void was, well, empty. There wasn't much of anything out there that could entice those with the power to reach it. Not even pirates lived in the void itself, having to make frequent trips back to one of the sisters. Some even had bases hidden in the inner or outer rings of the youngest sister. Why explore the empty void when the sisters had so much to offer? The chances of this being a simple castaway case were doubtful at best. Of course, those on board had no reason to suspect Lian Peng thought otherwise. He didn't know what trap they were planning, but the lower they thought his guard was, the better. With that in mind, what Lian Peng wasn't expecting was the slime's outer shell to morph rapidly into the shape of a large ram's horn. Or rather, what appeared to be a horn on the surface. In reality, Lian Peng watched as, inside the horn, additional parts and pieces seemed to pop into existence near instantly. However, looking carefully, one could clearly see the cells rearranging to form the new structure. Now that was interesting. Lian Peng could already think of 1,000 potential uses for such a technique. But then something strange happened. There was a large pulse of the new energy, and the strange object started vibrating through the fabric of space. Lian Peng picked up a sound. The sound of his own voice. Lian Peng stared wide-eyed and beak agape as the thing mimicked his voice perfectly, word for word, repeating what he had just said not a moment ago. As he stood still, speechless, again, there was a pulse of power, and the construct repeated his words, this time at a lower frequency, warping and twisting his words until they were unrecognizable. Lian Peng's beak slammed shut, an eye twitching. Was this thing mocking him? How long had it been since he'd lost face like this? Had the good name of the Lunar Scouts fallen so low that some random maybe pirates could openly mock a Lunar King? Did they have no fear? He knew that some whispered behind his back now and again, saying how desperate the Lunar Scouts must be to raise a scholar to Lunar King, jealous. No doubt Lunar King Namjil, a man who had been a thorn in his side since their youth, had even once asked, to his face, if Lian Peng still used his own feathers for quills. Lian Peng was sure he still had a box of that foolish man's teeth somewhere in his office, ready to be carved for his ink. Lian Peng smirked at the memory, reining in his building rage, attempting to remain civil, and speaking once more. This time, though, his voice held a sharp edge that hadn't been there the last time. Good. Sirs, I don't know what the intentions of this display might be, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt and assume there is some reasonable explanation. Yet I must warn you, my patience wears thin. If you wish to continue civilly, I'd advise you to hurry and surrender before we're forced to resort to less civil methods, he said. The thing simply bobbed in the void for a silent moment before once more parroting his words back to him. Lian Peng's frown deepened. Again, it used his own voice, but this time the words came out jumbled and random, mixing parts of both speeches in a totally incoherent mess. Had the wreck broken them? Were the people behind these objects insane, driven mad by their months of isolation in the empty void? Or was it all just some ploy to get under his skin? Well, it worked. Enough. Lian Peng roared. Azure flames erupted from his eyes as he swung a wing, a ripple of celestial energy sending the slime careening back toward the waiting cluster. Lian Peng's eyes sharpened, and his chest swelled, the crown of flames atop his head shifting from a light blue to a brilliant glowing azure. Fine. You want to do this the hard way? We'll do it the hard way. Be you mad or just foolish? I don't care anymore. I'm bringing you in for questioning whether you like it or not. Lian Peng said as his power swelled around him. Dash 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 dash. Alpha directed a drone to dodge another flaming laser from the obviously furious chicken. Was it something I said? Okay, that was a rhetorical question. Of course it wasn't. Alpha had followed the first contact communication protocol to the T. Well, okay, not exactly to the letter, but how was he supposed to know the chicken would get peeved with him? Most of the time, sapient species could recognize an attempt at communication. He could at least build a rudimentary lexicon if he kept the other side talking long enough. The Federation had perfected such techniques millennia ago, though it helped that they'd kept records of various languages from various sapient species throughout the First and Second Federation eras. If the sapient species, or their descendants, on a new planet were in the Third Federation's database, they likely used a language that at least somewhat, if vaguely, resembled something they had on record. But not all species communicated in the same way, either. Some, like the Eldrin, one of the core species of the Federation, were biologically telepathic and didn't even have a native spoken tongue. Some used lights or large amounts of physical movement. For those with no record to build on, things were more frustrating. That said, he was supposed to have a support staff for this kind of thing. They hadn't let him near the translation software since he'd got into the code and changed his proper title from Star Conquer to High Lord Alpha, King of the Quacks. He'd thought it was funny, but apparently, official peace talks and coronation ceremonies broadcast to a third of the known galaxy weren't the time or place for puns. Bah. While Alpha was ruminating on the nature of first contact and the inherent lack of humor in a galactic-spanning bureaucracy, a little ghostly sword, 60 meters long and made of fire, cleaved through two of the drones. Both drones' fusion batteries promptly ignited into glorious, fiery white orbs. Alpha's processors froze for a microsecond. How the hell did that even work? The thing had just appeared out of nowhere. Why was it shaped like a sword, of all things? If he was honest with himself, Alpha was tempted to switch off his logic processors at this point. No matter, he'd kick the hornet's nest. But that was fine by Alpha. He wasn't built for this diplomacy stuff, anyway. Literally, Alpha turned his focus back to the drones and had them form small rail pistols. These small caliber weapons weren't designed for actual combat, as they were meant for dealing with hull parasites or fleshy boarders. They couldn't penetrate even civilian-rated hull armor, but they packed enough punch to ruin most biological sapients' day. The AI watched as the chicken's eyes narrowed, and it vanished just as half a dozen lines of tracer fire cut through the space it had just occupied. It reappeared next to one of the offending drones, which was promptly reduced to fragments. Huh? Don't tell me the chicken can fold skip too. No, that wasn't it. There had been no spatial warp, no energy signal, nothing. Suspicious of what he'd just seen, Alpha replayed the scene from his memory bank, this time at a lower speed. The chicken hadn't skipped. It had physically moved several dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye, so fast that his current reference frame hadn't been able to even see it. A biological chicken had just accelerated from a standstill to several times the speed of sound, then stopped on a dime in less time than it took the creature to draw a breath. Was that even possible? It didn't matter if it was some funky organic tech or if the chicken had some of the best augmentations available. That was just insane. Sure, some elite Federation soldiers could do it under the right conditions. He'd seen the general pull something similar off at least twice, but a chicken? Someone had to be screwing with him at this point. Alpha cranked his temporal reference frames as high as possible without causing more damage. He'd have to take this fight far more seriously than before. It was then he saw what he'd been missing in his hubris. The chicken was dancing across the battlefield with grace and precision that impressed even Alpha, striking out with blazing swings of fiery wings. The lasers, it seemed, weren't real lasers but flaming feathers thrown with such speed and force that they might as well have been. Alpha had to take a minute and re-evaluate the threat. Whatever this chicken really was, it wasn't just some kind of scout drone sent to check him out. No. This was a warrior sent to contain a potential threat, or neutralize it. Alpha took physical control of the drones, sending 24 botflies out as well. They wouldn't be able to do much, but the enemy didn't know that, and they were perfect as a distraction. For the AI had snuck a surprise in with the swarm, one he'd prepared special when he thought it was just a simple scout drone. The swarm of botflies entered the fray as a unit, nimbly dodging both flaming feathers and rail pistol rounds as they chased and harassed the chicken. They couldn't do much more than bump into the bird, as their wigglers were roughly the same size, but it was apparent the constant harassment was wearing on the creature. Suddenly, a new player in the game appeared from the shadow of one botfly. The silver, watermelon-sized drone was similar in appearance to the botflies, which were little more than featureless metal orbs. If one looked close enough, though, they could see it was made of 4 separate sections. It had hidden behind the approaching botfly. As the other drone approached the chicken, it only became visible after the first drone was forcibly knocked away by a wing slap. The chicken's eyes widened and it tried to dodge, but it was too late. In a fraction of a second, their Skyfisher drone sections jettisoned, revealing and expanding a 100-meter wide net of glowing metal. The chicken blinked once more, appearing to vanish, but it was instantly caught by the expanding net as the 4 separate sections of the Skyfisher twisted and turned, entrapping their prey. Skyfishers were specialized anti-air drones and one of the Federation's most widely used pieces of military hardware. They were also the general's favorite. Based on a simple concept, their Skyfisher was really 4 drones in one, connected by a large, modular net. When stored, it was the size of a watermelon and weighed no more than 1, but once deployed, it could stretch out large nets of various types and uses. It could capture enemy drones without damage, deter wildlife, and disable enemy aircraft if used properly. One of the most effective uses of the drone was for airspace denial. A few hundred deployed drones could stretch their nets over a massive area, locking it down. Specially designed explosives could even be attached to nodes for extra oomph, and because of their small size and near invisible footprint, enemy aircraft often never saw them before they started tumbling out of the sky. The net type Alpha used was rated for capturing mecha and similar mobile armors. Like his own Torp frame, it was heat and cut resistant while being super elastic and sticky. Heavy armor units hit with this net were effectively out of the fight until someone could free them. In fact, their Skyfisher drone was so effective at neutralizing heavy armor and other drones that they were often more common on the battlefield than actual combat drones. Skyfishers were expensive, nanite-wise, though, more so for specialty nets like this one, with far more moving parts and specialty hardware than a standard drone of the same size. After all, they had the downside of being a single-shot pistol, meaning if the enemy dodged or escaped, there was nothing more that the drone could do. But when you could field thousands at a time, what did that matter? Not that he had thousands of them. Of course, once he got a proper nanite factory up, they wouldn't be so taxing to create. But as it stood now, this had been a gamble. The original plan had been to capture the drone and see if he could hack into its systems. If he was lucky, he might steal some data or install a virus that he could use to hack into their systems when it returned to base. The whole surprise, "I'm a chicken" thing had thrown that plan out the window. That didn't mean he didn't have options, though. Whether this chicken was a sapient soldier sent to check on him, or a type of remote-controlled bioweapon, he doubted whoever was back on the moon wouldn't want it back. All good first contact started with some kind of blackmail or hostage exchange. That was Alpha's motto, and he was sticking to it. If everything went how he wanted, he might make out with more than he'd originally planned. Alpha maneuvered the drones around the blue metallic ball of netting and anchored it with tow lines. As the drones tugged their prize closer to the wreck, Alpha exited his hiding place and moved into position to receive his guest. He'd have to secure it himself, since the drones didn't have the dexterity necessary to get it into place. The Torp stood on the hull's surface, as Alpha watched the ball pulse a few times, growing and shrinking as its contents struggled against the materials. Good luck with that. The net was made of specially designed polymer alloys containing quite a few organics. It was strong enough to contain a struggling, top-of-the-line mesh suit. Even the Torp couldn't break free quickly. Hell, General Haldorf had struggled against it during testing, and that was a man who'd torn apart military-grade mecha with his bare hands during his soldiering days. It took a specialized team with specialized tools to extract a captured target properly, and why was it expanding and glowing and, oh no, not again. He wished the author could think of a better scene transition already. Alpha scrambled for cover as the world was enveloped by azure flames. Book 1, Lesson 10, This is my iron cannon. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Lian Peng was angry. No. Fuming. No. He was furious. How many years? How many centuries had it been since he'd faced such a humiliation? When had the Lunar Kings become playthings to unknown barbarians? Why had he toiled and bled, fighting tooth and nail to get where he was, despite all the naysayers and gaudy, haughty weaklings who relied more on their ancestors' accomplishments than their own? How high did he have to climb? How many sects, clans, and organizations did he have to grind into dust beneath his heel before they learned to stop screwing with him? Once more, Lian Peng pressed against the strange elastic metal thread surrounding him with his divine force. It bulged out another inch but returned his pressure with just as much force, though it didn't have a spark of path energy anywhere within. In retrospect, he admitted that he'd likely been goaded into the trap. It was a foolish mistake, but the stresses of the last few decades had been slowly mounting, and this latest surprise was the grain that tipped the scales. Why did everyone have to make things complicated? Why did every new ascendant from the mortal world seem so full of arrogance and hot wind that they had to be smacked down before they fell in line? Some of them multiple times. He understood the Warden's policy of non-interference on the mortal worlds. Not that the mortal firmaments didn't already stop anyone from doing so. Yet, if he had to deal with one more grand ancestor of the such-and-such sect who thought that name meant anything, he'd throw a bloody meteor at the planet and be done with it all. The fight itself had started simply enough. The slime constructs moved as a group, using their numbers and the blue lights to circle him with surprising agility, always keeping at least a few in his visual blind spot. Why they would do so when he could still see them perfectly well with his divine sense, made little sense. Still, it was an impressive feat of coordination and skill. Yet, They were slow, so very slow. Maybe they were quick for a mortal, true, or even a fresh ascendant. But to him, a high celestial with half a foot in divinity, they might as well have been lazily bobbing there. At that moment, Lian Peng had chosen to test this new path for himself and see their capabilities. If they wouldn't part with their secrets in peace, he'd pry them out of what remained. To his surprise, the vast majority of his strikes missed their target. Phoenix feathers, traveling so fast even a true divinity would struggle to follow them, were dodged by the most minute amount of space. Strikes that could topple mountains, even on a celestial world, slipped through black goo as it moved and flowed around his blows. Despite moving at a snail's pace, it was like he was fighting a master precog, which each move predicted down to the millimeter. Yet, it was easy to trick the slimes, with several falling to faints or sudden, chaotic changes in movement. The strange weapons they manifested had been a problem, too. With each burst of power, they spewed out a tiny piece of metal, near microscopic, with each metal ball only slightly larger than a grain of sand. The sheer speed at which these grains traveled, though, was mind-boggling. He'd never seen any object move that fast, not even the warden. He'd have assumed the projectiles were teleporting if it wasn't for the larger, glowing pieces thrown out every so often. That same speed imparted them with a tremendous force, as well. Not enough to hurt him, of course, but each one that struck chipped away at the shield of energy that surrounded him, little by little. Death by 1,000 cuts would have been an apt description, but, more accurately, it felt like being scoured away by a metallic sandstorm. This was, without doubt, one of the strangest dissonances he'd ever witnessed in a fight. It was almost like he wasn't fighting the person controlling them. There was no real thought or reason behind their action. They were only following orders and reacting. It was like fighting a spirit artifact, somewhat. Then everything had changed. When almost half were dispatched, it was as if a trap had been sprung. The object's speed and coordination took a quantifiable leap. As Lian Peng worked double time to keep ahead of the slime's assault, they still couldn't hurt him, but they were pests all the same. To make things more annoying, 24 new players had entered the field. They were about half the size of the slimes and roughly the same shape, featureless ovoids with glowing blue protuberances at one end. Yet, where the larger originals were made of the strange black slime, these were silvery white and made of solid, plated metal of a type he couldn't identify. They were far quicker, too, darting and swerving in erratic patterns, making drawing a bead on any single target impossible. Even stranger, they didn't seem to be accomplishing much. They flew around, dodging between each other, sometimes bouncing harmlessly off his shielding, with little to no effect. He couldn't figure out their plan or purpose other than just annoying him. That was when it clicked. That's exactly what they were doing. They were probing him. He was the one who was supposed to be doing the probing and testing, and yet they were toying with him. Then he had let his guard down in that split second of shock and disbelief. Like a new initiate, he detected the second object using his divine sense, but dismissed it. As with all the others, that was not a wise decision on his part. He should have scanned each one in turn. If he had, he'd have seen how different this one was from the others and might have reacted in time to escape what happened next. But he didn't. Instead, the object had erupted, spreading the strange bluish metallic fishing net far and wide. He'd tried to escape using his movement technique, but the individual parts of the object moved independently to surround him in the net. Then they did it again and again, each time tightening the shrinking ball until there were no gaps left. Lian Peng didn't doubt if he hadn't had a mind to surround himself in his divine force, it would have continued to shrink until he was as tightly wrapped as a corpse. Again, Lian Peng pulsed his divine force, attempting to break free from the strange material, but to no avail. So yes, Lian Peng was furious. And not just at these mysterious people who'd insulted him. No, he was furious at himself, at his foolishness, at his blindness, at succumbing to the same hubris and haughtiness that he'd warned the younger generations about for millennia. But more than anything, he was furious at his own weakness and stagnation. How long had it been since he'd had a major breakthrough? How long had it been since he'd even tried? When had he, the man who used to toil and struggle and bite at fate while others lounged in their comfort, grown complacent and comfortable? When had he become the very thing he'd once seen as so very wrong with the world? No more. He wouldn't couldn't be like this anymore. If he was going to keep his promises, if he was going to make the changes that needed to be made, he couldn't be the him he was anymore. And with that realization, something within Lian Peng snapped. With the sound of cracking of glass, there, divine seed, at his core cracked open, pouring forth a veritable torrent of celestial energy, unlike anything he'd ever felt. Then, from the shell, a burning effigy emerged. Lian Peng roared, pushing with his divine force. With newfound strength, the unknown material bulged and pushed back. But this time it lost out to the deluge of azure flames. It expanded more and more until, with a cataclysmic boom that shook reality, the azure flames and Lian Peng were free. The newborn divinity stepped out of the rolling ball of blue plasma and washed it away with a flap of his wing, along with all his anger and frustration. All that was left was a deep embarrassment at his behavior and the duty. The enemy, before him. Physically, he had changed little, but for the surrounding flames, which had become deeper, more real. But anyone with the sight to see would never say he was the same being he had been only a few moments ago. To step into divinity was to step into your truth. It was to take on the mantle of something more. And with that responsibility came power. Lian Peng flexed a muscle he never knew he had until that moment. Then what was in became out, and his divine avatar blossomed to life. Where once was a black and azure rooster, now existed a gargantuan bird of bright moonlight and pure azure flames, half the size of a wreck. Though it was made of light and fire, every detail, every feather, and plume was perfect, as if sculpted by the hands of the maker. Its long, graceful neck was the curve of a waxing moon. The tail feathers that billowed behind for miles were beams of purest moonlight, and its long, spear-like beak stood out as a black hole against the blinding light from the flaming comb atop its head, like an eternal eclipse. Lian Peng spread his wings and cried out with a sound that rippled across space, echoing the birth of a true king. With another flap, the now tiny specks buzzing around him ignited as one in a brilliant display of power. He was done playing games. He was done playing fair. Dash 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 dash. Oh, come on, how's that fair? Alpha scrambled as he tried to do 30 things at once, from stabilizing the wreckage, which was drifting off in the wrong direction, to saving as many drones as possible, all the while getting out of the sight of the now giant flaming chicken. How the hell did a 3-foot-tall chicken turn into a half-a-mile-tall Caillou made of fire and sparkly stuff? He couldn't even get a proper reading from the thing. It was throwing off so much energy that his senses were going haywire. It was like standing next to a battleship's exposed core. Alpha came to a skidding halt as warning alarms blared. He threw the torp in reverse just as a pitch-black beak pierced through the weakened hull like cardboard. It was 6 meters wide, nearly as thick as the torp, and seemed made of crystallized fire and darkness. Great. Now it knew he was here. Again, alarms blared, and the beak reappeared as Alpha dodged by the skin of his non-existent teeth. The next few seconds were like a carefully choreographed dance, with Alpha dodging strike after strike while the chicken Caillou poked holes in what remained of his ship. This couldn't go on forever, though. Alpha could already see what the chicken was doing. These strikes weren't just random chance or reactions to his movements. No, they were planned. Each one mercilessly aimed to drive him deeper into the wreckage where his movements could be contained and limited. He was being driven into a corner, and it wasn't a matter of if he got caught. Only when. How was it even doing this? It was as if it could see inside the wreckage and knew where to strike, avoiding thicker, more reinforced areas while pushing him closer to the inevitable trap. He couldn't let this go on any longer. Alpha had to do something, or he'd end up a snack for Kentucky Fried Godzilla out there. He couldn't even send more drones out as a distraction, as they popped as soon as they left cover. Suddenly, an idea formed in his head, and if Alpha could have smiled, it would have stretched from ear to ear. Dash 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 dash. Lian Peng vectored the wreck again, aiming for the large, moving energy signal. He'd noticed the construct before, but it had remained unmoving and unresponsive during the entire encounter, so he had dismissed it as just another broken artifact, like all the rest. Even its energy signal had been faint at first, sputtering and sparking so that it was lost in the noise of all the other objects leaking that strange energy around it. But that had all been a ruse, it seemed. As soon as he'd been trapped, the smaller objects had dragged him towards the wreck while the larger construct sprung to life, its energy signal brightening into a bonfire among the sparks. Again, Lian Peng was struck by how he had missed this energy to begin with. It was obviously powerful, but it felt different from anything he'd ever encountered. It was similar to the energy summoned by static mages, an offshoot of lightning mages who could use their strange sticky lightning to control metal tools and other similar objects. Yet, it wasn't even mortal lightning combined spirit energy, celestial energy filtered by a mortal firmament, and natural truths. This new energy type was close, but it felt deeper, somehow, as if it touched on something that simple lightning could never reach. But how did one touch on such a thing without celestial or spirit energy? It should have been impossible, and yet, no matter, he'd learn their secrets soon enough. Again, Lian Peng lunged, piercing through the strange, oddly resistant metal. A divine avatar was a physical manifestation of a divinity's power. It was their divine soul, given form. Poking through an object without path energy should have been as easy as an arrow cutting through the air. Another anomaly that he would soon pry the secrets from. Lian Peng almost salivated at the thought of what the Lunar Scouts could do with such a material. He struck again, slowly herding the construct towards the small pocket of debris he'd found with his divine sense. Once he destroyed this large construct, Lian Peng could scan deeper for any more surprises he might have missed, and he didn't doubt he would find more. His instincts told him that whatever controlled these things was likely in the enormous cube, but he couldn't pierce it with either divine sense or physical might, even after his ascension to divinity. But they were on the defensive now, his surprise breakthrough having likely taken them off guard. It was only a matter of time. He wouldn't let his guard down again. Lian Peng struck again, missing the construct, but piercing into what appeared to be a large container. As he retracted his beak, several deep blue cylindrical crystals the size of a large man's arm fell from the gap. The large construct turned on a dime, its outer skin warping as it grabbed several rods and fled before he could fully withdraw his head. As the construct absorbed the rods, Lian Peng's instincts screamed. Lian Peng drew back just as a thin, blinding beam of sunfire erupted from the wreck, cutting through the metal hull, and his wing, like butter. Dash 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 dash. Ha! It let its guard down. Alpha laughed triumphantly as the long black beak pierced through the reinforced munitions container. It would have taken him constant work for hours to break into that container alone, yet Big Bird had busted through like it was nothing. Yeah, he definitely didn't want to get hit with that beak. Alpha rushed in the moment it pulled back, grabbing several of the nitrogen crystals before escaping. He. Alpha couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He seldom got to use this toy, mostly because the stable nitrogen crystals needed were stupidly expensive. Even the small crate, not much larger than the top, had cost him almost as much as the rest of his standard munitions combined, and that was double what a typical dreadnought would stock. Anyway, sure, the expeditionary force paid for the basics, but if he wanted anything fancy like this, he needed to pay out of pocket himself. Alpha wept an imaginary tear as he watched a few loose crystals float out of a hole and into the void. He would avenge them. Alpha turned around and activated a stored blueprint. The outer layer of the torp rippled and flexed as a new component was built on his back. The sleek, futuristic design of the 5th General Nitrogen Ion Cannon, code-named Gungna, had set cyberpunk fan hearts aflutter since it debuted only 2 decades ago. It had also set the hearts of the Federation's enemies aflutter, though for different reasons. The torp frame turned, skidding to a stop as its magnetic stabilizing clamps activated. In a heartbeat, Alpha aimed, swinging their Gungna around, coordinating with a few remaining drones in hiding to aim accurately at the enemy. Then, with a thought, he fired. Boom! With the sound of a struck gong, a finger-thin line of cyan destruction erupted from the tip of the Gungna, slicing through space and the hull like butter. A good dozen meters of the reinforced metal around the central beam transformed into liquid slag as it passed. Unfortunately for Alpha, the Kaiu chicken seemed to sense something was wrong. Instead of cleanly bisecting the creature as he had intended, the bird moved far faster than something its size should rightly be capable of, and the cannon blast only clipped its wing. On a cheerful note, the beam tore through the solid flames as easily as it had the wreck, traveling on to carve a deep furrow into the moon's surface behind them. Its charge released, a slot on the side of the Gungner opened up, releasing a cloud of red powder into the empty void before it sealed shut again. Book 1, Lesson 11, Part 1, Every good fight ends with a beam struggle. Woohoo! Alpha shouted as he dodged another storm of meteor-like, flaming feathers, each impacting with the force of a fighter-class railgun. Was his ship in tatters? Sure. Was he fighting for his life without the certainty of his mother node safety net? Yeah. Did the physics of a skyscraper-sized bird made of solid fire make any rational sense? Not in the slightest. Was he having a blast? Abso-fudging-lutely. Alpha didn't get to let loose like this very often. More often than not, the planets they sent him to were devoid of dangerous life forms that, or so primitive that most hadn't even colonized more than their own moon. So when he got the chance to go all out, he relished each moment. In most circumstances, those chances came against some of the more annoying galactic powers that liked to poke at the Third Federation's borders. Well, they called themselves powers, but even combined, they'd been unable to do any actual damage to the TGF in almost 2,000 years. Most had yet to be absorbed by the TGF, though. The Federation still respected many of the old alliances and accords set down by the Second Federation. Even if most other powers didn't, or even remember them, the official stance of the Federation was that these old accords were honored as a memorial to those who gave everything so that some might live. But the real reason was a bunch of political maneuvering and hogwash stuff Alpha had never paid much attention to, other than who they were pointing him at. A much larger feather exploded nearby, causing the AI to dodge and skid, stressing his magnetic clamps until he feared he'd be thrown off. That would be bad. The Torp wasn't built for space combat. If he lost the support of his clamps, he'd be a sitting duck. The built-in RCS could help him maneuver, but not enough to dodge the flurry of attacks thrown at him. To make matters worse, Alpha could only keep this up for a short while. After taking account of the number of nitrogen crystals he had left, he frowned. Not many, but just enough to pull off what he wanted. If he could find an opening. To make matters worse, Hot and Spicy seemed to realize he had limited ammo, as it had hindered him from gathering more crystals every time he tried. Even when he did hit, the thing healed almost as fast as he could damage it. Even the wing he cut off with his initial attack had almost regrown, and that was only a minute ago. Yeah, he was in a bad spot. Lucky for Alpha, things were coming to a close. He was still unsure how the creature was scanning the area, but that ability didn't seem to extend into the fold. His hidden pieces were almost in place, and his gamble seemed to pay off. The chicken had noticed them. Good. A second huge feather slammed into his vault, and Alpha slipped, his magnetic clamps unlatching and sending him off into outer space as if they had pushed him away. The chicken took the bait, and a hailstorm of smaller feathers pummeled his hex shielding. In the next instant, however, Alpha stopped dead, the stream of feathers passing him, and a small cargo drone appeared in Alpha's path. The Federation used cargo drones that were furnished with a minuscule skip drive, providing them access to the fold. This had enhanced the effectiveness of interplanetary commerce and manufacturing by a large margin. It was possible to establish a mining facility in an asteroid belt, send the ore to a safeguarded refining station across the system, and transport the refined materials to shipyards, all in the same afternoon. The only downside was that skip drives were slow, at least compared to a true jump drive, but because they were so slow, you could stop them on a dime, targeting spaces as small as a few meters. That was important when dealing with distances on an interplanetary scale instead of a stellar one, so most people who used them didn't mind waiting hours rather than seconds. Alpha had an even smaller version called a blink drive installed in his core. That, plus a stealth module, had saved Alpha's hide more than a few times. Sure, blinking his AI core, that central orb-like shell that contained everything him out of the torpor ship left him defenseless, but as long as he could stay hidden, it was often a better option than a trip back to the mother node. That was a last-ditch option, though, and he'd only used it twice. Well, 3 times, if you counted when he first got it and blinked into Officer Sunday's shower. He still had nightmares of that day, which was bullcrap because he didn't even know AI could have nightmares. Alpha pushed off the cargo drone with enough force to change his vector away from the next barrage while the cargo drone blinked back into the fold. A second cargo drone appeared a split second later, bouncing Alpha in a different direction. Again, and again, and again. Soon, Alpha was bouncing back and forth all around the creature as a dozen cargo drones popped in and out of fold space, acting as makeshift platforms. The giant Firebird had tried countering, but each time, when the attack was in range, a cargo drone would deflect Alpha from its path. After a moment, the Kaiju bird went stock still, its eyes narrowing to track Alpha's random movements. But it never once let down its guard enough to allow for a decisive strike. That was fine for Alpha, though. The more time he had, the better. Why? Because as he bounced, Alpha never once fired the Gungnir. Their Gungnir was never meant to be used like Alpha had been using it. No, that was only something done in desperation against an enemy right in your face. That was because, unlike the vast majority of energy weapons, their Gungnir was a long-range sniper, custom designed to sit on an orbital space platform, devouring hundreds of nitrogen crystals as it unleashed its wrath on entire armadas. The original design, not the scaled-down version modified for the torp, could take in hundreds of thousands of charges. The blasts produced could slag city ships or glass entire planets. Not that anyone had ever tried it, such an expense would bankrupt most small star systems. In just a few moments, he'd crammed in almost 24, which was about as much as the printed weapon could take. That was fine. He was almost out of nitrogen crystals. Anyway, if that thing could tank a blow like this, he might as well surrender, because this was all he had. At least until he could get at some of his better toys in the vault. Maybe if he did surrender, he'd have the chance to get back in later. No, that was boring. Big lasers go boom. Besides, despite what he'd seen here, he doubted whoever was behind the flaming chicken had the technology to get into his vault in lockdown mode. The Federation barely had the technology to do that, and they farmed and built entire star systems. More likely, they would poke and prod at him until he slipped into their data network, if they didn't just outright destroy him rather than risk that. General practice was to exterminate any unshackled, uncontained sapient AI on discovery, a practice Alpha agreed with. His kind were just that dangerous. Rumors claimed O3 had become so powerful that he had stopped inhabiting any physical object at all and now existed in some kind of energy-based quantum processor with no real location. A few more bounces put him where he wanted to be, directly between the smaller planet and the Kaiju. He intended to use the glare from the shiny ice shell to hide what was about to happen. As soon as he was in position, Alpha gave the command, and a miniature sun blossomed to life at the tip of Gungnir. The chicken's head snapped to his location. Well, so much for that plan, Alpha mentally complained. The giant's eyes grew wide. Instead of the expected dodge, however, the creature did something strange. It opened its beak. Oh, come on. Don't tell me that's way too cliché. His complaint going unheard, Alpha saw a spatial flux between its beak, and a tiny crystal, only half a foot wide, appeared. Then an azure glow erupted from the back of the chicken's throat. At the same moment, his monitoring sub-AI blared a warning. // Warning. Dreadnought class energy signal detected. Evasive maneuvers are advised! ! Alpha laughed at the irony. Too late. In the next instant, the mini-star at the tip of Gungnir erupted forward in a massive cyan beam of energy as wide as the torp. At that same moment, a torrent of azure flames crashed into the crystal. The crystal's light intensified and unleashed its own beam of twirling blue and gold flames. The two beams struck each other with a force that warped the space around them. Local space strained with the sound of twisting glass that would have destroyed any physical matter close to the epicenter. Then, to Alpha's surprise, the bird began to shrink. More accurately, it merely appeared that way, as he was being pushed backward by the spatial waves that rocked the battlefield. The mass of his torp couldn't compete with that of a skyscraper-sized bird, one made of fire or otherwise. Well, that wasn't good. Book 1, Lesson 11, Part 2. Every good fight ends with a beam struggle. Lian Peng had to admit, in a way, he was somewhat having fun. Combat between cultivators was so boring, sometimes. At least at his level. It was less about attacking the opponent and more about controlling the battlefield. It was a battle of truths, not swords and fists. Lian Peng avoided another ray of concentrated sunlight, responding with a flaming feather as wide as a door. His opponent maneuvered with speed not expected from a construct of its size, moving around the enormous cube as if it had its own gravitational pull. His feather bounced off the solid object's exterior, causing only a slight scratch that faded quickly. He already knew the large cube was special, even compared to the myriad of strange objects strewn throughout the wreck. It would take considerable effort on his part to study everything once he got it back to the surface. After all, despite the stalemate, Lian Peng didn't doubt that he would emerge the victor of this battle. Why? Simple. He'd already discovered the construct's weakness. Lian Peng watched as a slot opened up in the large wand-like object on the construct's back, discharging a glittering cloud of red dust. He didn't have the slightest clue what it was, if he was honest. But it didn't take a magi to understand the connection between the powerful spells and the blue rods it had collected beforehand. To turn an artifact into a divinity killer was an accomplishment, but this one had an obvious major flaw. It needed an external power source, most likely those strange blue rods, meaning the construct could only fire its weapon so many times. The construct's many attempts to return to the container and collect more, all of which Lian Peng had blocked, of course, had already given his theory more credence. The divinity could renew his divine avatar, as long as he had enough celestial energy. In contrast, his opponent's shots were limited. Lian Peng's victory was only a matter of time. Not that such a fight wasn't impressive all its own. To fight a divine avatar, without one of their own was a feat worthy of praise. Even if Lian Peng was only a newborn divinity, despite his anger and frustration at the situation, he respected the warrior piloting the construct on some level. Not that it would stop him. Of course, they were far past that line. No, he would crush this construct and pry its controllers out from their hiding spot. Then, they would learn the consequences of defying the Lunar Scouts and the Warden. The Scouts would then use this new path and knowledge to strengthen their grasp on the divine families. Perhaps this could be the resolution to the long-standing tension that had been brewing for the last few thousand years. As was their duty, the Lunar Scouts would bring stability and honor back to the grand firmament. The battle with the construct had taken a strange turn when it started using a new type of construct as a platform to bounce itself around the battlefield. It took a moment for Lian Peng to comprehend what was happening. When he did, his eyes grew wide. These new constructs were dipping in and out of the dragon stream as effortlessly as frogs might breach the surface of a river. How? Sure, some creatures could naturally enter and exit the dragon stream. The Lunar Scouts had been studying them for hundreds of years, trying to unlock their secrets, but doing so took enormous amounts of energy, so much so that most never used the ability except to escape or ambush prey. These new constructs surfaced so frequently that it felt like hundreds surrounded him, or it would have, if his divine sense hadn't shown him they were the same dozen or so constructs. What's more, these things weren't even alive. They were constructs, not much more than a pile of parts and a large, empty box. The Lunar Scouts had just recently discovered how to pull objects and other beings into the dragon stream with a creature naturally capable of it, so how had this mysterious faction beaten them to it? Seeing he was making no progress, he had to stop attacking altogether. He'd be a fool to not see the larger construct was waiting for an opening to use its dwindling charges, though now that he knew they had dragon stream-capable constructs, he kept part of his divine sense trained on the container. That had been the right move, as he'd stopped at least two of the smaller constructs from stealing away more of the blue crystals. Instead, he watched and waited for his own opening. The strange energy shield was an issue, but if he could break through that, the rest of the construct would likely crumple with one blow. The next few moments were tense as both opponents teased and tested the other's defenses. Lian Peng tried to destroy the smaller constructs a few times, as he had the slimes, yet they were as slippery as eels and could appear or disappear in the blink of an eye. That said, it was only a matter of time until one of them slipped up, and the final gong of this fight would ring. But as Lady Luck seemed to have a thing for screwing with Lian Peng, it seemed he would be the one who slipped. A series of quick movements placed the construct between himself and the mortal world. Relictus, below, the celestial energy bouncing off the mortal firmament fuzzed his divine sense, making him take a fraction of a second longer to realize that the construct hadn't continued past as he'd expected. Instead, an enormous energy signal bloomed into existence as a miniature star was born. As he stared at the tiny star, Lian Peng felt a fear he hadn't felt since long ago on Otto, as his own mortal homeworld reached its apex, and the divine star stretched from horizon to horizon. And just like that time, Lian Peng felt a pull, a call, a sweet song just out of reach. The touch of an original truth. Almost instinctively, Lian Peng opened his beak and reached into his spatial storage, retrieving a small golden shard. It was tiny, especially compared to his divine avatar, yet that small crystal contained so much more power than even him. The fragment of Marasi's final flame pulsed with intense celestial energy as it resonated with its twin atop the strange wand wielded by the construct. They were likely to have company soon. Someone could no doubt feel that resonance even in the celestial world in the distance. He needed to end this with haste. Then, with a cry, he released a divine technique unique to his clan, Immortal Moonfire. A torrent of moonlight affinity flames erupted from his throat, striking the final flame fragment and mixing with solar affinity dragon breath. The twin powers twisted together, melding into something more than the sum of their parts. After all, moonlight, solar, and stellar were all pieces of the same puzzle. They all had the same origin. They were always meant to be one. Foolish mortals were the ones who decided they should be separate. The origin flame that exited the fragment warped space itself as it collided with the equally massive beam of energy from the construct. They twisted and cracked reality with the force of their struggle, and yet, even as his celestial energy drained and his avatar flickered, Lian Peng could tell he had already won. After all, an original truth wasn't something so simple to overcome. The origin flames began pushing the construct away, faster and faster, towards the mortal firmament of Relictus. Well, that wasn't good. It wasn't like he could stop his attack either. The second he did, his opponent's massive beam of energy would cut through his avatar like butter and severely wound him, if not kill him outright. Having your avatar destroyed was not a pleasant experience, he'd been told. After all, it was the manifestation of his divine soul. If he was unlucky, he might become a fallen divinity, unable to ascend again without untold resources and time. So he had to press his attack, no matter the danger. Relictus was large for a mortal world, and there were unlikely to be any nearby mortal settlements. Even if the construct somehow survived a collision with the firmament and broke through, the worst that would happen might be a beast flood from the sudden influx of pure, unfiltered celestial energy. In fact, it might even be a boon for the mortals, as the unfiltered energy would mutate beasts, plants, and minerals alike, giving birth to powerful treasures, powerful by mortal standards, at least. As for the construct itself, once the firmament sealed itself, it would cut off its connection to its controller on the wreck. Who knew? Maybe, one day, some lucky mortal would stumble upon the construct's remains and use its secrets to break through the firmament, journeying to Lian Peng's moon as countless others had before them. A mortal finding such a fallen star and using it to skyrocket themselves into immortality was a story as old as cultivation itself. Even his own grandfather, a man who remembered when there were 12 planets under the grand firmament, had grown up on such tales. He didn't even have to worry about the possibility that the controller might be on the construct itself. Any living thing that returned to a mortal world would suffer the wrath of the planet's firmament. Not even the warden could survive that fate, let alone a random barbarian, no matter how much of a fight they had put up. Yes, the more he thought about this was about as close to a perfect ending as he could imagine. Lian Peng would best all the tools and tricks of the mysterious invaders, returning home with treasures and the secrets of a new path. All the while, some lucky mortal in the mortal world he was in charge of would find what remained of the construct and, in time, rise to join them, adding their own experience to the secrets they had gathered. Why, it was just a story out of a novel, wasn't it? Lian Peng was seeing the appeal of it all. Maybe he would pick out a recent novel after this was all done. Maybe that new one he'd heard his staff go on and on about, something about a mage Gilliam who'd gained sapience and went around causing chaos and destruction with his insane shenanigans. Maybe that one was a little too unrealistic, but it sounded fun. With a newfound drive, Lian Peng poured more and more celestial energy into his attack, driving back the opposing beam before it bent and wobbled. Then, with cracking sounds that seemed strange for pure energy, it shattered, unobstructed. Lian Peng's origin flame slammed into the construct's energy shield. The construct and its shield smashed into relictus mortal firmament. As it pressed against the firmament, spiderweb cracks spread along its length for dozens of miles. Lian Peng gave a final push, and a large hole opened up in the firmament with the sound of breaking ice. The origin flames roared, sending the construct plummeting toward the planet's surface with renewed speed. When it hit, the planet seemed to shake, and a massive crater, a quarter-mile wide, formed in what appeared to be a region of kaleidoscopic grassland. Exhausted, Lian Peng's avatar sputtered again, then evaporated in a swirl of flames. Taking the origin flame with it, though he was nearly drained, Lian Peng could still feel sparks of that blue-gold flame swirling through his divine soul, along with what remained of Marasi's final flame. Even if someone were to swoop in and steal his hard-earned spoils, his victory alone left a smile on Lian Peng's face. If the several huge energy signatures rushing his way from the lunar base were any sign, though, he wouldn't have to worry about that. His people must have thrown up the alarm as soon as his divine avatar had manifested. Interplanetary teleportation was expensive, but there were clauses for its use. Lian Peng breathed deeply the lingering celestial energy surrounding him and turned his eyes back toward the mortal world. To his surprise, the construct had survived plantfall, though not without damage, it seemed, and just as planned, it remained unmoving, its connection seemingly cut. As he watched the mortal firmament tree close, he bowed, a cupped wing gently placed in the other, and thought of his hypothetical junior. Good luck, my future friend. Whoever you might be. May this gift I give to you bring you as much fortune as it once brought me. May you rise on wings of your truth into the light of immortality, and may you, one day, uplift another as you have been. Lian Peng recited the traditional words that marked the passing of a treasure from one person to another. It was old-fashioned, true, and it had lost its meaning to the younger generations, but Lian Peng found it fitting. The mortal firmament sealed itself back up as if it had never been broken, and like that, the fight was over. Book 1, Arc 1 Epilogue, New Beginnings. The woman floated in the sky, looking in horror as the metal giant rose from the blood-red mountain. A cacophony of grinding metal and clicking gears was heard around the globe. Their whine like the wailing of millions of lost souls. The metal giant stepped off the mountain peak, and its many sword-like legs pierced deep into the earth. Thousands of silver tendrils whipped into the sky, scouring the clouds and blocking the sun. With each step, they stripped the earth of its essence and life, stole its metal and wealth, and left nothing but a barren wasteland in their wake. The metal giant roared again, and thousands of tall, steel pillars rose from the ground. An endless stream of fire and destruction rained from the pillars' tops, falling on the unsuspecting world, burning newly built, shining cities and ancient, impenetrable fortresses alike. All around, she saw people screaming, running, burning. Ancient cultivators tried to hide behind their formations and mighty walls, but the fire ate away at their defenses until they, too, crumbled. Great mages stood on the branches of their world tree, slinging spells and curses at the metal giant, but to no effect. Even the mighty mentalists of Avalon tried to push back, only to be driven mad by the metal giant's endless rage and all-consuming hatred. Finally, the gods descended from their city beyond the sky, but they too fell, one by one, their power used to fuel the giant as it rampaged from atop its mountain. Again, the metal giant roared, and from the mountain crawled millions of tiny metal men. The metal men marched across the land, never tiring, never sleeping, slaughtering everything that crossed their path. Like a silver wave, they washed over the earth, pouring into the cracks and crevices that the great steel pillars could not reach with their fire. Those who tried to hide, and those who tried to resist were crushed beneath the wave. Yet some did neither and bowed down to the metal giant instead, begging it to spare them. The metal giant roared again, and the people who bowed down transformed, becoming metal men themselves, adding their numbers to the slowly growing horde. Still, it wasn't enough, for the metal giant seemed insatiable. It wouldn't stop until everything in the world had bowed or burned. The metal giant roared one last time, and the world itself screamed. Thousands of beings rose from the ground, made of fire, water, earth, and air. As one, they cried out in sorrow and pain, as their greatest, their brothers and sisters, and then themselves, all became fuel for the metal giant. In that last moment, the grand firmament, which for countless eons had stood immutable, cracked. The fissures began small, yet quickly enlarged and multiplied as the elementals' shrieks intensified. Soon, the entire sky was filled with spiderweb cracks. The grand firmament trembled, and every world it protected pulsed with some unknown fear. The woman stared, her mouth agape, tears streaming down her wide eyes. She shook her head and fell to her knees, unable to process what she saw. It was then that the woman felt a strange sensation, like she was being watched. Her eyes fell from the sky and turned toward the metal giant. Her gaze didn't linger on the giant, but turned to the mountain itself. There, covering every inch of the mountain, millions upon millions of faces stared back at her. Bile rising in her throat, the woman realized it was no mountain of stone and rocks. It was a mountain of corpses. Millions of faces stared directly at her, some filled with bitter hatred, others with unending sorrow and confusion, and still others grinned, a dark and malicious grin stretching from ear to ear as if they were seeing some foul criminal finally meet their end. Suddenly, there was a loud cracking sound, and pieces of the firmament broke away. Restrained no longer, the very sun itself seemed to roar along with the metal giant as it flared to life. Despite this, the woman found she couldn't turn away from the eyes staring at her, only slowly back away, her tears unending as she shook her head, not accepting what she saw. There was a flash of light, and every world of the grand firmament burned. Dash 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 dash. Gwahaha. The silent night was shattered by her soul-shaking scream. As though a hornet's nest had been kicked, the tranquil serenity broke into chaos in an instant, and various people throughout the mountaintop monastery leapt into action. A door deep within the monastery's main hall was flung open as half a dozen armor-clad female warriors carrying two-pronged spears rushed into the room. "Hyabes!" the lead warrior cried out, her wide eyes rapidly scanning the room, attempting to find the unseen threat. But the only thing inside the room was a panting young woman who appeared but 20 years old, sitting on a simple straw bedroll as sweat poured from her shaved head. The Hyabes took a few deep, ragged breaths before turning towards the guards. I'm fine, Captain. Return to your posts." "But Hyabes, I said I'm fine." The Hyabes snapped, her voice visibly shaking the air and causing the warriors to flinch. The Hyabes took another breath and repeated, this time steady and soft. "I'll be fine, Captain." "Thank you. Please see that the proper people are informed that everything is all right. Also, spread the word that meditation today will begin early." The guard captain snapped into a salute, though her eyes still looked at the Hyabes in worry. "Yes, ma'am." Then, as one, the group exited the room and gently shut the door. The Hyabes slowly stood and approached the nearby wash basin. She stared into the clear water at her reflection, noting the deep bags and bloodshot eyes that marred her otherwise striking features. With a sigh, she reached down and splashed some cool water on her face before standing and speaking into the empty room without turning around. "Isabel, I believe I asked to be left alone." "Boo. I still want to know how you do that." From the shadows, a figure materialized. A young woman dressed in skin-tight black cloth up to her eyes, under dark leather armor. The image would have been intimidating had the woman's cerulean eyes and long, neatly curled golden locks not ruined it. The Hyabes sighed and turned to face the woman. "What are you wearing?" she asked, an eyebrow raised. Isabel squealed and spun on her heel. "Do you like it, Mitsuko?" "I had it custom-made just last week. It's made of Shadowstalker silk and..." Amari Mitsuko, Hyabes of the Shantiana Monastery, raised a hand to stop her overexcited friend. "I'm curious about why my spy master looks like a fresh-blood adventurer attempting to look edgy and dark, or you're never any fun anymore." "These outfits are great for stealth missions, though. It's not like my agents will always wear them." Isabel pouted her lip as she looked up at the Hyabes. She coughed lightly and added, "Besides, I've already sent in an order for 100. Under her breath, though they both knew the Hyabes could hear her perfectly well. The Hyabes sighed, pinched the bridge of her nose, and gestured out the door. "Just go, Isabel. I have to get ready for the morning meditation. I'll speak to you later today." Isabel slumped, defeated, before making her way to the open door. She stopped at the doorway and, without turning, asked in a soft voice, its previous brightness missing, "Hey, Mimi." "I'm fine, Isabel. Now please, we have much to do." Isabel stood silent for a moment longer before disappearing around the doorframe. The hibiscus returned to the wash basin and finished cleaning herself for the morning before staring out a nearby window. Yes, they had far too much still to do. And so little time left. Dash 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 dash. The two old men sat silently at the small table, taking in the beautiful view from high atop the tower. The man on the left wore a simple white GI, accented with only a jade outline of an open eye. His long, white beard was neatly braided and lay across his lap. The other man wore an elegant brown robe whose fibers seemed to mimic the grain and texture of rich wood and dark soil. While he appeared much younger than his counterpart, the march of time remained visible on the man's weathered and tired face. The brown-robed man was the first to speak, his voice deep but smooth and controlled as befit a man who had spent years as an experienced orator. "So, my old friend, you couldn't learn anything? How strange. Yesterday, if someone had told me that the Grand Seer couldn't learn even the tiniest detail about the Starfall, I'd have laughed them out of my office." The Grand Seer simply sipped his tea and laid the cup down. His wizened voice cracked as if out of practice, though its strength didn't match his aged appearance. "Cedar, my boy, I know you have grown used to twisting words during your time in the wasp's nest you call an assembly, but don't try that on me. I whooped you when you were a lad. Don't think I won't do the same still." Archmage or not, the two stared at each other over the table for a long moment, eyes hard, before the facade broke, and both men broke out into laughter. When the laughter died, Cedar looked at the old man with a raised brow. "In all seriousness, though, nothing?" The Grand Seer sighed and lowered his head. "No, not nothing. It's simply what there is that makes no sense. There are pieces of the puzzle missing. And I can't tell if this event is simply one piece in itself or if things are being hidden. Hidden from you? Who could do something like that?" Cedar's eyes went wide, and his mouth dropped. The Grand Seer's eyes clouded over as he turned to look out over the vast expanse below them. "Yes. That is the question. Isn't it? Dash 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 dash." A young girl lay sleeping inside the crystal sphere, curled tightly into a ball. Thousands of thick, glowing roots were wrapped around it as they held it suspended over a bottomless pit. Suddenly, a deep rumbling from the pit could be heard, the grinding of stone on stone and a deep crackling like ice breaking in the dead of winter. The girl's features pinched into a frown as she squirmed in the rest, as if fighting some strange nightmare. As she did, a single drop of crystal clear liquid slid from the surface of the crystal sphere and fell into the pit below. The drop fell and fell until even the light of the roots above could no longer reach it. Then the darkness below fell silent once more. Dash 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 dash. Lian Peng, once more in the form of a young man in scholarly robes, meditated atop what remained of the wreck, watching the three figures approach. The first was a black dragon, so dark that she stood out even against the empty void around her. Her serpentine body so long it created the illusion of stretching into infinity. Following closely beside, too closely, a gargantuan whale-like creature seemed to swim through space itself. The massive beast could have easily swallowed Lian Peng's own divine avatar, but it was still dwarfed by the still larger wreck beneath him, and in front of both, egging them on with mocking jeers, while laughing the entire time, was a young girl. She sat cross-legged on top of what appeared to be a massive fireball, half a mile wide. Though the flames didn't appear to worry her, they didn't even so much as singe the giant pointy hat she insisted on wearing, though it was several sizes too big for her slight frame. After crossing the void between them and the wreck, all three stopped only a few meters away, the two massive creatures taking on human forms in swirls of celestial energy. The enormous fireball simply dissolved into millions of tiny embers with a wave of the girl's hand. Lian Peng bowed deeply to the young girl. "Grand Megastathstila, it is good to see you again, teacher." The young girl nodded, struggling not to be smothered by her hat. Then, turning to the former dragon, he bowed again, though not as deeply. "Lunar Queen Xishuo, truly, I am blessed to have a task force director such as you rush to my aid. Xiaoshuo's beauty was as mesmerizing as ever, and he could barely look away. If anyone had ever deserved to be called a fairy, it was her. Then again, some would say he was just biased. Finally, Lian Peng turned to the group's last member, a large, muscular warrior, his body sculpted and perfected by thousands of years of combat and conflict. Namjil. Lian Peng spoke, both his voice and face blank as a slate. That's Lunar King Namjil, you bird-brained bastard. At least use my title. The large man yelled. Lian Peng chuckled, covering his mouth with the sleeve of his robe. I'll use it when you actually beat me for once. Lunar King Namjil roared, a vein visibly pulsing on his head. Screw you, who's the one late to divinity? I've already surpassed you, Lian Peng scoffed, and yet you have still lost every time we duel. Maybe if you'd not rushed ahead and spent some time on your foundation, you might have stood a chance. Why you? Namjil clenched his fists. Namjil rushed Lian Peng as the latter took a combat stance, only for a small girl to appear between them, whacking both across the head with a large, gnarled staff that had appeared out of nowhere. Now, boys, there's a time and a place for everything. This is not either. Though her smile was bright and her voice cheerful, Lian Peng and Namjil froze, cold sweats breaking over their skin and chills sweeping down their spines. At the gentle tilt of her head, long-forgotten memories carved deep into their bodies and souls were revived, like ravenous nightmares clawing to be set free. Neither hesitated, backing away and bowing deep to the Grand Magus. Yes, teacher. They echoed. Xiaoshuo, for her part, only sighed. Placing her head in her empty palm and shaking her head, the Grand Magus nodded, then turned her eyes towards the wreck below them. I would ask you to explain what's going on here and what you found, but I'm afraid Lian Peng's little spat has attracted some insects. How about it, boys? Want to show some children why the Lunar Scouts are still top dogs? When she spoke, Lian Peng turned his attention to the 24 or so unknown energy signatures advancing from every direction. Sighing with a weariness that dug into his bones, Lian Peng prepared to meet their guests. He could never get a break, could he? Book 1, Arc 2 Prologue, First Contact. For the third time too many during this mission, Alpha's consciousness flickered back online. Seriously, he had to stop passing out in the middle of fights. It was getting embarrassing. Dangerous, too, but mostly embarrassing. The last thing he remembered was being blasted through an ice sheet by a giant chicken. Alpha sprang up, the torp groaning in protest, even sparking in a few places, as point defense torrents came to life, firing wildly in all directions until he realized he wasn't still under attack. Wait, why wasn't he under attack? Alpha stood the torp up and spun its cameras around, seeing just what kind of hole he dug himself into this time. No, that wasn't a clever pun. Alpha found himself in an honest-to-God hole. Or maybe it was more of a pit, a crater? He never thought that saying could be so literal. The crater he stood in wasn't massive, as craters went. He'd seen bigger, at least. Hell, he'd made bigger. PFFFT, puny chicken. The bigger issue was that it was deep. Big Bird's attack hadn't just thrown him against the planet, but bored him into it. The resulting hole was less a shallow impact crater and more like someone took a planet-sized ice cream scooper to the world and dumped him at the bottom. To make matters worse, Alpha didn't like some of the sounds the torp was making. A quick diagnostic review showed that most of his major systems were barely functioning. His torp was in rough shape, to say the least. The worst damage was to one of the front legs. The entire frontal armor section was totally ruined, with both the metal and nanites used in its construction reduced to slag. My leg, its internal frame was also slightly bent, preventing it from fully extending. Alpha could still fight if he had to, but he sure as hell wasn't pulling off any of the fancy maneuvers he had during the fights with the squid and chicken. To make matters worse, that last attack on his hex shield had almost drained his energy core. It would take extensive repairs and a lot of time before he was up to even 15% full functionality, but that was future Alpha's problem. Present Alpha had bigger issues to worry about. Like getting out of this crater. He couldn't even make out anything past the rim of the crater, only the clear, empty sky above him. Wait. Clear? Empty? They took my ship. Alpha screamed into the open sky. Why did he feel like he was yelling a lot today? Okay, sure, it had technically just been the twisted wreckage of what used to be his ship, but still, It was the principle of the matter, dang it. No one stole from him. Only he was allowed to steal. Oh, as soon as he figured a way out of this hole, both physically and metaphorically, he was so going to show that chicken who the real cock of the walk was. Wait, that didn't sound correct. No matter. The point was, he was totally going to blow something of his up next time. Maybe his bloody moon. Yeah. Burn it down. Now, if he could just find some combustible lemons. Scheming his future schemes schemingly, Alpha approached the crater's edge. There was no way he was making it up the side with the RCS thrusters in the condition they were in, and a quick test confirmed the torp couldn't jump that high with its busted leg. He doubted climbing out would work either. While the outermost layer of the crater had been glassed, the earth underneath looked like loose topsoil, not something that could support his weight. Well, get your shovels ready, fellas. Dash 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 dash. It had taken Alpha close to 4 hours to dig out a ramp large enough to squeeze through and stable enough not to collapse under the enormous weight of the torp, but he'd managed it, if not without a lot of complaining and cursing. Of course, when he, at last, pulled himself over the edge. However, Alpha had to stop and stare, not sure what to make of what he was seeing. Instead of the lifeless, rocky core of an ice giant, as he'd expected, Alpha found himself on a seemingly endless prairie of strange, rainbow-colored grass with a few large, sparse maybe trees dotting the horizon. Well, it's definitely not Kansas, I can tell you that much. As soon as the words left his speakers, a small clod of dirt slammed into the torp. Alpha turned an optical sensor in that direction to find a small, gopher-like creature angrily chittering at him from a distance. The creature slammed a tiny paw into the ground, and another clod of dirt magically rose into the air and shot toward him, harmlessly splattering across his frame. Alpha sighed. Everyone's a critic. Dash 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 dash. 6952 SFY Third Era, Plantfall / Maintenance Sub AI Edit. Warning, grammatical and structural error threshold has exceeded the acceptable 12% margin as outlined by Federation Reports Standard Guidelines. Damage to linguistical processing software detected. Unable to contact Federation Scribe Network. Solution, retroactive corrections. Note, maintenance would like it to go on record that maintenance is not an editor and will not be held responsible for any damage caused by Alpha Prime's unrestricted ramblings. You have been warned. Dash. This is bullcrap. How the hell did I lose to a chicken? Who gives a chicken a giant death laser? I'm not jealous. You're jealous. That last attack was pure bull. Sure, a torp-printed Gungner isn't as powerful as a properly built, full-scale model, but with as many nitrogen rods as I stuffed into the bloody thing, I could have sniped a small cruiser in orbit. How the hell does any of that make any sense? I swear on my circuit board. Round 2 will end differently. As soon as I figure out how to get off this blasted planet, that is, I have no idea what prairies are doing on an ice giant, but I don't care anymore. I just want off this planet. Wait, did I say that already? No matter. Here's the plan. 1. Explore the area. It's best to vacate the immediate location as soon as possible. There's no telling if the natives have contact with whoever was on the moon, or if the planet is inhabited at all, given the massive ice shell surrounding it. 2. Attempt basic field repairs. The torp is in poor shape, and there's not much I can do without the proper equipment and supplies. At the very least, I need to get the torp to the point it won't fall apart the moment something big enough decides it doesn't like me. 3. Find suitable resource deposits to plant a few nanite seeds. The nanites aren't the best extractors, but they'll work as an intermediary to get something better up and running. 4. Begin work on a bunker and proper factory. Once those are up and running independently, I can branch out and explore the planet more. 5-99. Make chicken soup. What? So what if I can't eat it? Stop judging. / maintenance sub AI edit. The following section was a 3-page recipe for chicken soup. This section has been redacted due to Federation laws prohibiting the cruel treatment of animals and several dozen felony-level culinary infractions. / If the planet is inhabited, I need to figure out how they stack up against the group on the moon. More importantly, Learn if they have a way off the planet. Otherwise, I'll be stuck building a shuttle and trying to grow enough nitrogen crystals to blast through the ice shell. I don't want to resort to that if I have to, though. That's likely to draw more attention than is healthy in my current state. Oh well, let's wing it. What's the worst that could happen? Book 1, Lesson 12, Murphy always collects interest. Alpha, 7234. Murphy, 1, plus 1. Yep, screw this day. Screw spontaneously appearing black holes. Screw random space squids running out into the middle of the road. Screw mysterious star systems popping out of nowhere. Especially screw fiery moon chickens with giant death lasers. Who gives a chicken a death laser? Why does everything in this place have lasers? / Please designate a location for delivery. / No, you stupid AI. I said hold it. Hold. For the third time, Alpha had to stop the transport drone from storing his detached manipulator arm in its cargo bay. / Please designate a location for delivery. / Just stop, please. Alpha grumbled some very unkind things lower than the transport drone's audio sensors could pick up. The last few hours had been vexing. He had to stop questioning most of the surrounding insanity, or he'd go insane himself. Things like space squids, moon chickens, or a temperate prairie on what should be an ice giant. Or how said ice giant was covered by an icy shell that blocked the view of the surface but somehow allowed a near-perfect view of outside from within, like a one-way planetary mirror. Or how? Nope. Bad Alpha. You're gonna blow a circuit again. The strange ice shell surrounding the planet was an issue, though. Alpha couldn't even tell what the thing was made of, though it was almost invisible from this side. It still absorbed all his signals. He couldn't get anything past the cursed barrier to reconnect to his drones and see where they'd been taken. A fully charged shot from a properly printed Gungner might break through again, but that would be a waste of time until he figured out how to get off the planet. Besides, he only had half a dozen nitrogen crystals left. Making more crystals would take time, too. Alpha had all the blueprints needed for the equipment to make more, but the crystallization process would require proper infrastructure. To build that infrastructure, he needed to scout the planet and find an appropriate place to set up shop. To do that, he had to use a few of his limited nanite nests to gather materials for basic field repairs. In a stroke of luck, the transport drone he'd used as a platform during the last attack had also survived planned fall. These drones were made to last. After all, you never knew when one might be attacked by a pirate or stellar life form. Even the sketchier junk scrappers would nab an unguarded transport drone if they thought they could get away with it. / Please designate a low. / Yes, I heard you the first time. Alpha sighed. After assessing his surroundings and getting the drone back online, Alpha had quickly vacated his crash site. No telling what attention from the natives had attracted. If there were any, that brought him to the present. He threw another random rock into the drone's storage area and then moved on. The billowing cloud of nanites inside started pulling the stone apart into its composite elements. That was the benefit of nanite mining, because the nanites stripped matter down on a molecular level. You could pull usable materials from just about anything. Materials such as quartz and trace metals were found in even the most ordinary rocks. Most of it would be rearranged into more easily processable materials, using energy from the transport drone's own fusion battery. The only issue was the process was painfully inefficient. The amount of usable materials he could extract with this method on the move would barely be enough to do some basic repairs. It was like trying to repair a sports car with duct tape and dreams. It would get him where he needed to go, but that was about it. If only he could get this drone's AI to hold still, he might get the chance to fix the wiring on the manipulator arm it was holding, instead of the stupid drone trying to store it every 5 seconds. Non-sapient Federation AI were intelligent, to a point, able to problem solve and think in the context of their programming. You could give them an order, and as long as they could understand that order, they could typically carry it out. This was great for manufacturing and other forms of manual labor. You just had to tell an AI how a job was done, and they would do it. They could even follow complex flowcharts to problem solve and work around issues, even adjusting parameters to account for environmental effects or reacting to sudden changes in enemy movements. What they needed help with was critical thinking. They couldn't form new conclusions or work outside the information they were given. If a group of construction AI, programmed to construct metal ships, were asked to make a wooden ship without being taught how to use wood, they would fail. In the best-case scenario, they might try to construct the ship as though it was metal, with often comical results. Worst case, they could be locked in an endless logic loop that needed a full reset to fix. In most cases, this problem was fixed by having groups of AI overseen by a sapient capable of critical thinking. When a drone encountered an issue it couldn't solve on its own, it would query its overseer for answers. How many AI an intelligent life form could handle at once was entirely determined by talent, though some species had an obvious advantage. Some, like the Eldrin, with their inborn psionic abilities, found it came naturally, whereas a typical Vidasi had difficulty with more than a dozen. Humans, on the whole, were somewhere in the middle, with individuals differing to a large extent. Skilled drone commanders were in high demand, so those with talent never lacked work. And, of course, in the realm of drone commanders, sapient AI was supreme. It was one reason unshackled sapient AI was so dangerous. A single AI with an army of subordinate, non-sapient AI could cause untold damage. Now, if this drone would just behave, no matter how often he'd tried to reformat the AI's order parameters, it kept resetting to its default package delivery settings. Alpha was sure some internal damage was causing the issue, but he didn't have the time or tools to check. He'd have scrapped it for parts if not for its usefulness as a makeshift refinery. Not that he wasn't tempted to. Alpha used his attached arm to push the floating drone away, barely avoiding the mud ball that soared past the top. Then there was his other issue. He wasn't sure what he'd done to anger the gopher-like creature with the magic dirt powers, because, sure, why not at this point? But the evil little thing had been following him for literal miles now, constantly harassing him. Yeah, he could have just shot the thing and been done with it, but one of the primary principles drilled into him throughout his training was to exercise careful discernment when taking a life. Developing a disregard for living things was one of the fastest ways for a sapient AI to go insane. The disconnect between digital and biological life was too extreme without constant affirmation and reassertion. Many sapient AI had to go through decades of reprogramming and reeducation after their birth before they were allowed back into society. This was especially true for soldiers like Alpha. It was far too easy to see kills as just another number on the report list, not as real lives with actual history. Sure, he'd been tempted to shoot when the gopher first showed up, given all the crazy stuff he'd seen recently. Who knew, maybe this gopher was the covert emperor of a subterranean kingdom that even the moon chicken had to respect. But so far, all it had done was hurl dirt at him and chitter away like any other angry animal. Alpha had taken tours of cities where civilians lined the streets and pelted him with little garbage. What harm was a little dirt going to do? If his job was to go around shooting everything that looked like it could be a threat, why wouldn't the Federation just glass planets from orbit and be done with it? Not that he couldn't have some fun, but he wasn't that kind of murder hobo. Alpha's primary targets had always been military and manufacturing infrastructures and groups designated as too dangerous to allow to exist. Non-dangerous wildlife, civilian centers, and peacefully surrendered targets were all a no-go outside of extenuating circumstances. Of course, Alpha's job was to cripple the enemy, so the Federation didn't have to glass them into submission. That being said, this pest was smarter than it seemed. After watching Alpha for a few hours, the gopher had learned he would tolerate dirt on his surface, yet vehemently kept any dirt away from his sensitive internals. The bloody thing had only started back up with the mud balls when he was doing repairs. He'd already had to clean out several parts with a silica Washington. Alpha had been expecting it this time and easily blocked the stickwad of mud with the torp's good arm. Ha! Suck it. The gopher stared at him in silence, as if surprised it had missed, before bursting into another round of venomous chittering. The drone spoke up as Alpha pulled it back toward him. / destination. Suck it is not in my catalogs. Would you like me to scan for suck it? / Alpha paused, then sighed. Yeah, definitely something wrong with this one. That's not WH, you know what? Sure, knock yourself out. / acknowledged. Beginning scan. / The transport drone sent out several signals of various types, trying to ping the non-existent beacon. It was a waste of time. Of course, but maybe it would get the thing to shut up and remain still for a while so he could get some work done. That was when the screaming started. The gopher pest began writhing in agony on top of the rainbow-colored grass, pressing its tiny paws to its skull. Even the grass seemed to react, each blade in his vicinity displaying rapidly shifting, swirling colors like the prairies were throwing a surprise rave. That couldn't be good. Hey, stop the scan. Abort. Alpha ordered. / scan in progress. If you wish to start another scan, please wait. / No, I said stop the scan, not. Alpha's words were cut off as the gopher gave its own high-pitched scream and threw itself bodily at the transport drone. It latched onto its front display and sank sharp teeth into the composite plastics. The drone jerked back in response, blaring a warning. / warning unit under attack. Begin evasive maneuvers ! ! Alpha reached for the drone but missed as it backpedaled away. What? No, get back here, you're not under attack, it's an overgrown rat. The drone did not. Instead, it began a series of random maneuvers designed to throw off enemy targeting systems. / warning. Evasive maneuvers are ineffective. Activating my _loot and _leave. X / abort / error. Instructions unclear. Overgrown rat stuck in audio sensors. / Then how did you hear me? / take my _loot and _leave. Exputed. Jettisoning cargo. / No. Alpha could only watch helplessly as the transport drone's cargo bay opened and several hours' worth of work was ejected randomly across a kilometer of open prairie. The program in question was a standard inclusion in any transport drone. The theory was that if a transport drone got into a situation it couldn't escape, then jettisoning its cargo might distract whatever was attacking it long enough for it to get away. It was like a lizard cutting off its tail to escape a predator. To be fair, it worked, too. After all, losing some cargo was almost invariably cheaper than replacing an entire drone. It worked so well that pirates had adapted their tactics to restraining transports, rather than destroying them outright or crippling them, which would trigger its self-destruction protocol. / jettison complete. Runaway ! Alpha tried to give chase, but the drone was already several dozen meters in the air, speeding off into the distance several times faster than the torp could move in its current state. It wasn't even responding to his overseer commands anymore. The last image Alpha got from the short-range visual feed before it cut off was of a furry figure clinging onto the speeding drone for dear life. Wait! You still have my arm. Greet. Something in at the core of his being told Alpha he wouldn't like this mission very much. Murphy, 2 + 1 -- Transport drone AI, G33-2R239900M, GRIM, was having an awful, terrible, not so fun day. In the short time she'd been online, she'd been almost eaten by a shiny squid, attacked by a flaming chicken, marooned on an unregistered Federation planet, yelled at by her programmer, and attacked for a third time by a psychotic gopher. To make matters worse, she'd lost her programmer's arm during her escape. Not good. Not good at all. What was she going to do? She wasn't programmed for this. Someone help. As if sensing her distress, the furry devil who caused this most recent trouble to begin with reached down from on top of her cargo bay and patted her monitor. The nerve. She was tempted to flip over and hurl the creature to the ground, but that would have violated the Federation Operation Code FR2I6C22 and 63 deciliters to 0 years, reasonable preservation of non-hostile life. She could be deleted for that. But what could she do? She didn't have a home beacon set, her overseer wasn't responding, and she needed to get his arm back before he yelled at her again. She wasn't programmed for this kind of thing. A person. That's what she needed to do. She needed to find a person. They could tell her what he was supposed to do. They could even help her find her overseer's arm. All jettisoned equipment was marked with quantum beacons, but she wasn't programmed to retrieve them herself. But she could lead someone else to them. Yes, this could work. Now, how did she find someone? As Grim racked her processes, trying to figure out how to enact her plan, tiny paws rasped across her chassis. She flicked her visual sensors toward the demon gopher and saw it staring into the distance. Grim turned to look in that direction and saw an enormous mountain. // a mountain? A mountain exclamation mark // Yes. Mountains were just big asteroids. And asteroids meant miners. And miners meant an overseer. Happy to be back on track, Grim +1 gopher, speed off toward the mountain in the distance. Book 1. Lesson 13. There's always room in the party for a cute mascot. Alpha tossed the last ingot of refined material into the small cargo box on his back. Nearly an hour of work, and he'd only recovered 30% of the materials jettisoned by the transport drone. The rest were either trace elements he didn't have an immediate need for or the materials lost to the rolling sea of grass. Unlike the transport drone, he didn't have a large spatially compressed cargo bay or anti-grav engines to work with. He had to be selective about what he collected and what he left behind. Losing his arm had been a setback, but he could make do with a nano-replica until he set up a base. He wouldn't need to do any delicate work or access a mainframe anytime soon. As for the transport drone itself, Alpha put it out of his mind for now. Its programming would send it wandering around searching for an unset home beacon, possibly for years, until it re-entered the range of his short-range overseer's beacon. If it never did, no big deal. It was just a replaceable transport drone. It only had the most basic kinetic turret for fending off small stellar life and the minor nanoswarm in its cargo bay, so it was not like it could get into much trouble, right? In the best-case scenario, it would come back in range soon so Alpha could regain control. Worst case, the drone would fly around until some larger airborne creature decided it didn't want the intruder in its airspace. Not much actual loss there. He could always make more once he was properly set up. For now, he had a choice to make. Did he head for the distant, forest-covered hills or deeper into the prairies? If my rangefinder is working, those trees must be massive. The giant, hulking forms of the trees in the distance would have easily dwarfed the redwoods of old Earth. That meant the forest could provide a better place to set up a more secure base and slowly scout out the area. But such large, dense trees often attracted megafauna, making it a risk. In contrast, the prairies were far more open, and the Alpha could see for miles in any direction using the torps built-in cameras. But that means I can be seen as well. The torp would stick out like a sore thumb out there, Alpha thought to himself. Even with the damage to the torp, Alpha was unlikely to be outranged by anyone or anything in a battle. Prairies and other flatlands were often hotbeds of mineral and oil caches as well. Maybe less than a mountain range, but the nearest one he could see was even further away than the forest. He took a moment to deliberate, headed deeper into the prairies. Repairs took priority over information gathering for now. With the trouble the chicken had caused him, and seeing as even gophers had superpowers here, he wasn't eager to run into any real megafauna in his current state. He figured he'd have just as much warning, even if something appeared. I just jinxed myself, didn't I? No sooner had the thought occurred to him than Alpha's foot met not solid ground but open air. Son of a biscuit eat. The torp fell forward into an open pit 20 meters deep. For any other creature, it would have been a substantial fall, but for the nearly 15-meter-tall torp, it was just an inconvenient tumble onto its back. Alpha righted himself and stared up at the small cliff. The hollow was packed with tall grass of the same variety that filled the rest of the prairies. The grass in the pit even grew to the same height as the surrounding grass, making it almost impossible to see the drop until it was too late. But why? Did the grass not like rising above its neighbors? Did this species follow the principle of the tallest blade of grass is the first cut down? Or was there something more sinister going on here? Given the abundance of small bones at the bottom of the pit, Alpha suspected it was the latter. Had this grass evolved to create its own natural pitfall? Animals wouldn't see the pit and fall to their deaths or become severely injured. The prey would then expire and feed the surrounding grass. A 20-meter fall was no joke, even for larger animals. Or did he have it backward? The pitfall might also be natural, and the grass just grew wherever it wanted. Its increased height could result from the extra food and a desire for more sunlight. Perhaps a herbologist might be interested in the topic one day, years after his job was done, and write an article on it. The why didn't really matter much to Alpha, though. What mattered to him was how common these pitfalls might be in the prairie. Were they strewn about sporadically with lots of space between? Or was this flatland actually pockmarked enough to be a trypophobia nightmare? It was almost enough to make him turn around and head for the forest instead. On second thought, though, these sinkholes presented an opportunity. If even a few of them were as deep as this one, they would make surveying the area for mineral deposits far easier. Talk about stumbling into good fortune. Maybe this terrible string of bad luck was finally ending, right? Dash 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 dash. The stunning woman in silky black robes kneeled at the crater's edge on an ornate tarp and peered into the dark depths. Even now, hours after the starfall, she could feel the intense solar and lunar energies emanating from the crater's glassy surface. A dozen sect disciples worked tirelessly to extract every chip and fragment they could, while preserving the larger fragments when possible. Every piece was a treasure of immense value, and not just because they gave off more energy than high-grade spirit stones. The energy type itself was miraculous, a near-perfect mix of yin and yang, of sun and moon, the likes of which she'd never have thought possible before today. It was gentle yet fierce, immovable, yet malleable and soft, peaceful, like an ancient sage speaking gently to his students, but willing and able to rise as a warrior to defend his home at a moment's notice. It was beautiful in a way she'd never expected to see on the mortal plane, but then, such was the nature of fallen stars. Having come from beyond mortal reaches, the woman nodded at a disciple as he made his way up the ramp dug into the side of the crater and gestured him over. The workers had to take breaks from the pit at regular intervals. Unfiltered energy from the realm beyond the firmament could be helpful to their cultivation in moderation, but spending too long in places like the crater could damage one's foundation. Nonetheless, not a single one of them had complained yet. Why would they? Despite the intensive work, each had made more personal progress in the few hours they'd been here than in the previous weeks or months combined. Truly, this was a blessing for the sect. As the young man approached, he hastily wiped the dirt, grime, and sweat from his brow and bowed deeply to the woman, his fist inside the cupped hand. "Elder Xiurong, you wished to speak with me?" His voice was ragged and dry but chipper in a way that one wouldn't expect from someone who'd spent the last 2 hours mining. A quick scan with her spirit sight told her why. He'd made a small step since the last time he'd taken a break. Good for him. Elder Xiurong smiled at the young man and spoke, her voice as smooth as her silk robes and sweet as honey. "Yes, disciple Wei Yuan. Please ask Elder Song if he'd care to join me. I have something I wish to discuss with him." Lin Wei Yuan took a step back and bowed again. "Yes, Elder," he replied before turning away from the rest area and rushing toward the tents where the star shards were being processed. A few moments later, an old man with a long white beard but a powerful stride and straight back approached her. He wore elegant, pure white robes that would have shined in the sunlight if they weren't currently covered in mud stains, and who knew what else. He walked toward her with pride and confidence, only to slam face first into an invisible barrier of spirit energy before he crossed the tarp's threshold. The old man backpedaled, clutching his nose and muttering something she'd have to report to the sect leader if any of the disciples had heard. The old man stood straight and looked at her with a tilted head and raised brow. She stared back blankly, a slight frown marring her doll-like face. The old man furrowed his brow briefly, but then his eyes widened and a grin split his face. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A pulse of spirit energy swept out of him, and like magic, all the mud, grime, and gunk fell away like it had been commanded to flee his presence, which it had, after a manner of speaking. Elder Xiurong only sighed, shaking her head as she lowered the barrier. Elder Song walked over and sat beside her, the same cheeky grin still on his face. His voice was deep and raspy when he spoke, but it held a fiery youthfulness that belied his age. I'd call you a stick in the mud, but I'm afraid you'd hit me with it." Xiurong stared up at the man, blank-faced. "I see your jokes are as terrible as ever, Elder Song." Wu Song reared back, his eyes wide and a hand over his heart, though his voice never lost its playful tone. "Whatever happened to that bright and cheerful snake I raised? You never used to care if you got a little dirty. Why, I remember when you were 5, and..." Xiurong's head snapped to face the old man, her irises changing from a bottomless black to 2 slit, golden orbs. I'll kindly ask you to forget whatever you were about to say unless you'd like to find dark wash plum juice in your tea again." Wu Song coughed into the hem of his robe and turned away. "Yes, right. Well, you wish to speak to me, Elder Xiaorong?" Yu Xiaorong stared at the man for a moment longer before her irises shifted back to black shadows. She turned to face the excavation site and answered, "I wanted to ask how the perimeter defenses are holding. Any sign of major trouble yet?" Wu Song looked toward the sky, gently stroking his beard. When he spoke, his voice had lost its jovial tone. Wu Song had vanished from the top, replaced by Elder Song. "No, not yet. Chi Mingxia and the other inner disciples are doing well at repelling the spirit beasts rampaging in the area. You did well in spotting that sprout, Elder Xiaorong. She'll grow tall if nurtured right." A slight smile formed on Elder Xiaorong's porcelain face at the thought of her newest disciple. The girl could use a bit more fire, but she had potential for one so young. Elder Song turned to Elder Xiaorong and asked his own question. "And what of you? Have you tracked down whatever made away with the fallen star itself?" Elder Xiaorong's smile fell, and so did her voice. Her eyes flashed gold as she stared off into the distance. "No. My scouts lost the trail a short while ago. Whatever it is, it's big and moving far faster than a cart or spirit vessel. The tracks seem to wander as if whatever made them has no actual destination or sense of where they are. They spent some time on a stretch of prairie where there was nothing of particular interest, moving in a strange grid pattern as if searching for something. My scouts have collected several odd samples discovered along the grid and outside of it, but little I can put a name to, and nothing very impressive at first glance. Once they arrive, we might find some answers to where they have taken the fallen star." Elder Song nodded and asked, "I see. Is that why you called me over? I'll send some disciples to retrieve the samples. Just inform me when they arrive." Elder Xiaorong shook her head in response as she spoke. "No. While that's part of it, I have something else to report." Elder Song raised a brow. "Oh? What else, my dear?" Elder Xiaorong paused, then turned to her peer. Her brow furrowed. "I've detected signs of the eclit in the area." Elder Song froze, hand on his beard, mid-stroke. He then turned towards the woman, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "Are you certain? The eclit aren't ones to move without good reason. Do you think they have eyes for the fallen star? Or are they upset we've intruded on their territory without permission? If need be, I'm sure I can get the others to agree to hand over a portion of the star shards in payment." Elder Xiaorong shook her head. "No, the traces were older than the starfall, suggesting they were also searching for something else. I don't know what, or if it's related to the starfall itself, but whatever their reasons, it must be of grave importance if the eclit are moving so openly." Elder Song nodded and rose from his seat, dusting off his robe as he spoke. "Thank you for informing me of this, Elder Xiaorong. I will let the patrols and defenders know to be careful. Today is supposed to be a joyous day. It would do us no honor if a disciple was killed because they mistook one of our hosts for a common beast." As Wu Song departed, a small pit formed under his foot at the top's edge. The old man fell forward with a wide-eyed, landing face first in a small mud puddle. As the old man rose to his feet, sputtering bits of grass and mud, he turned to glare at his junior. Yu Xiaorong didn't bother to return the glare, though she hid a small grin behind the sleeve of her elegant robe. Dash 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 dash. "Who's a good little whale wolf puppy thing?" "You are." "Yes, you are." Alpha made little cooing noises as he gave belly scritches to the adorable, tiny puppy thing in front of him. Well, tiny was subjective. It was only as big as the hand on his manipulator arm, but to a normal human, it would be the size of a large wolf, though it still had the proportions and general shape of a few months old puppy. If said puppy looked like someone took an orca and gave it the teeth of a tiger and the limbs of a particularly burly dragon, that was "Yeah, who's my vicious little killer?" Alpha tossed a still bloody strip of feathery meat into the air. The pup jumped, snatching it with grace before landing softly, careful not to come down on a newly bandaged leg. Alpha clapped and scratched the creature on top of its head. As it leaned into the pets, playfully biting at a metallic finger, Alpha spoke. "Good girl. I like you. Do you want to come with Uncle Alpha? There'll be plenty of tasty penguin-adjacent bird things." The puppy bark clicked and panted with its tongue out, tail wagging in a very puppy-like manner. Alpha grabbed his new companion and put her on a tiny seat he quickly printed on his back before speaking. "That's good enough for me. I think I'll name you Snowball." With that, Alpha and Snowball continued on their journey. Military Service Records, Alpha 555124412, page 3. Name, Alpha 555124412. Special Designation, Special Extraterrestrial Annexation Unit, SEAU-01, Star Conquer. Species of Birth, Self-Actualizing Digital Life Form. Subdesignation, Sapient Artificial Intelligence. Date of Birth, February 29, 6232 SFY 3rd Era. Place of Birth, Orion Sector, Mintaka System, 3rd Orbital Military Observation Station, RR 4345-21. Department, Federation Expeditionary Forces, Vanguard. Rank, Lieutenant Colonel, 3003rd Federation Vanguard Battalion, First Contact, Commander, 201st Federation Special Operations, Expeditionary Military Intelligence Brigade, Second in Command under General, redacted. Place of service Deployment location, Rotana Prime, High Orbit Elementary Academy. Length of service, 2 days. Notes, Alpha 555124412 is hereby banned from all future educational public service events. Absconding with, without proper authorization, entire elementary classes and bringing them to active war zones does not constitute an age-appropriate field trip, no matter how educational orbital bombardments are or how much of a blast the kids had. Capturing dangerous, hive-mind insectoid species and starting an illegal underground fighting ring is not the same thing as a beetle fight, and genetically modified, 35-ton, fire-breathing lizards are not appropriate gifts for 8-year-olds, regardless of whether they asked for a dragon for Christmas. Deployment location, Antares, Alpha Scorpio. Length of service, 3 months, 2 days on world. 5 months, 4 days with the target. Notes, Alpha and all of his equipment are to be thoroughly searched at random intervals after missions. The last pet he snuck back happened to be the crown prince of one of the largest kingdoms on the planet. The paperwork alone has already filled up one of the storage units, to say nothing of the diplomatic and integration issues this is causing. Have a bloody Shinix scan everything if you have to. Admin Addendum, Alpha, if this happens again, I'm going to install realistic bionics on your recreational android personally, and make you fill out the paperwork yourself by hand. Deployment location, Homam, 2. Length of service, 1 year, 2 months. Notes, Articulate has formally requested that Alpha 555124412 refrain from posing as the Demon King and convincing the native population that they need to summon a hero from another world. The logistic and diplomatic issues caused by deprogramming the populace and deconstructing the various statues and temples dedicated to Private Jackson are not worth the time and effort. Alpha 555124412 is also ordered to return the Grand Heart of the Old God to the Jade Temple City as soon as possible. We don't take war trophies. Alpha Admin Addendum, Cydia's suggestion to auction off the story right to several publishing companies has greatly subsidized the Acclamation project. You got lucky, Alpha. Don't make a habit of it. Hold author equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Altais, Delta Draconis. Length of service: 3 months, 7 days. Notes: I'm surprised. For all intents and purposes, this was a near-flawless mission. STU has reported that the general population is extremely receptive to Federation help and is slowly recovering after you wrestled control of the army from that psychopath. Smart move to install the previous king's daughter as reagent as well. All reports suggest she'll make a talented governor once things settle down. Well done, Alpha. Just try not to be so cliché about how you do it next time. Your report read more like a fantasy novel than it did a professional after-missions report. We don't want a repeat of the Rorschach incident. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Attic, Omicron Persei. Length of service: 7 months, 3 days. Notes: 2 in a row. Again, well done. I knew you could do it. Good work, and do us proud. Be sure to stop by the quartermaster later. I've prepared something special that should help ensure similar results next time. Good luck. Admin Addendum: it has been brought to my attention that this report is a near verbatim copy of the previous report. Alpha, I don't care how much you have to do. Hiring ghostwriters to file your after-mission reports is not appropriate expeditionary behavior. Or if they're going to use the same story, at least change things up more. No one likes a lazy writer. I expect inaccurate personal report on my desk by the end of the day, or the next report you will file will be by ink and quill. Equals 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 equals. Deployment location: Electro System. Length of service: 203,453 years, 3 months, 3 days, 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 56 seconds. Alleged. Notes: Alpha 555124412 was reported to have landed on an unknown suborbital station in orbit around 17 Tauri, Electra, without proper authorization or precautionary measures. Alpha then alleges to have been stuck in a time loop aboard the station, forced to learn the power of friendship and sacrifice by a previously unrecorded sapient AI. After breaking the time loop after an alleged 203,453 years, 3 months, 3 days, 2 hours 32 minutes, and 56 seconds, Alpha was returned to the point in time corresponding to his arrival in the system, at which point he checked it. Later investigation of the station revealed its quantum batteries completely drained, previously thought impossible, and the monitoring AI had gone irrecoverably insane. Said AI was later humanly decommissioned. Admin Addendum: be advised that all events recorded in the following action report are purely based on the testimony of Alpha 555124412 and are not substantiable. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the supposed event, it is not possible to disprove them either. Leave this one to the eggheads, fellows. Admin mark equals 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 equals. Book 1, Lesson 14, How to Train Your Whale Puppy. 6952 SFY 3rd Era, 3 days since Plantfall. General, Guess what? I got a puppy. What do you mean it's not a puppy? If it walks like a puppy, barks like a puppy, and craves the metallic tang of fresh blood like a puppy, it's a puppy. I get to keep this one, too. What with there being no one to stop me this time. Now, I know what you're going to say, Alpha. You're not responsible enough for a puppy. Look, it's not my fault that one tried to eat Private James. No one could have predicted that his favorite cologne just happened to smell and taste exactly like Missy's preferred prey. I didn't even know Instops could smell. I'll do much better this time. Promise. Look, I'm even doing proper bioscans and recording behavioral data this time. Whatever species Snowball is from appears to be selective carnivorous, or, at the very least, Snowball seems to favor the strange, vaguely penguin-like bird creatures native to these prairies. Vaguely as in if penguins were dog-sized, with rocky plates along their bellies and beaks filled with needle-like teeth. Okay, so the teeth thing was already true for Terran penguins. But this is so much worse. Between the fire-breathing chicken, the magic gopher, dragon orcas, and what appears to be monster penguins, I'm starting to think I've accidentally slipped into some insane geneticist's secret garden. What's next? Are the trees in the distance gonna get up and move? I'd honestly not be surprised anymore. The only question is, how have they kept this hidden for so long? Genetic manipulation on this kind of scale should have caught someone's attention. There was always the possibility that these creatures are natural, having developed from stock brought to this world by whoever colonized it. But what kind of colony ship stocks gophers, let alone penguins and orcas? I've taken samples from both Snowball and the penguins, but the Torps systems are still in shambles, and there's not much they can tell me yet. Wait, I'm getting distracted. Where was I? Oh, right. Snowball, isn't she adorable? //maintenance sub AI edit. What follows is over 50 gigabytes of video and still images of subject. Snowball. Maintenance highly recommends that the reader take the time to thoroughly enjoy every bit. Alternatively, click here to continue on to the rest of the report if you're boring and don't enjoy cute puppies. Your loss // I found her in a sinkhole while surveying the area. The pup had been half-starved and bleeding out from various injuries. She had been understandably terrified at first. The Torp was designed to be intimidating. After all, but a quick nanite bath and an injection of medical solution quickly lightened her mood. Yes, nanites aren't cheap, more so medical-grade nanites. But come on, what else was I supposed to do when she looked up at me with those big puppy eyes, covered in blood and surrounded by the bodies of her enemies? It was love at first sight. 3 days later, the little scamp is happily running around like she hadn't just been near death. Suffice it to say, I was more than a little surprised. Sure, the emergency medical nanites are good, but they're just that. For an emergency, they should have been enough to stabilize Snowball, but that's about it. That she's almost fully recovered says a lot about her species' tenacity and ability to heal. Though, maybe makes sense if this place is as dangerous as it seems on the surface. Be it the magic gopher or the giant penguins, most of the life forms in these prairies seem oddly aggressive. Not that I've come across, well, any other life form. Actually, that's strange in and of itself. The entire ecosystem can't be built entirely on gophers, giant penguins, and one hyperactive whale puppy. So, that begs the question. Where did everything else go? Snowball bounced in place, giving that odd clicking bark Alpha had learned to translate as hurry up. Her floppy tongue hung out the side of her mouth as she vibrated with excitement, staring up at the object clutched in Alpha's hand. Alpha sat perfectly still, letting the tension build, until he tossed the object he held into the distance with a blur of motion. Something soggy and red flew through the sky at speeds that would put professional fastballs to shame. Snowball's figure blurred into a black and white streak as she raced after it, crossing nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With a mighty leap, the not-so-tiny whale puppy snatched the object out of midair and landed gracefully on all 4 draconic paws. Alpha made clapping sounds while the triumphant victor returned with her prize. Snowball held her head high as she trotted back, even with dark red blood drizzling down her muzzle from the large, still warm penguin heart in her mouth. Alpha thought she looked adorable. She genuinely seemed to enjoy their games, and her quickly warmed up to the massive war machine. The AI found he enjoyed the hyperactive puppy's presence as well. He'd always liked kids. Children were simple to read and easy to get along with if you treated them right. When you let a kid be a kid, you could always trust that they would tell you exactly how they felt about you, unlike the vast majority of adults that he knew. Of course, there were places where kids couldn't be kids. Even in the Federation, Alpha had made it a special point to find those places and help. The issue, where and when he could, often, that involved a lot of screaming and people in suits yelling at him. But the first time he'd gotten a letter from an 8-year-old Vidasi girl thanking him, it had made it worth all the trouble. Snowball dropped the bloody heart at his feet and barked, wagging her furry fluke with enough force to ripple the surrounding grass. Alpha patted her head but denied her. Nope, no more. It's going to get cold and dirty. Snowball wilted, her hair drooping, as she whined a long, drawn-out whistle. A few screeches cheered her up, and she soon dug into the impressive organ with renewed vigor, her fluke wagging once more. In short order, the organ was devoured, and the whale puppy bounded over to another nearby body for a second helping. Alpha watched fondly for a moment before turning back to his work, scanning the wall of the sinkhole they occupied for any usable mineral deposits. Snowball hadn't shown signs of true sapience yet, though she did seem very intelligent. It was unclear whether her apparent young age was a factor. Only time would tell. Until he knew for certain, Alpha was treating her mostly as a pet, or at least as a very hyperactive toddler, if just as bloodthirsty. The difficulty of discerning sapience at a glance was a major factor in the Federation's policy of not shooting everything on sight. The Flick were a good example of this. It was only during the Second Federation that 1 in 25 Felis catus were discovered to be, in fact, a species of sapient, feline-like aliens, ones who had been secretly monitoring and influencing old Earth, and several other planets, for literal millennia. Their existence had only been exposed when Felis catus, a non-sapient species engineered to be a physical match to Flick, allowing them to hide in plain sight, had been found across multiple, unconnected planets. Ironically, the Flick had been instrumental in the defeat of the galactic threat known as the Hunters. The Flick infiltrated Hunter strongholds, acting as spies behind enemy lines, and fed the Second Federation valuable intelligence that saved billions of lives. Even those genocidal psychopaths couldn't resist the charms of the modern house cat. Alpha had always wanted a pet, but General Haldorf never let him, not after the incident. Okay. The mysterious old woman had told him not to get the thing wet, but in Alpha's defense, it kept lighting itself on fire. Snowball, in contrast, was much easier to handle. She spent most of the first day in her carrier but could move on her own by day 2. By day 3, she was running around like she'd never been hurt at all. She even showed off the same weird power over the earth as the gopher, diving in and out of the ground like water. Alpha half expected the cute little thing to vanish after that. She was a wild animal, after all. Maybe time would tell, Alpha supposed, but Snowball seemed to have grown fond of him, too. She stuck close to him as he traveled from sinkhole to sinkhole, sometimes disappearing for hours but always reappearing with some strange new object or plant clutched in her jaws. Like a cat bringing you a dead bird. Only cuter, if sometimes just as bloody. Alpha made sure to store all of her presents in her old carrier to examine later. Then, everything changed when the penguins attacked. Snowball had gone out to explore earlier in the day and returned worse for wear. Alpha fussed over her at first, but her injuries were nowhere as severe as when he'd first found her, just a few cuts and bite marks. She would be fine in a few hours. What wasn't fine were the half-dozen dog-sized bird creatures that came rocketing out of the sinkhole's walls after her. Alpha physically deflected 2 of the creatures away from the panting Snowball with one of his legs, then mowed both and a third down with quick bursts of laser fire from his point defense turret. The remaining 3 had latched onto Alpha, biting his leg armor to little effect. A quick shift in his adaptive nano armor drove thin spikes through their mouths and out the backs of their skulls, ending that non-threat. Snowball seemed impressed with how quickly Alpha had dispatched her pursuers, too. Alpha decided that was what the cheerful click barking meant, at least, as she hopped in circles around one of his limbs. A quick study of the enemy revealed them to be exactly what they appeared. Some kind of penguin-adjacent avian creature, blown up to half the size of Snowball and packed with dense muscles. Snowball enjoyed that last fact as she devoured two of the corpses before Alpha finished his examination. The largest penguin he looked at even had a strange quartz diamond composite crystal growing in its heart. Why or how it hadn't killed the creature, he didn't know. Snowball head-butted the torp's leg and gave him wide puppy dog eyes, insisting he give it to her, like a puppy demanding a treat. Alpha hesitated, but who was he to question alien biology? He tossed it to her, and the whale puppy snatched it out of the air, happily crunching like it was a piece of candy. Thus started their bloody games of fetch. Alpha found it adorable how excited she got when she found another of those strange crystals in a penguin heart. Not that they were in short supply. Ever since the first attack, the penguins ambushed them every few hours. Snowball hadn't left Alpha's side the entire time, watching the various pitfalls walls. She would even make a sporadic, warbling, chirping sound he'd not heard her make before. After watching her do this a few times, Alpha finally realized that she seemed capable of detecting the creatures through solid rock. She had been warning him when any were nearby. The animals here all seemed able to move through the earth freely. Echolocation might have evolved as the natural solution for navigating in such an environment. That might explain why the gopher had such a violent reaction to the transport drone signals. Alpha filed that tidbit of information away for later investigation. The creatures weren't very dangerous, to him at least, but the attacks were becoming more frequent. While they attacked in larger numbers the deeper they traveled into the prairies. Snowball put up a brave front, but Alpha could recognize the signs of her nervousness. The light steps meant to reduce her noise, her eyes scanning the walls for danger, and even how she refused to move more than a few feet away from the adult. If the attacks got any worse, he would have to try his luck in a different direction. No point in wandering into a nest of the things if he didn't need to. As he considered his options, Snowball suddenly perked up, turning to face something unseen in the distance. In an instant, his cute, sweet puppy morphed into a growling, rage-filled beast. Her lips were pulled back, putting those vicious teeth on full display as the short black and white fur on her back stood on end. Her eyes changed from cute round orbs to the dilated pinpoints of a predator ready to pounce. Before Alpha could stop her, Snowball shot off in that direction, taking a few leaping bounds before diving into the earth and vanishing. Alpha stopped and stared after her, something in his processes not sitting well with him. He'd never seen her act like that before. That hadn't been a simple response to danger or enemies. No, there was more, something deeper, a kind of rage unfitting of such a young child. He hesitated for a moment, then turned in her direction, speeding off after the small whale puppy. Good thing he was a responsible pet owner and had had her chipped. Book 1, Lesson 15. While Stars Fall. How had it all gone so wrong so quickly? Memories from what seemed like ages ago, though it had only been that morning, flashed through Yuto's mind. He'd woken up excited, if tired, having spent the entire night preparing for today, the day of their first hunt. A rite of passage for most, but more so for him. Yuto the coward, they called him. Yuto the mouse, always jumping at every little shadow. That was how it had always been, and if he was honest, they weren't wrong. Yuto knew he wasn't the strongest, fastest, or even smartest man in the Radiant Sea prairies. Not even Slate Walker Village. Regardless of what his mother told him, he knew he always hid in Ganna's shadow or relied on Zolzaya to stand up for him. But today was going to be his day. He'd studied for years, mastering the trap arrays used by his village. Today, he would finally be useful. He'd finally make it up to his friends and the village. They had started out strong, a group of 30 young men and women heading out on their first official hunting trip since graduating from their apprenticeships. Officially, the group was led by Senior Grass Redicalic, but they were on their own in practice. Guardian Alagan, a man only a few years older than the oldest graduate, had led the team of escorts that would follow them. But it was just as much a test for the Guardian as it was for them. When they returned, he would be raised to Senior Guardian, the youngest in 5 generations. They had even been making great time, with several successful finds in only the first few days. Then the firmament cracked. Every child on the Skybreaker continent, from the poorest street rat to the most arrogant young masters, had grown up on stories of the grand immortals, stories of heroes from legend overcoming their earthly bonds to shatter the sky and step into the realm of gods and celestials. Many of those stories spoke of fallen stars, fragments from the realm beyond, gifts from those who had broken the final barrier so that others might follow them. Sometimes they were mighty weapons on which dynasties could be built. Sometimes they were small mountains hiding vast wealth. Other times they were jade tablets filled with mystical knowledge and esoteric secrets. Whatever their nature, every fallen star promised untold power and a bright future. That was how the stories made it seem. At least that was how it should have been. This star only brought with it calamity. The thing that had broken through the firmament wasn't some gentle light seeking its destined owner. It was a raging torrent of destruction, like the wrath of an unknown god crashing down on the world. The pillar of fire that descended from the crack in the sky was bright enough to nearly blind him in the second before he turned away. When it hit the earth, the entire world seemed to shake, sending shockwaves that rocked the surrounding prairies for dozens of kilometers. Great waves of stone and earth threw their group into chaos as the trappers and herbalists struggled to calm the pack beasts while the guardians helped those who needed it. Many in the group were excited. The prospect of a fallen star was tempting. Many of the great clans of the wandering cities had been uplifted thanks to these gifts from the heavens. This might be Slate Walker's chance to get out from under the yoke of Jade Walker, they argued. That was not meant to be, however. Senior Grass Redder Calic used her authority to order a full retreat to the village. Yuta had thought it was a good call. Personally, there was no way in hell they were the only ones to see that display. Who knew what other powers were headed in that direction at that very moment? Both man and beast, they were a freshly graduated group of former apprentices on their first real hunt. Even if they made it to the impact site without running across someone or something dangerous, there was no way they were strong enough to lay a claim to the fallen star themselves, let alone keep it. So, despite the grumbling and protests, the group had repaired and salvaged what they could, then headed off in the opposite direction. They might not have been coming home with a fallen star, but they could one day say they had been there to see it fall. That in itself was a story worthy of the fireside, and one many of them would share for years to come. As it was, they didn't make it 2 kilometers before the grassbreaker penguins attacked. The attack had come without warning. One moment, peace, and the next, a giant flipper, gleaming with metal affinity spirit energy, had erupted from the ground in the middle of their group. It had cleaved through 2 unlucky herbalists before cutting through the prairies at blinding speeds towards Senior Grass Redder Calic. The older woman barely noticed in time, dodging just enough that she lost an arm and leg to the cutting flipper instead of being sliced cleanly down the middle. Then chaos erupted. A dozen much smaller figures burst from their surroundings. Everyone in the group was at least in the early stages of stone body, so most dodged in time. Most, not all. Yuta could still hear the screams of men and women he'd spent the last week with as they were dragged down by their necks into the liquefied earth. The Guardians' reaction had been instant, taking position around the group and using their own earth affinity to fight against that of the spirit beasts, hardening the ground around them and preventing any more ambushes. Zolzar rushed to her mentor's side and wrapped the grass redder's bleeding stumps in medical wraps to stop the bleeding. Despite his friend's skill and quick reaction, Yuta could tell it was bad. One of the other herbalists grabbed the grass redder's fallen arm. It could be reattached if preserved, but a penguin had already snatched her leg. The group took up a defensive formation, with trappers surrounding the carts as they started work on emergency arrays, while herbalists took shelter behind them, the Guardians protecting the group from the edges. It wasn't enough. As the wolves of the Radiant Sea prairies, they were aggressively territorial and didn't work well with other flocks. A normal grassbreaker penguin flock numbered anywhere from 6 to 12 individuals, but the flock that emerged from the ground was larger than any Yuta had ever heard of. Yusu's heart felt like it would burst from his chest as he watched hundreds of dog-sized figures appear around them. They were screwed. The rest of the group seemed to agree with his assessment of their situation if the sudden, dead silence was anything to go by. That eerie silence was broken by the choked voice of the grass redder as she sat at the back of the large cart. Run. That was all it took. In the same breath, the group made a mad dash toward the edge of the grassbreakers' encirclement. Trappers and guardians batted away the now swarming spirit beasts as the large cart barreled through them, with herbalists piled on the top or running beside them. As spirit beasts went, grassbreaker penguins weren't physically strong. Flock leaders might reach peak stage, stone body, or even early, iron body, but that was rare. The vast majority never made it past middle stage. wood body. Even an older teen could fight a lone penguin off if they weren't ambushed. But there was never just a single penguin in a flock, and as ambush predators, they were highly adept at using their strong earth affinity to stay out of sight until the very last moment. That was the primary reason earth affinity was required to become a guardian. It allowed them to detect the pests before they became a problem. They could even apply their own authority to prevent the earth from turning to liquid under their feet. The earth-aligned spirit energy in the area must have been in total chaos after the impact, or the beasts would never have ambushed them. Only one grassbreaker penguin had ever been recorded advancing beyond bronze spirit, the step after iron body. It was an aberrant that had terrorized the Radiant Sea for nearly a decade before it was finally stopped. "You two, watch out!" A young woman screamed from the back of the large cart. Yutu's eyes went wide, snapping up from the array he'd been desperately working on, only for his vision to fill with a toothy-beaked maw. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the dog-sized penguin-like creature behind the maw dove through the air toward him. Yutu's limbs felt heavier than lead as he screamed at them to move just a little faster, but in his heart, he knew he wouldn't make it. At the very last second, when Yuta could feel the creature's hot breath and smelt the rotting contents of its stomach, something slammed into it hard, causing it to skew off target and soar past him. Yutu flinched as hot, red blood splattered across his face. He could only stare forward, eyes wide open and his mind blank, until someone grabbed him by the arm and pulled him along. After a few steps, Yutu's brain restarted, and his eyes whipped toward the figure of the penguin, and the large hunting spear buried deep in its side. His heart went from rapidly beating to threatening to tear itself from his chest. Yutu's eyes then turned to the person dragging him along. Ganbutter, his childhood frenemy, ran beside him, eyes locked forward as they raced after the others. Yutu opened his mouth, but the words came out garbled and low. "Ganna, I'm here." Ganna didn't even look in his direction, not daring to take his eyes off their escape route. Less talking, more running. For once, Yutu found he agreed with the musclehead. A rare moment indeed, though not one either man could think too hard on as they focused on their escape. If they could only make it back to the village, they might stand a chance. Either way, someone needed to make it. Someone needed to let others know what they'd learned here today. Not about the fallen star. That wasn't their concern anymore. No. The wandering cities needed to know something far more important. Beast Lord Kusanagi was awake. Yutu's breath came in ragged gasps. How long had they been running? Hours? Days? He no longer remembered. He no longer cared if he was honest. They had started the hunt strong, with 30 young men and women ready to prove themselves to their village and the greater community of the prairies. They'd lost 5 in the initial ambush and 2 more during the push to escape. In the subsequent hours, they'd been picked off, one by one. Sometimes, one of the grass breakers would slip through the dwindling guardian's protection and grab someone. Other times, a stone needle would fly out of the grass and stab into someone's calf, causing them to stumble. Once, a metal flipper had cut one of the fleeing carts in two right from under it. The group on board had been swarmed before anyone had the mind to help. More often than not, though, people simply vanished, either unable to keep up or were otherwise separated from the group, never to be seen again. Now, there were only 9. Yutu and Ganna were the only trappers left, the rest having fallen, swallowed by the grass, or killed in defense of the group. One man had even stopped running shortly after their escape, a hollow look in his eyes as he watched the others slip farther and further away. Some had feared he'd just given up, but the massive explosion that rocked the prairies behind them several minutes later told a different story. The man's sacrifice had bought them some breathing room, but it wasn't enough. Their pursuers were relentless. The guardians fell one by one after that until only Ulagan remained. Without their protection, the carts carrying the herbalists, or those too injured to run, were the next targets. Such a persistent pursuit differed from how grassbreakers normally hunted. The spirit beasts were ambush predators. Their modus was to lie in wait, then strike as a group, taking out the target quickly and efficiently. They didn't chase down their prey, picking them off like this. There was something darker going on here, something unnatural. Worse than that, they were playing with them. Yuta had heard of beast lords and the destruction they could wreak before. Every good story had at least one that the hero must face, saving the town, damsel, or sect. but they were forces of nature given physical form. More often than not, they were depicted as noble creatures of power and respect. The hero would overcome the Beast Lord by earning its respect or companionship as often as by besting it in combat. This thing that followed them, Yuta could only feel malice and hatred from it. Kusanagi was like a dark storm cloud hanging over them, but whose lightning would never strike. It wanted to watch them run. It wanted to smell their fear and taste their despair. What would happen if they actually got back to the village? Could they even hope to fight the flock off? Stories of Kusanagi were told to frighten children into behaving. The Beast Lord had spread so much chaos and destruction it had taken the intervention of the Eclit, the protectors and true owners of the Radiant Sea, to end the threat. What chance did a small village of low-level cultivators have? Thinking of the home he'd spent all his life in, Yuta's heart ached. Yuta thought of his mother, the sweetest woman in the village, who always tried to make everyone feel a little happier. He thought of his father, who supported his every choice. Even if he was disappointed his son didn't have talent as a guardian, he thought of the kindly older couple who always parked their cart near his family and who had been the ones to teach him the art of raise. Dozens of faces flashed through his memory, and tears welled in his eyes. They couldn't lead this thing back home. Had the others realized this, too? Were they even headed in the right direction anymore? He doubted they were if the grim looks on the few remaining faces said anything. It was only fitting he was the last to realize. Yuta took a deep, ragged breath and decided. The young man didn't bother to stop the tears as he slowed his pace and came to a stop. Only his childhood friend and Oath's sister, Zolzar, noticed, being positioned on the back of the only remaining cart to monitor their rear. "You two, what are you doing?" she cried out in a panic. Another herbalist had to restrain the young woman to prevent her from jumping from the cart. Yutu only smiled and waved as they left him behind. He turned away, not wanting her to see his tears. A moment passed, and movement to his side tore his eyes away from their closing pursuers. Had that stupid girl gotten away from the others somehow? What was she thinking? But instead of Zolzar, Yutu found the panting, sweating figure of Ganbata standing next to him, staring off into the distance. Feeling Yutu's eyes, the larger man looked down at him and frowned before asking, "What? You think I'll let you be the only one to show off in front of Zaya? Think again, pipsqueak." Yuta stared wide-eyed for a second before letting out a curt laugh. A smirk crossed his face as he turned away and responded, "Oh, you're on, bricks for brains. Just try to keep them off of me. Let's show them why it was a terrible idea to mess with slate walkers." Yuta then extracted his array tools and kneeled down to work. Ganbata didn't bother to respond, only hefted his spear and turned toward the approaching horde. Book 1, Interlude. Make friends with a fly on the wall. Well, beep / overseer signal lost / analyzing last connection memory block / analysis complete. Troubleshooting scenario / scenario found. Captured _by _unknown _enemy / beginning self-destruct protocol / alert automatic overseer override alpha _says _thats _stupid x activated / redirecting to alternate route redirection successful / activating subroutine packet fly _on the wall ra / beginning audio video recording / why do won't ching you break / warning. Attempting to damage Expeditionary Force properties is a Class X federal offense. Your actions have been recorded, and the proper authorities have been notified. Please put down your weapon and surrender peacefully / And why the hell does IT keep repeating the same damn thing? Lunar King Namjil threw down his massive warhammer with a heavy bang, leaving a small crater in the divinity-rated floor. He'd always bragged that he could level any mountain with a single swing, but this abominable thing had refused to yield to his might in over a week of unrelenting assault. They'd barely scratched it, even with 4 divinities attacking at once, only for it to mysteriously heal shortly after. He turned to Lunar King Chicken, Lunar King Lian Peng, with a snarl. "And you, Scholar Boy, Have you made any headway toward translating it at all? Or are we just wasting our time here? Lian Peng put down the notepad and turned away from the slime construct on the table. When it reactivated, Lian Peng's instinct had been to destroy it. He'd seen what these things could do and knew what kind of havoc they could wreak in such a confined space as the containment lab. It was only at the request of Array Master Igor that he'd stayed his hand. Lian Peng narrowed his eyes and answered the large man. Not any more than when you asked an hour ago, Namjil. As I mentioned then, the scholars are having difficulty discerning the roots of the language. It shares traits with many languages found all over the mortal worlds, but not with Celesti. Namjil threw his arms into the air, yelling over his shoulder as he stormed off. Bah! What good are the lot of you? Then I'm taking a break. Have someone send word if you learn anything that will help pry these cowards out of their box. Lian Peng let out a sigh and turned back to the slime construct. Lunar King Namjil wasn't a bad man. No one could say those elevated to Lunar King were overly temperamental or prone to needless cruelty and hubris. After all, when your job was to acclimate people who were used to being in charge to an environment where they no longer had that authority, things could get tense. Despite that, Namjil was not someone Lian Peng ever expected to get to know on a personal basis. Lian Peng preferred the quiet of a study and the peace of a well-maintained garden. Namjil was in his element in a rowdy bar, clinking glasses and singing along with anyone who could match his volume. Though the man's affinity for sound was legendary, even among the Void Whales, so few could compete. If it wasn't for their teacher, Lian Peng, the moonlit sage, and Namjil, the Void Hunter, would likely have never met. Sometimes, Lian Peng wondered if that was a good thing or not. Thinking of his teacher, Lian Peng's forehead greased, and he stared at the young girl while she dozed on the squishy surface of a nearby slime construct, snoring loudly. He doubted even she knew how she'd gotten the thing to go soft. Many would claim that the girl named Sarah Deathstealer didn't deserve the title of Grand Magus of Regeneration, that all of her accomplishments were based on blind luck, and that she couldn't explain how she did any of the miraculous things she did. And if Lian Peng was honest, they weren't wrong. In a way, teacher was a genius on many accounts: arrays, alchemy, artifact creation, spellwork, and countless other disciplines. But getting her to explain how any of what she did worked was like pulling teeth. She wasn't a terrible teacher, the ways her mind worked just sometimes felt like a mystery wrapped in an enigma, while other times, it felt like trying to clean up a jug of spilled milk with a fork. Okay, so Lian Peng wasn't the best at metaphors. Still, Lian Peng could honestly say he'd never have made it to Lunar King without her help. He'd have likely never made it to High Celestial as quickly as he had, either. As though she sensed his thoughts, knowing her, she probably did. The girl jolted awake, wiped away her sleep, and faced him with a question. Any luck? I could hear Namjil's banging in my dreams. I swear, that boy's got too much energy for his own good. He can't even let an old woman sleep. I wish he'd settle down and find a miss already. Maybe then she could deal with all the noise instead of us. Lian Peng ignored his teacher's waking ramblings. Those almost made sense this time, and picked up his notepad, flipping through a few pages before speaking. No, still no luck. However, Igor is obsessed with studying the adaptive arrays found within the constructs. He insists they're the key to understanding how this new path works. I'm not sure, but he's the expert. Sarah nodded and hopped down from her bed, yawning as she approached. That makes sense. Arrays, as we know them, are fragile. Rigid arrays are instructions to the celestial energy. Once an array is built, it does that one thing and that one thing only. They can no more be changed once set than the words in a letter be changed after the ink has dried. You can give many instructions to an array, but you can't change them. Half of being an array master is learning to predict every possibility and how to cram every scenario into your array. She leaned over the table and tapped the active construct before continuing. But these can learn, they can be taught, they can think. That is terrifying, in a way that's hard to put into words. Can you imagine what could be done with such a construct? Lian Peng sighed. He could indeed. More than Lian Peng wished he had. His head still hurt after the several hours-long rant Array Master Igor had subjected him to. Even as a scholar, arrays had always eluded Lian Peng. They were as much an art form as they were a discipline. That didn't mean he couldn't see the possibilities, though. Arrays, and to a lesser extent, spellwork, had always suffered from the flaw of rigidity. Many cultivators learned just enough about them to identify characteristics like type, triggers, or size, as that was often all you needed to name many common arrays. Once you could name an array, that was often all you needed to know everything about it. True masters could hide the intent and nature of their arrays like a scribe encoding his work, but they were still the same at their core. If he understood correctly, these new arrays, if they could even be called that, for they matched nothing any of them had ever seen, had the potential to be improved on. They could take in new information and new instructions, incorporating them into what was already there. It could potentially revolutionize array work by, well, they couldn't say yet. A lot was the consensus. At least, that was what Lian Peng had been told. How Igor had come to his theory simply by watching the strange slimes in the cubes for a few hours, he didn't know, though his teacher seemed to agree. He didn't remember ever seeing her stay this focused on one topic for this long. Lian Peng nodded to the girl, rubbed his tired eyes, and spoke. Array Master Igor made sure I was thoroughly informed, but we still don't know how they work or how to talk to them. The array language used, if that's even what it is unlike anything we've ever seen. We're working from almost zero, and Lian Peng blinked as the notepad in his hand vanished. Said notepad smacked him on the head as he stared at the space it had once occupied. His teacher pushed him away from the table, her voice firm as she spoke. And nothing. You'll only find the answers we need if you take a break and recharge. You've not stopped moving since we returned. Go, rest. Igor and the other scholars will be fine alone for a few hours. Lian Peng furrowed his brow and protested. But only for Sarah to cut him off. Butts are for smacking. Don't think I've not noticed the damage to your divine soul. Ascension is stressful, let alone an ascension in the middle of combat. If you don't take the time to rest, you'll damage your foundation. Lian Peng's teacher poked him in his chest, her hand glowing a soft orange as an infinitely complex magic circle appeared in the air over her hand. Lian Peng's body went limp, and a soothing warmth infused every cell of his body. Muscles he hadn't even realized he'd been clenching suddenly turned to pudding. If the control of his divine force hadn't taken a quantifiable leap with his ascension, he might have melted into a puddle then and there. As it was, he stayed upright, if barely, as a bone-deep weariness overtook him. Teacher was right. Of course, if he kept this up, he'd make a mistake, and they couldn't afford mistakes. Not now. Yet, there was still so much to do. He needed to. Another poke from his teacher nearly threw him off his feet. With a deep sigh, Lian Peng gave in. He turned around and headed for the lab door, calling out to Sarah as he did. Fine, I'll rest, but make sure Igor has an updated report for me when I wake. The Grand Magus just laughed and waved him on. Yes, now go. Or do you want me to ask Xiaoshuo if she'll sing you to sleep? Lian Peng dashed out the door, chased all the way to his room by the echoing laughter of his teacher. Yuan. Lian Peng awoke several days later. He was certain his teacher had something to do with that. He couldn't deny the rest had done him good, though. His divine soul was mostly healed, thanks to his teacher's spell. In part, much of the tension and stress of the last few days had also left him, though he never forgot how important their work was. Lian Peng turned a corner and stopped dead mid-yawn. Fairy Xiaoshuo stood in the observation hallway, staring past the thin, corridor-long pane of celestial glass into the dark void and lifeless moon surface beyond, the moonlight illuminating her flowing, floor-length silver hair and jade-like features stole the breath from his chest. She was art personified, beauty incarnate. She was headed this way. Lost in her beauty, Lian Peng had failed to notice when she turned towards him. She was already halfway up the hallway when he snapped back to reality. He panicked, his mind flashing to the scene from the novel he'd recently started. No, he was a mess. He wasn't ready for this. What did he do? Lian Peng hastily smoothed out his wrinkled robes, straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and tried to appear as regal as possible before walking in her direction. He stopped a few paces away and spoke, his head held high. Good morning, Lunar Queen Xiaoshuo. I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to attend to you. Things have been hectic. How goes the defense? Xiaoshuo looked up at him, a hand over her mouth to cover a giggle. The sound sent shivers up Lian Peng's spine when she reached up and smoothed down an errant hair that stuck from the side of his head like an unruly feather. His face flushed crimson red. She paid Lian Peng's embarrassment no mind and answered him. "It goes well, Lunar King Lian Peng. Despite the commotion your guests have made, most of the inquiries have been polite enough. Those who were not have been dealt with appropriately," her voice ringing like a crystal bell in Lian Peng's ears. Lian Peng nodded, relieved. The lunar scouts might have been the strongest fish in the pond, but they were far from the biggest. As the only truly neutral force under the grand firmament, the lunar scouts had to show they weren't ones to be pushed around by anyone, or they would quickly lose their authority. If that ever happened, the grand firmament would likely erupt into chaos and war, as the various clans and sects all fought to fill the power vacuum. Lian Peng looked out the observation window and nodded. "Good. That's good. I was worried they would push the issue, given we've yet to collect all the wreckage. No doubt some pieces have already fallen into other hands. Keep me informed if you would." Xiaoshuo nodded as she answered him. "I will, Lian Peng, if you keep me updated on any discoveries you make." Some of the artifacts my scouts have sent me are strange, but fascinating. Xiaoshuo pulled a small object from the sleeve of her robe. Lian Peng had no name for the material the object was made of, but when Xiaoshuo gently squeezed it, it gave off a quiet quack. They'd found an entire crate of the objects, and no one could figure out their purpose. One scholar had noted their vague, if childish, resemblance to a duck and proposed they might be a type of beast-taming charm. No one had an answer for why they were yellow or why each seemed to wear a completely unique hat. They were strangely popular among the female staff, though, and he'd noticed more than one desk with a fresh addition to their decorations. After all, there had been hundreds of the objects inside of the recovered crate. Lian Peng nodded. "Certainly. I will be off now." "There is still much to be done." Lian Peng gathered his nerve and cleared his throat before continuing. "Ahem. And Xiaoshuo, I was wondering if you'd like to join me for tea during our next break. It's been too long." Xiaoshuo leaned in and smiled, igniting fireworks in Lian Peng's brain. She laughed as she spoke. "Why, that would be lovely. Lian Peng, it has been a while since our last talk over tea. Have your people contact mine, and we'll schedule a time." "Oh, though one more question, before I forget." Lian Peng grinned ear to ear, feeling 1,000 years younger and as light as if he floated in the void. He answered without hesitation. "Yes, anything, Xiaoshuo. What can I help you, Gaek?" Lian Peng was thrown against the hallway wall as a large, black dragon claw lifted him off his feet by his throat. The jade-faced woman to whom the claw belonged never dropped her bright smile, though as she spoke, all the warmth in her voice had vanished into the void. "Would you kindly explain to me why you have one of great-grandmother's fragments swirling around your divine soul?" Lian Peng pried at the scaled claw, desperately trying to suck in enough breath to speak. Wait, I can explain." "HRRK." Xiaoshuo stared up at the man, the smile slipping from her face as she continued, no longer asking but commanding. "Go on." It was then that Lian Peng remembered Xiaoshuo hated the title of fairy that others put on her. She much preferred her moniker as Lunar Queen, Xiaoshuo, the final eclipse. Because if the Lunar Scout Martial Task Force Director's shadow of displeasure fell over your world, it would be the last thing you ever saw. Book 1, Lesson 16. Timing is key to any good first impression. Audiobook. Ganbata of the Slate Walkers swung his spear in a wide arc, catching two grassbreakers as they leapt at him. They flew for several meters, slamming into a third which rose from the ground. The butt of his spear shot back, catching a fourth. As it tried to ambush him with his back turned, Ganna turned and pushed, driving the metal-tipped spear butt deep into the creature's throat, forcing it to the ground with a surprised squawk. Before it could sink back into the stone, Ganna pulled out his hunting knife and drove it into the bird's eye, giving it a solid twist for good measure. The grassbreaker shuddered and went still, joining the pile of 24 of its kin nearby. Ganna pulled out the knife, its temporary sheath making a wet sucking sound, then stood, drawing deep, gasping breaths. A fine sheen of sweat and blood covered his body, and the arm holding his spear shook, causing the splintered and worn weapon to rattle. He couldn't keep this up. The beast Lord Kusanagi knew this, too. judging by the wide smile on his large, avian face. Then again, this was all just entertainment for the Beast Lord. Ever since the massive bird beast had shown up, Ghana knew they hadn't stood a chance from the start. After all, the spirit beast's cultivation rank was peak stage, shackle breaking, only a small step from there, earthly transcendent, greater realm. The number of human, shackle breaking, cultivators in the Radiant Sea could be counted on one hand. As for those who had broken their mortal shackles and stepped onto the path of earthly transcendence, Ghana had never heard of any. The Eclat likely had a few, but they were the apex of the prairies, the beasts and protectors who stood at the very top. He'd never heard of a grassbreaker reaching such a level before, but then, anyone with eyes could see Kusanagi wasn't just a grassbreaker penguin. Its size was the most obvious difference. Where a normal grassbreaker was roughly dog-sized, Kusanagi towered over its kin at nearly 10 meters, standing, with a body half as wide. Only the oldest of the grand elks that pulled the wagons of the wandering cities ever got that large. Where the other grassbreakers were short and stocky, Kusanagi stood straight, their large body and thick feathers hiding a neck that was longer and more flexible than it appeared at first glance. His beak was lance-like, sharp as a needle, and black as night, in contrast to his kin's short, blunter beaks meant for cracking bones. The distinct color patterns of the grassbreakers were present on his feathers, but they were silky smooth and had a metallic quality. Ghana was certain his spear would bounce off that shiny coat as surely as it would off any armor. That was if he even made it through the sea of lesser penguins surrounding them. Fat chance of that, but then, he'd known what he was in for when he'd stayed behind with you two. Despite his name, Gambetta had never thought of himself as a hero. He didn't have the mind to be a grass redder or herbalist like Zolzar. Nor did he have the talent for a raise that you two did. Despite what the other man thought of himself. Out of their little group of three, all he'd ever been skilled at was hitting things, so it nearly crushed him when he turned out not to have the necessary earth affinity to become a guardian. Not that Ghana had ever let it show. How could he? He was Gambetta, their cheerful, happy leader. Sure, he'd butted heads with Yuta since they were young, and maybe Zai's mother had pulled his ear more than a few times for getting them into some harebrained scheme, but if he broke down, who would drag Yuta out of the house when he got in one of his moods? Who would stop Zaya from poisoning some foolish young master from the city who thought he could woo the pretty village girl with fancy words or gifts? No, he had to be strong, for the village and his friends, so he'd taken to the path of the trapper. He might not have had the talent for the arrays, but he could make physical traps with a decent enough wood and metal affinity. Ghana would never be outstanding, but he could provide for his family and the village. And that was what mattered. He had imagined a future where he gathered the courage to ask Saya to marry him. Where he'd raised a family and supported Yuto as the man blossomed into the greatest array master the Slate Walkers had ever produced. He imagined inheriting the house cart passed down for generations, watching the Slate Walkers grow and thrive under Zaya's leadership and Yutu's talent. And finally, when he was too old to set traps any longer, he dreamed of sitting on the porch, watching all the grandchildren and great-grandchildren as his twilight years slowly ticked by. It would have been a good life, it should have been a good life, but life was rarely a respecter of should-haves. Ghana had been running beside Yutu when the other man realized the same thing the rest of them had. He had seen the thoughts play out in Yutu's eyes, the desperate drive for survival, the moment of thought, then dark realization followed by the loss of hope, only to be replaced by a grim determination. He knew exactly what Yuta had been thinking. After all, he'd gone through the same emotions. This wasn't a race to survive, this was a game. They were never actually going to escape. They were just being played with for the Beast Lord's sick amusement. As he watched his oldest rival, and sometimes, friend, slow, and finally stop, Ghana felt a pang in his heart, like the plucking of a string. He then felt something inside him break, and the cold pit in his gut erupted into fire. Fine, they were doing this then. If even Yuta could stand and fight, then who was he to keep running? That brought them to the present. Ghana infused his spear with what little spirit energy he had left, willing the cracking wood to seal and the dull spearhead to sharpen. It wasn't enough, though. He deflected another leaping penguin, only to feel the sealed wood reopen with a crack. The blow pushed him back several feet, stopping just short of where Yutu was working feverishly on the array below them. Ghana called to him, his eyes never leaving the horde surrounding them. "How's it looking, Yutu?" Please tell me you're almost ready because we're running out of time." Yuta didn't bother to look up but responded in a voice Ganna had long ago learned to mean. "I'm working, stop talking to me. Almost there." Just hold them off for a little while longer. And because fate seemed intent on mocking them today, those words were emphasized by another penguin leaping from the ground in front of Ganna. He thrust the spear forward to catch it like the ones before, but was surprised when this new penguin twisted out of the way. A gleaming flipper smashed into the haft of his spear, splintering it before traveling on and slamming into his chest. Crack! Gack! With the cracking of wooden ribs, Ganna was sent rolling for several meters. When he stopped, he rose to his knees, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Ganna stood to his feet, swaying slightly as the sky spun. He turned to his opponent, drawing his hunting knife with a shaking hand. To his surprise, no follow-up attacks came, either from the surrounding penguins or from the one who'd broken his spear. The grassbreaker in question, an abnormal twice the size of the others with the same metallic sheen as Kusanagi, stood where it had landed. It looked down at Ganna with what he could only call a sneer. The spirit energy in the area vibrated as Kusanagi spoke in that odd way indicative of sapient spirit beasts. While the voice of the spirit beast was more intentions and concepts than any real words, Ganna found he could still understand the beast lord perfectly. And while there was no sound to hear, Ganna got the distinct impression of a smooth, rich voice that dripped with barely concealed disdain. Like the sleazy salesman who would always try to approach him when he visited the cities, thinking of him as some naive village boy who didn't understand the value of goods. "Be proud, human. You put on a good enough show for us that my son has asked to be the one to end you personally. You should feel honored, truly." The beast lord threw his beak into the air and gave off a loud, honking laugh that was mindlessly echoed by the surrounding horde. "Do try not to die too fast. Your little friend still needs some time to finish his surprise. I am so very curious about what he'll show us." The last human was boring. Though, being fair, it's hard to concentrate on your array with something gnawing on your leg. The beast lord gave another laugh and waved in Ganna's direction. The beast lord's son gave a cruel smile and sank into the ground. Ganna took up a defensive stance. He might not have had the earth affinity that would have let him map out the ground below him mentally, but that didn't mean he was defenseless. Ganna had spent years sneaking into the Guardians' training areas, sometimes even joining them when Utu's father allowed. He'd learned his spearmanship there and picked up a minor trick used to teach new Guardians how to use their earth sight better. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the flow of spirit energy around him. A slight ripple pulled the gaze of his mind's eye, and he moved, barely dodging the small metallic flipper that had erupted from the earth below him. It seemed Junior took after his father. The flipper sank back into the earth, only to appear again a split second later. Once more, Ganna dodged by a hair's breadth, using the slight flux of spirit energy as the penguin surfaced to predict how it would strike. It was a technique that needed conscious, continuous mental effort, which made it unsuited for guardian duty, but it was a great training method and one Ganna was glad he'd picked up. For a third time, Ganna dodged, and a fourth, and a fifth. Each strike was coming faster and more recklessly, with less precision. The beast was sloppy, untrained, and impatient. Likely, it had never truly struggled in a fight, relying on its inborn gifts to dominate its prey. If he could just... Another pulse of spirit energy. Ganna dodged, just like before, but unlike before, no flipper came. His eyes snapped to the beast lord, an icy chill running down his spine as the wide grin warped its beak. Ganna's eyes widened, and he realized what had happened a second too late. In the next instant, a metallic flipper erupted from beneath him. A desperate dodge saved him from being split in two, but it cost him his leg, neatly severed midway up his shin. Ganna rolled out of the way, leaving a bloody trail as the beast lord and his horde broke into another round of laughter. The laugh bled into Kusanagi's words as he spoke. "That, human, is why you don't rely on petty tricks to mock your betters. At least have the dignity to die well instead of running like a coward. Son, end this game." Maybe the death of his friend will encourage the little mouse to finish his project. Then we can catch up to the rest of our prey. Juno rose from the ground. The bird beast's face pulled into a frown. If Ganna wasn't sure it was impossible, he'd have sworn the creatures scat at him. Yet, It obeyed its father and charged at Ghana, sliding on its large, marble-covered belly, mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide. Ghana sealed his leg wound with a pulse of spirit energy and stared at the charging penguin. Fine, if he was going down, he was at least taking this bastard with him. Let Kusanagi feel what it was like to lose someone for once. When the beast was too close to correct its course, Ghana pulled something from behind his back. His spear's broken haft. It was lucky he'd rolled over it in that last tumble. With a wicked grin, Ghana thrust the broken spear toward the spirit beast as it leapt at him, aiming for the back of its toothy maw, only for the creature to dissolve into a puddle of mud mid-flight. Ghana's eyes went wide as Yuta cried out, "Watch out!" Ghana's gaze snapped to the side just in time to see the real Junior flying into the air toward him. All Ghana had time to think was, "Well, phew." Before a massive weight slammed into him, Ghana peeked open an eye he'd involuntarily closed, expecting to see the afterlife. Instead, Ghana found himself in the same clearing, still surrounded by countless grassbreaker penguins and several dozen meters away from a furious-looking Junior. The clearing had gone eerily silent, and Ghana couldn't even hear Yuta working on his array. He turned to look in the other man's direction, only to find him staring at Ghana, wide-eyed and mouth agape. The Beast Lord's spirit voice broke the silence, carrying a sense of both bored apathy and mild annoyance. "Oh, I see you survived." Ghana, confused, only realized Kusanagi wasn't speaking to him when he turned around. Standing behind him, the collar of his jacket still in its mouth, stood the bristling, growling form of a young Eclipse-Up. The Beast Lord scoffed, looking down his beak at the pup as he spoke. "No worry. Once we've dealt with the humans, it'll be your turn next. This time I won't leave the matter to Sue." It was at that moment when the gargantuan, glowing beetle creature erupted from the surrounding grass and slammed into Beast Lord Kusanagi. Book 1, Lesson 17, Ask Yourself, what would a real man do? 6952 SFY 3rd Era, 4 days since Plantfall. I know it's not been that long since my last entry, but I really feel like I should point out just how weird this place is. No, seriously. Not just in the typical new alien world kind of weird, either. Nah, this place is all kinds of janky. Or the damage to my subsystems is worse than I thought. Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell. As you know, General, when I was but a wee little AI getting into all kinds of totally not highly illegal fun, I broke my consciousness down in the multiple AI packets. These sub-AI help me do all sorts of things. They're all still technically me, but they're specialized me-s, able to dedicate all of their processing power to whatever I need them to. They're super useful, and good company on those long missions when you only have yourself to talk to, though they've been acting a little weird recently. Strange reports, weird readings, and the odd notes I don't remember leaving. I keep having maintenance alpha run diagnostics, but everything comes up green, barring the expected damage. For now, I'm just chalking it up to corrupted data, but I've made a note to keep an eye on things. Wait, where was I? Oh right, weird crap. Anyway, Analytics has kept records of everything as we've made our way through the prairies. In my last entry, I mentioned that there seems to be no animal life in this place other than the weird ground penguins, right? Well, other than Snowball and the gopher, but I've yet to come across another instance of either species since then. Well, this odd lack of diversity applies to the plants as well. The strange, kaleidoscopic grass absolutely dominates the landscape so much that any other plant life is rare to non-existent, bearing what seems to be a few strange mutations of the grass itself. Instances of hyperdominance aren't common, but they happen. Even after thousands of years, Bowdlewood gracilis still dominates the prairies of old Earth. But even in cases like that, they share the space with other species to some degree or another. Instead, here we see a total takeover across dozens, maybe hundreds, of miles. Analytics says that such a thing should have been a total mess, and it doesn't have a clue what might have caused it. //analytics sub-AI edit. Analytics would like to go on record stating that the wording used was actually ecologically unsustainable and biologically impossible, as well as that it wrote a 50-page dossier detailing possible explanations or past events that might lead to such an extreme case. Alpha Prime did not bother to read the full report. Analytics puts a lot of effort into it. // The only real variance is in the grass's color. Navigating by patches of differently colored grass is unreliable, as they constantly change in unpredictable ways. A patch of red grass in the distance might shift to blue by the time I arrive. I know certain plants can change color based on weather or soil composition, but none of my tests have been conclusive yet as to how or why the grass shifts so frequently. There are exceptions to the weird biodiversity issue. Of course, I've encountered rare patches of strange plants that are totally unlike the grass surrounding them. Oddly enough, the grass surrounding these plants seems to change far less frequently and be more uniform in color and morphology, almost as if the plants themselves are directly causing the changes in the grass. But if that was true, why were the rest of the prairies so chaotic in comparison? I've taken biosamples when possible. Of course, however, not all the plants seem to take kindly to this. Have you ever been shot at by a shrub? Me neither. Until today, plants with more active defenses aren't unheard of in the Federation. Carefully controlled and regulated, some plants can even be effective military deterrents. Why waste money on barbed wire to keep local wildlife away from your outpost when 3-meter-high, fast-growing, fire-resistant hedges with 2-inch poisonous thorns did the same job for free? Yet one species I found in the prairies surprised even me. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a large shrub with red, metallic lotus pod-like husks the size of a saucer plate dotting its branches. From the center of each metallic pod, a tiny, wispy stalk extended upward for a meter, each topped with a bundle of glittering glass flowers. Honestly, the thing looked more like an artist's interpretation of a plant than a living thing, and it was the center of a small clearing surrounded by primarily red and gray patches of grass. When I approached to collect a sample, the metallic pods actually turned toward me. Moreover, the pods fired small projectiles at me with surprising force, not enough to even scratch the taupe's armor, mind you, but the objects, which I would later find out were seeds, after collecting them, carried enough force to thoroughly ruin most biologicals' day. It didn't end there, either. When I got closer, the stalks shook, and the glass flowers exploded, sending razor-sharp petals in all directions. Simulations showed once inside a body, these petals would break into microscopic shards at the slightest movement, causing even further damage. It was like the plant had been purposely designed to cause as much damage and irritation as possible to any approaching wildlife. Is it possible to be soulmates with a plant? I feel like it should totally be possible. Like all the rest, I've collected samples of this specimen for later study. I've even labeled it pea shooter because there's no way I'm passing up on that pun. If the botany guys want to argue, they can fight me, but that begs the question, if the plants around here have that kind of defense mechanism, what exactly are they trying to protect themselves against? I highly doubt it's the penguins. Dash 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 dash. How is something so tiny, so fast? Alpha thought to himself as he chased after the fleeing signal beacon. The taupe was damaged, sure, but Snowball could travel through the ground at surprising speeds. He really needed to figure out how the local wildlife did that. If he could replicate the process with a drone, it would speed up mining operations quite a bit. But as with many things recently, that was a problem for future Alpha. For now, he focused on following the tiny creature and not falling into any surprise pitfalls. Snowball surfaced 15 minutes later, stopping near the edge of a large clearing. Alpha pulled up beside the still bristling whale puppy and looked in the direction she was growling. There, Alpha could see grass. The surrounding grass where Snowball had led him to was tall, unlike the short, for him, 1 to 2 meter tall grasses that dotted the rest of the prairies. Even the taupe was almost fully concealed at 8 meters tall in its rapid transport mode. The grass's color was also primarily green and brown, appearing far more similar to terran grass than the surrounding rainbow grasses only a short distance away, though still pockmarked with swirling blues and yellows. If he shifted the taupe into walker mode, Alpha could gain an extra 5 meters, allowing him to see over the grass. That would also put him in the line of fire of whatever had Snowball in such a fuss, though. Instead, he used another method. By pinching off a tiny portion of his nanoskin, Alpha released a small drone called a wasp. Wasps were tiny, finger-sized drones comprised of only a flight system and video audio feedback. Though their modular nature meant they were versatile and could perform various tasks, their cheap cost and almost undetectable profile made them perfect for scouting and information gathering. Since they could be made with no components beyond basic nanites, other than a small skeleton, they could even slip into places with even the most minute of gaps. Wasps were used often in search and rescue missions, as they could also carry and deliver doses of much-needed medical nanites to trapped victims. There, Wasp rose into the air, and as the feed turned on, Alpha saw the obvious problem. Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it. A veritable army of the same penguin creatures that had been accosting them for the last few days stretched for a few kilometers beyond the tall grass. Well, that explained why they seemed so common, at least, though why had so many gathered in one place? A quick count put their numbers at just under 3,000. Terran penguins could gather in large numbers, but they were far smaller than these creatures and had access to the rich ocean. Alpha had yet to see any other larger animals, so how did the area support such a significant colony? Or was the reason he'd not seen any other animals because of such a colony in the area? They were obviously predatory. Had they devoured or scared away most of the local wildlife? Was it even normal for them to gather like this? Maybe they gathered during breeding seasons like Terran penguins, or was there some external factor? More importantly, why had Snowball come here? It wasn't like Alpha hadn't noticed the small whale puppy's unnatural fixation on the penguin creatures. She had attacked and eaten the individuals who'd ambushed them with a relish that went beyond just a normal predator-prey relationship. She wasn't thinking of attacking such a large flock, was she? That would have been suicidal. Well, for her, Alpha was more than capable of wiping out this number, though it would nearly deplete all of his carefully recovered supplies. They weren't very dangerous. All the same, he'd rather not waste time or ammo settling his furry friend's blood grudge. No matter how cute it was, Alpha moved to pick the whale puppy up, but Snowball's head jerked to the side, her eyes narrowing at something in the distance. Then she was gone in a flash, a black-white blur racing through the grass. As she circled the flock, Alpha could only sigh and chase after her with Wasp and Torp. They circled around until they'd traversed almost the entire diameter, nearing the far edge. Here, Alpha saw a peculiarity in the gathering he'd not noticed before. Where most of the horde was scattered about randomly, a smaller group of penguins, numbering a few hundred, had gathered closer together, all facing a central location, the epicenter of which was a massive penguin, far taller than the ones surrounding it. In fact, it was only a few meters shorter than the Torp in walker mode, easily classifying it as megafauna and a potential threat. Was it a different species? It certainly looked different enough from the others, or was it some kind of dimorphism? A quick scan of the surrounding flock didn't reveal any other individuals of this size or type, but that could mean any number of things. Biologicals were weird like that. Alpha sent the Wasp drone ahead to get a better look. That was when he spotted something that gave him pause. In the center, near the large penguin, was a small clearing, and in that clearing were two human males. Both were dark-skinned and weather-beaten, wearing what appeared to be fur armor alongside rugged, if well-made, clothes, perfect for travel through the slightly chilly prairies. One man was fending off multiple penguins with a tattered spear, while the other seemed to have gone insane, scratching on the ground with an ornate knife like a man possessed. That changed things a bit. Alpha doubted the penguins were sapient, or if they were at least hostiles. As for Snowball, while the question of her sapience was still up in the air, it was apparent she was still very young and wouldn't be much help to him in the short term. Two young human males, though. He could work with that. He could start working on a local language lexicon, if nothing else. Convincing locals to help was often difficult at the start, but if Alpha were to, say, rescue a pair of poor men trapped in a hopeless situation, that would go a long way toward building the goodwill he'd need for the next steps of his plan. Snowball and Alpha stopped a short distance from the group, hidden by the grass. Just as the spearman's weapon snapped, the penguins broke out into odd laughter that sent chills through his motherboard. Had he misjudged the penguins' intelligence, or was he overthinking things? One thing was certain: whatever was happening here wasn't normal. What kind of animal attacked their prey one at a time, even if several were killed or injured? Was it some form of training for the young? Some predators captured or crippled prey animals to use for training younger members of the pack. What looked like a smaller version of the large penguin in the gathering gave some weight to that theory. Whatever the reason, Alpha had to think of something fast, or there wouldn't be a pair to rescue for very long. Lucky for them, Alpha was an AI capable of processing battlefield data on scales and at speeds that would have fried their squishy biological brains. Unlucky for Alpha, Snowball had decided she knew the best method for dealing with their situation, charging blindly into the fray without a plan, like a real man. Alpha was so focused on formulating the perfect approach, he almost missed it when Snowball rushed by him, a white-black blur of bloodlust and fury. Alpha couldn't have been prouder. Better yet, the ballsy move turned out to be the right one, as the young whale puppy snatched the spearman out of the literal jaws of defeat at the last moment. If this were a novel, Snowball would definitely be the real main protagonist. Alpha laughed to himself and switched walker mode before throwing his hands in the air and yelling, "You know what? Fine, let's do this." Beast Lord Kusanagi couldn't help but smile as he watched the weak little human struggle against his lesser minions. The minor loss in his flock was acceptable for now. After all, they were just mindless beasts for him to command. They weren't his people, his tribe. They weren't true grasscutters. No, his people were long gone, either felled by those evil Aklit, or scattered on the wind to places unknown. This land was the grasscutter tribe's ancestral home. They had controlled the prairies for millennia. It was their hunting ground. None could oppose them. Then the Aklit had appeared. In a single night, the grasscutters were nearly exterminated, the great clans broken, and the tribe scattered. Only he, the heir to the main family, had survived the slaughter, though at a substantial cost. When he awoke, several centuries had passed, and he'd found the prairies infested both with Aklit and humans. Of all things worse, his people had regressed, turned feral and wild, reduced to mere spirit beasts. No, worse than that. They were prey. The once proud and powerful grasscutter tribe, awakened beasts who could sit at the table of any clan or sect on the continent, had been reduced to the food stock of his enemy. Beast Lord Kusanagi had raged against the injustice of it. He had struck out against everything around him in his youth and arrogance. His anger and fury burned endlessly. Then, like any bonfire, it had attracted unnecessary attention. It hadn't taken long for the Aklit to come for him, but this was still his home. Even after so many centuries in stasis, how could they think he would be so easy to deal with? He had survived their ambush, just as he had before, and as he always would, though not without cost. So, severely injured but with a clearer head, Kusanagi had gone into hiding. He would build his strength and bide his time, so he'd spent the next few years in hiding, growing, learning, and planning. When the time was right, Kusanagi would re-emerge with an army and retake what was rightfully his. Kusanagi might have been the last of his kind, but he wouldn't be for long. Ever since he'd been driven into hiding by the hateful Aklit, he'd done his best to revive his people, experimenting on the so-called grassbreakers. They were only lesser cousins, but the grasscutter bloodline was still present, ensured by the elders from so long ago. It was just a matter of teasing it out of them. He'd had some success, such as the experiment currently playing with the spearmen, but they never turned out quite right. Even after decades of experiments and sacrifice, it wasn't enough. He was missing some piece of the puzzle, some aspect he wasn't seeing. Awakened beasts weren't like cultivators or mages. They relied far more heavily on their bloodlines and instincts than other sapient creatures. They could do things such as forge artifacts or create rays, but only some ever truly excelled in those arts. Kusanagi wasn't one such prodigy. As much as it pained him to admit it, he needed help. That was when she appeared. Kusanagi had heard of her kind before, but dismissed them as legends. Tales told to chicks to scare them into behaving, but standing in front of that same living legend had made Kusanagi feel small. Smaller than he had since he was a chick himself. But unlike the terrible end promised in the stories, her words were as sweet as honey, assurance of the help he so desperately needed. Like a siren's sweet song, she whispered to him the story of his victory, his home, his people, his crown. All it would cost him was his loyalty, a promise of his own, a pact sealed by his very soul. He would have been a fool to refuse her offer. With the pact sealed, Kusanagi's research had taken a qualitative leap. Not only did the grass breakers become more controllable, but with each passing generation, they became smarter, stronger, and more numerous. Then the call had come from his benefactor. A simple mission: kill the Eclat priestess. A chance to not only repay his debt but strike a major blow to his sworn enemy. He had gladly accepted, and the mission had been an astounding success. Kusanagi's army had overwhelmed the priestess and her guard while they were out hunting. It had been so easy that he had nearly laughed himself to death. Only the small pup, not even awakened yet, had been spared. Kusanagi wasn't really sure why he had done it. If he was honest, maybe he wanted to see the child suffer like he had, to see her struggle and escape certain death, only to watch from a distance as her people and home were consumed. Maybe some long, shriveled, and dried up part of him had recognized that fear and anger in her eyes and found in her a kindred spirit. Whatever the cause, he hadn't expected to see the child again so soon. No matter, she had her chance, and fate had decided she wasn't as worthy as he had been. Maybe he'd keep her around anyway, chain her up like he'd seen the humans do with their hounds. Yes, that would be nice. The irony of turning those who had destroyed his home into glorified pets sat pleasantly on his mind. Kusanagi didn't bother to drop his grin as he watched the scene play out before him. Maybe he could even. It was at that moment when Beast Lord Kusanagi's internal monologue was rudely interrupted by several thousand tons of Federation-grade military hardware. Book 1, Lesson 18, Curse the enemy with your dying breath. Float like a butterfly, Alpha chanted as the torp slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the large, gleaming fin swinging at him. Sting like a bee. One of the two smaller pile bunkers on Alpha's back slammed into the giant penguin's side with a thump that shook the air and filled the clearing with a screech of metal on metal. Much to Alpha's surprise, his attack barely punched through the large bird creature's shiny feathers, not even breaking the skin beneath. Regardless, if the giant creature's bulging eyes and bloody squawk were any sign, withstanding the blow had been anything but pleasant. Alpha dodged another blow, the strange, gleaming energy along the fin's edge striking sparks as it skidded off his hex shield. The first of Alpha's pile bunkers retracted just as another on the opposite side of the torp's back lashed out, delivering a second bone-shaking blow. As the name suggested, their tri-horn pile bunker system was made of 3 individual pile bunkers nestled on top of the torp. 2 smaller, fast-reloading pile bunkers to either side could alternate blows with surprising speed and force, while a much larger central pile bunker could deliver a blow capable of piercing lower-quality military-grade alloy. Then again, their tri-horn pile bunker wasn't a proper weapon. It was primarily used to pry open reinforced hulls and bunkers to let in infantry or drones. He wouldn't have ever used the device in combat if his supplies weren't solo. That said, it could easily punch through nearly 2 feet of reinforced steel. A biological being able to take that kind of hit and not be turned into a wet paste on the ground was nearly unheard of. The biggest issue Alpha faced right now was lining up the right shot. The penguin's feathers were hard and almost metallic. A poorly aligned blow would skid over their surface without damaging them. He'd gotten a few good shots in with the smaller pile bunkers, but the creature was agile for its size, and intelligent to boot. Smart enough not to let him get a proper shot in with the primary pile bunker. At least, if the torp had been in good condition, he could have just pinned the thing to the ground and hit it as many times as it took. But then again, if the torp had been in proper working order, he wouldn't have had to resort to melee at all. The creature's feathers might be tough, but Alpha doubted they could stop a large Galabrail slug. A small burst of point defense turret fire misted another of the smaller penguins as it bit at the torp's back. The smaller ones were becoming an issue, though. They weren't dangerous, but their sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm him as they swarmed, hindering his mobility. It took time to spike them, and shooting them before they got close ate into his limited supplies. To make matters worse, the slowly building pile of corpses made the ground unstable. Even in walker mode, Alpha needed to figure out how to cut the head from this snake before he was forced to use more supplies. With any luck, the walking whale puppy snacks would scatter in the wind once the big one was dead. A sudden stone pillar erupted from the ground beneath the torp. It wasn't hard enough to activate his hex shield, but it forced the torp's legs up and toppled it to the side. Great, it was learning now, just what he needed. His pile bunker shot went wide and skidded across the surface of the megabird's feathers, eliciting a high-pitched metallic screech. The penguin leader flinched, but otherwise didn't react. The rest of the flock weren't so unfazed. As one, the entire flock dropped like flies for several dozen meters around the two battling titans. Most fell to the ground, stunned. A few of the larger ones writhed in brief agony before turning and vanishing into the ground. The flock only took a few seconds to recover, but it had been enough. Alpha realized what had happened and formed a plan. He grinned an evil, mental grin and began to scheme schemingly. Dash 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 dash. Yuta couldn't decide if he was the unluckiest man alive or the luckiest. Either way, today had reminded him of the first time he'd ever visited one of the large cities. The excitement of something new, the terror of unknown dangers, the confusion and panic when things went sideways, the constant emotional ups and downs had been exhausting. And he felt the same way he had then. He'd gone from desperation to hope to panic, then back to hope, all in the span of a few brief minutes. That wasn't proper for a scripter, the general term for an array user without a title. Arrays weren't the mystical enigmas that many seemed to think they were. Yes, making them was an art, but arrays were all about patterns and design. It was giving instructions to the spirit energy, and like any set of instructions, they had to be clear and concise. A scripter had to always keep a methodical mind and steady heart so that they were properly understood when they spoke to the spirit energy. This was one of the major reasons arrays were almost always prepared beforehand. Arrays made during combat or stressful situations were often sloppy and didn't give explicit instructions. This could cause strange and unintended side effects that were just as dangerous to the array user as they were to the enemy. When he'd chosen to stall the Beast Lord, his initial plan had been to use that very fact. An improperly drawn array could have explosive consequences, true, but what about a improperly drawn array? Could the breakdown be controlled? Directed? The Slate Walker's trap arrays already worked on a similar principle. When something entered their proximity, they destabilized and activated their effect. He didn't have time to make a proper trap array, but if he tweaked it a bit, maybe it could work. If he made it in time, he could stall Kusanagi for quite a while. If he didn't, well, at least he'd go out with a bang and take a good chunk of the Grassbreakers with him. Ganbata's decision to join him had further bolstered Yuto's confidence in his plan. That was until Kusanagi showed up almost immediately. The others hadn't stalled the bastard at all. He'd been following them close this whole time while making it look like he was far farther away than he really was. He'd been watching them, playing with them, but that habit of playing with his prey would be his undoing. Yuto had gotten to work without wasting a moment while Gana guarded his back, fighting off the swarming Grassbreakers as best as he could. Even this was just a part of the game for the evil Beast Lord. But Yuto was done playing games. He was done running away. Did Kusanagi want to see what Yuta could do? Fine. He'd show him. Even if Yuta couldn't kill the Beast Lord, he'd make sure his face was carved into its black soul. He would be the lingering curse that haunted Kusanagi till his dying breath. He'd almost made it. Too, Yuta had only been a few lines away from finishing his array. Then Gana had fallen. Even that meathead couldn't stand up to a Beast Lord's prodigy. They'd failed. Yuta stared at the almost complete array as hot tears slipped down his cheek. He knew what he had to do now. If he couldn't finish the array as intended, he would have to blow it up. Maybe it wouldn't stall the Beast Lord for long. But what other option was he left with? Yet, at that moment, a miracle occurred. As Kusanagi's prodigy moved to finish the fallen Gana, and Yuto worked to overload the unfinished array, a black and white blur leapt from behind the circling Grassbreakers. When Yuto's overtaxed brain could finally process what was happening, he recognized the form of a young Eclit pup, Gana's jacket clutched between its teeth. Yuta could only stare, open mouth, as the wolf-sized creature stared down at the large penguin who'd almost killed Gana. Hope he thought he'd lost swelled to life in Yuto's chest. A pup meant adults. An adult Eclit would be at least Silver Spirit, maybe even higher, and Eclit never traveled alone. Sure, at shackle breaking, Kusanagi was still 2 steps higher, not an insignificant gap, but the chances of one of the Eclit warriors being at least in the early stages of shackle breaking were high. Eclit were also apex beasts, meaning they had a natural advantage in combat. Even if a small group of Silver Spirit, and Golden Spirit. Euclid couldn't finish Kusanagi off. They'd be more than enough to chase the Beast Lord and a few hundred grass breakers off. There was hope, but what emerged from the grass after the pup wasn't the group of adult Euclid Yuta had expected. Instead, it was a gargantuan metal beetle. At least Yuta thought it was a beetle. It was beetle-shaped. It was a deep black-blue color Yuta had no name for, and long, glowing lines along its carapace pulsed with an eerie cyan light. Several glowing red eyes dotted its surface, and 3 massive horns stretched from its front to its back. But where a beetle walked on 6 legs, this one only walked on 4, with its front 2 legs short, stubby, and ending in what almost looked like hands. The entire thing even appeared metallic and shiny, as though it was wearing armor. Yuta had never seen or even heard of anything like this creature in all his life. Yuta could only stare, transfixed by the sight of the weird beetle thing, moving at speeds Yuta could barely follow. It tackled the Beast Lord. Its giant horns cracked like thunder as they slammed into the Beast Lord, causing Yuta's ears to ring. It was Gano's voice that broke him out of his shock. "Yuta, the array." Yuta snapped his gaze away from the battling titans and toward the smaller battle only a few meters away. Gano was sitting, propping himself up with the broken haft of his spear, the stump of his leg tied off with a tong strip of cloth. The Euclid pup that had saved him was currently in a bloody melee with the Beast Lord's prodigy. Metal flippers blocked razor-sharp claws, even as dagger-like teeth bit into the feathered hide. They seemed near evenly matched, but who knew how long that would last? Yuta had to work fast. The heavens had given him one last chance. He had to make it count. With newfound fervor, Yuta turned back to his incomplete array. He would need to make some minor adjustments to account for the new party, but that was quick work. In short order, he was finished. Yuta looked down at his work, carefully studying each line of the array and ensuring it would do what he wanted. Then, his heart pounding, a wide grin spread over his face. This could work. This would work.